ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Two teenage boys are being questioned by police over yesterday's large fire in Melbourne CBD. Beth Gibson reports.
A 13-year-old and 15-year-old were arrested at Southern Cross Station this afternoon after a major fire broke out in a vacant building site on Clarendon Street yesterday. Dozens of crews were called to the fire, which sent plumes of smoke over the city and caused traffic to close in both directions. Nobody was injured in the blaze. Investigators are currently talking to the two boys and say they aren't looking for anyone else at this stage. A section of Clarendon Street will stay closed until it's deemed safe.
Government Services Minister Bill Shorten has accused the former coalition government and senior public servants of gaslighting the nation through the implementation of the unlawful robo-debt scheme. A final 990-page report from the Royal Commission into the scheme includes 57 recommendations, including the referral of unnamed individuals for criminal and civil prosecution. Bill Shorten says the former government and senior public servants treated victims as guilty until proven innocent and subjected complainants of the scheme to vile political tactics.
They betrayed the trust of the nation and its citizens for 4.5 years with an unlawful scheme which the federal court has called the worst chapter of public administration. It fundamentally says that it's broken the sacred trust that when citizens give some of their power to the government, that the government will make sure that it helps, not hurts, citizens.
The Attorney-General has defended the Robo-Debt Royal Commission's decision to keep secret the names of people referred for further investigation. Sources have told the ABC the sealed report has been sent to the Australian Federal Police, the newly established National Anti-Corruption Commission, the Law Society and the Australia Public Service Commission. Mark Dreyfus says releasing the names could prejudice future prosecutions.
The Royal Commissioner, Catherine Holmes, created this sealed section so as not to prejudice the conduct of any future civil action or criminal prosecution. It's really important that we observe that. She's made this order for suppression for a reason.
Jockey Jamie Carr has been accused by Racing Victoria of breaching the rules of the sport after images showing her with what looks like a white powder. Beth Gibson reports.
Racing Victoria began investigating Carr last month after photos of her alongside friends and a possible white substance were made public. Today, stewards charged her for conduct that was allegedly prejudicial to the image, interests and integrity of racing. Stewards alleged that at the time the images were taken and distributed, Carr was a jockey licensed by Racing Victoria and therefore bound by the rules of racing. Carr returned to racing about 4 months after she suffered a major fall during a race in March. The charge will be heard before a tribunal on a future date.
An elderly junior football coach charged with historic sexual offences could be extradited to Victoria after he failed to show for a court hearing. Christian Silva has more.
After a lengthy investigation, Victoria Police laid charges against 82-year-old Daryl Ray last month. Mr Ray, who now goes by the name Ray Cosgriff, is facing 26 charges of indecent assault. Mr Ray is a former St Kilda Little League football coach and was also a primary school teacher in the 1960s and 70s. He now lives in Queensland but was scheduled to face court in Melbourne today. After 5 hours, neither Mr Ray or legal representatives fronted the court in person or via video link. Magistrate Belinda Wallington issued an arrest warrant and authorities will now have to track down Mr Ray.
Twitter has confirmed it's considering legal action against Meta over its fast-growing rival app Threads. It was launched yesterday by Meta, which has pitched it as a friendly alternative to Twitter. Twitter owner Elon Musk says competition is fine, cheating is not. Meta has denied claims in a legal letter that former Twitter staff helped create Threads. To the weather, there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds for all districts except the Mallee and Northern Country. And there are gale and strong wind warnings for most Victorian coastal waters along with the bays. For the state tomorrow, isolated showers and thunderstorms with showers tending scattered over southern and mountain districts. Possible hail about the southwest, showers falling as snow above 1,000 metres. For Melbourne, showers tomorrow, windy, a top of 14 degrees. It's currently 12 degrees. ABC News.
Hi, I'm Marta Dusserup, here to tell you about my new dark comedy, Bay of Fires. About moving to a new town.
We have to get you out right now.
We're going away for a while.
A surprise holiday.
A tiny place that's not what it seems.
We have a visitor in town.
From the creator of Jack Irish.
Just so it doesn't feel like a holiday.
Award-winning Marta Dusseldorp in Bay of Fires. Starts Sunday, July 16 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The Roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes along. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35. And boy, does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Western Bulldogs chief executive Amit Bain said that the Bulldogs have a top 4 list and they're targeting a top 4 finish. Well, they're equal 4th on the table as it sits heading into round 17. They've got a chance to try and jump in there tonight, but they have to go past the best team in the land, the Collingwood Football Club, who are playing to defend a top spot, albeit without a couple of their key pieces, Braden Maynard and Brodie Myercheck, both missing. It is a blockbuster Friday night in round 17. The roof is shut. The crowd is filling in. And we've got a sellout for the Western Bulldogs and Collingwood. It is Grandstand AFL, Corbin Middlemass in commentary alongside Kelly Underwood, our Grandstand AFL experts, Hall of Famer Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, 3-time Premiership player, Premiership captain, and Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. There is no late change. Anthony Scott was dropped from the 22, but he holds his place as the tactical sub. So they've got 9 guys that have played every game this year, and Anthony Scott remains one of them. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Trent Bianco is in for his first start since last year's preliminary final, so he will be the tactical sub for Collingwood. Good evening, Kel. Welcome back to Grandstand AFL.
Good evening, Corbin. It's great to be here. The full house sign has officially gone up. It went up a few days ago, and I've just got a feeling that we could get the biggest crowd here in a decade. Which sounds like a really silly statement to say right off the top, but we haven't had a crowd over 50,000 since 2013. That was when the Cats played the Bombers, 53,014. And if you have a look back over time, it feels like we've been playing under the closed roof here at Docklands for decades, but only 19 games have drawn a crowd of 50 plus. So will we crack the 50? It's not only the 4 precious points and who will take them tonight. but also I'm going to keep an eye on the crowd figure. But a beautiful night driving in Melbourne, driving into the city. Let's hope it's going to be a beautiful game. It had a bit of a summer vibe to it. It was a balmy 12 degrees, given what we've gone through over the last couple of weeks. Very mild, no wind, pink sunset. Almost should have been at the MCG tonight, Corbin. But pleasure to be here. I was going to pull over and maybe get a bag of chocolate. I know that Cameron Lang doesn't like me when I bring chocolate in because he's, still very much looks after his body. But I thought of bringing in a couple of packets of M&Ms because last night I sat up all night watching MM in action, and tonight I've got MM sitting behind me. So maybe a packet of M&Ms would have been very appropriate. From Mitch Marsh to Mick Moldhouse. Good couple of nights of sport.
What an amazing performance from the man they called a bison last night. So a run-a-ball 100, and when Australia desperately needed it. So the Aussies make 263. England resuming at 3 for 68. We'll keep you updated throughout the night. If you want to listen, you can find it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that big red cricket ball. England resuming at 3 for 68 when play starts in about 50 minutes. He's got a whole lot of matchups in the game, and that's what happens when you coach more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL football. But I know the Scraggers, as you call them, Mick, are particularly close to your heart. Of course, your first coaching journey, starting your coaching journey, obviously, with the Western Bulldogs, and obviously with Collingwood winning your most recent premiership back in 2010. But there's some heavy crossover tonight. Adam Treloar and Pat Lipinski against their old team. You've got Ron Richards' grandson in Ed Richards making his return, and Caleb Poulter, who was actually housemate. Basically, Jack Crisp was his landlord, so now he plays against him tonight. Caleb Poulter in just his second game for the Bulldogs. Great to have you with us tonight.
Thanks, Corby. G'day, Cal and Mick. Got a Mick next to me. And Lingy. Lingy's after his long trip. Timmy down on the boundary. And to everyone listening, those that are listening right now, don't worry, the trams aren't running on Spencer Street. You have to do about a 3-block walk to get around them, so that might be go a little bit earlier. I just hope the game's a ripper because I will be listening to the cricket if not. If this game deteriorates, the cricket's going on. Lingy's put the thumb up. I know. But so I hope that we can stay attuned for it. And I'm really tipping that we won't be watching the cricket because this thing, I have a feeling the Dogs have to make a statement. Collingwood have made their big statement last week, and they didn't have to, but they did. They made a mauling of Gold Coast. So if and I know both sides have got players out, but that's going to happen right throughout the year. So I don't think anyone's safe with saying that you're going to have a full list of players.
Do you agree with Mead Baines? He says they're a top 4 list, targeting a top 4 finish, which, by the way, loved their speech from the chief executive to basically say that's what we're aiming for.
Well, and so they should, because Melbourne are no good.
Yep.
So right now, until Melbourne start to get themselves organised, the Dogs have only got Saints, and Lingy doesn't rate them. And And the only other side that I think that they've done their dash a little bit, and they've had Collingwood on toast twice, is Adelaide. Adelaide should be another +2, and they, because of their youth, and they've got the sprinkling of those walkers and so forth, they may have pressed in. But I'm looking at the Dogs have got. They've got it right in front of them. If they're going to make a statement, they can finish 4th. If they're just going to run around, they will finish.
Luke Beveridge is coaching his 9th season, Cameron Lang. They've never finished in the top 4, and they've made 2 grand finals and won one.
Fantastic effort.
I mean, surely his motivational speech is just put in the DVD of Melbourne last week and say, here it is.
Exactly right, and good to be with you all. I'm very excited for this one as well. You're right. I think because they play better in finals. I think they've got quite a finals brand of football, and they're well coached up in the contest. I think they can finish top 4. Because I'm a little bit with you, Mick, that Melbourne are stumbling and St Kilda are no good. I don't necessarily have them as
say it the way it is, Lee. If everyone looks at this and goes, why are you so harsh? Well, no just mucking around. Say it the way it is.
Go
watch it for 2 years.
Go watch the first half when St Kilda played West Coast and tell me if you reckon they're any good.
Mick, you've been doing that for 70-odd years. What are you talking about?
Not odd years.
Oh, sorry.
I'm turning 70. Thank you very much.
Sorry, you've been doing it for 69 years.
And I wasn't able to talk in the first year.
Okay, all right. Sorry, 68 years.
I don't think Western Bulldogs are the 4th best team in the competition, though. I think they can finish 4th, which just sets them up beautifully. Collingwood are the best in it, and that's not stating anything new there. They're a brilliant team. They play fantastic footy. They are missing a couple of key players. They got enough out there. They should still win tonight. I don't think the Dogs can make that statement tonight, but I want to see what they do outside of a really good midfield. against a brilliant Collingwood team just to get more of a gauge on exactly where the Western Bulldogs are at.
Their draw is so favourable. So after tonight, they only play one team currently in the top 8, and that team is Essendon, who are hanging by a thread and playing for their spot in the 8 come Sunday against Adelaide. So it's such a good run home for the Western Bulldogs. The other fascinating part about the Dogs, and we'll do more on the game preview obviously after the join in about 20 minutes or so, is the changing look of their forward line. So Jamara Ugle-Hagan has been targeted something like 25 more times than Aaron Norton so far this year. So that is a clear switch up than what they've done previously, as he's their centrepiece.
Well, and just to be brutal, it's because he's playing better football than Aaron Norton. Norton's a threat, and to give Norton credit, he's copped the best defender for the last few years every single time. So that's a burden in itself. But just as far as pure football goes, movement at the ball, ground level competing as well as in the air, making space. Jamara Ugle-Hagan's been playing much better football, so I'm not surprised. Hopefully for the Dogs' sake, then other teams start putting their best onto Ugle-Hagan and they start thinking more of a plan of how do we stop him because he's being targeted more, and then Aaron Norton perhaps gets off the leash a little bit and he can get his season rolling.
Just repeating, no late change. So Anthony Scott and Trent Bianco are the 2 subs for the Dogs and the Pies. A sellout Friday night footy, round 17 here at Docklands. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. The footy news of the day. So Toby Nankervis has been sent straight to the tribunal. I don't think anyone's surprised by that.
No surprise at all.
Been graded as severe, so a minimum 3 games. He'll try and plead his case to make sure it isn't any more after rubbing out Jake Lloyd last night. So
that swung the game, didn't it? It really did.
It was huge. A completely different game after half-time, and in the end the Tigers keep their season alive, while for Sydney they could be 10 points out of the 8 by the end of the weekend. I want to ask you both, as 2 men that have a whole lot of premiership DNA about you, about the month of July, and it's been highlighted this week about the dog days of winter, and we look at the Richmond team over that 4-year period where they won 3 flags and were probably the best team in it, and the other, they went 15 wins, 3 losses during the month of July in that time. And you look at Geelong last year, they went 5-0 during the month of July. Craig McRae tonight, apparently his theme, always has a theme to try and motivate his group, is around the Tour de France. If you were trying to give us the cycling analogy, Mick and Lingy, are we at sort of Alpe d'Huez? Is it up the mountain at this stage? Is it a sprint stage? What part of the tour would this be, this stage of the season?
It's up the mountain, don't worry.
It is, but don't be the Australian that led and then sort of fell off. Well, he didn't fall off, but he fell off the pace. I agree. Yeah, this is, it's very, if I could just say as a coach's point of view, I know early days, people are still sorting themselves out. They've basically got reasonable lists. They've all got what the coaches believe is pretty close to what they want fitness-wise. A lot of young kids get played early in the first 3 or 4 rounds unnecessarily. I think unnecessarily because it's just that they're on good form in the say the pre-season and you reward them. No, you should just see how they go. I'm not saying you don't play them. I've not played kids, but it then starts to settle into that groove where you grind through June more so. May is a little bit unpredictable, but by June you're starting to grind, and then teams are starting to work out, this kid could play, we start to sit on him. It changes the dynamics a little bit. So there's no question. You're probably going into a final series. You should be. And if you're in Collingwood's, and Geelong would have been in this when you were there, Lingy. I know Collingwood over the last couple of seasons were like this, and when I'm going back to my time, was that I didn't want 20 players. I wanted 25, 26 players. So I was interchanging different players, mix and match, get them up. So we had, when we went to that final series, we had 25, 26 players to get us through the final series.
So you would have a suspicion at times that you knew what your best 22 was, but you would make changes anyway.
That change from round one to the grand final was enormous change. But by June, July, you're starting to think, look, I need to have these players up, ready just in case of, and sometimes you used them. Sometimes they actually popped up and you said, right, I've got to use this player. And so where other clubs, their tongue's hanging out, they're still going for, they've got to win every game. And it mounts up. It really, the pressure mounts up on those.
Can I continue on from your analogy with the Tour de France? Is you don't have to win the stage in July either. No. It's why, you talk about Richmond and Geelong, the fact that they probably did because they were that good, but you don't have to. So what Mick's talking about is you find different things with certain players. Also, when Collingwood's in the situation they are, and they've set up their season so superbly, they might have a handful of players in a really heavy training block.
I was about to ask you that.
Yeah,
Isn't it
unbeknownst to us.
around this time where you guys went really heavy in your premiership year and then tapered, or how does it work?
And in a really rolling way. So it was never 25 players all got flogged for a month and we had nothing out on the field. It was maybe 3 weeks ago, 6 or 7 guys were going through a heavy block. And then you'd roll them into a little mini taper, but the next 6 or 7 guys were going through a heavy block as well. So over a 6-week period, I know the Tour de France isn't 6 weeks, you may have 7 guys on a rolling heavy training load to then bring them out through August, really tapering, really firing so they hit finals in peak form. You can only do that when you set up like Collingwood is. And Port Adelaide will be doing the exact same thing. Those teams who've locked wins away can do that. So you don't have to win the stage in July, but you've got to be really solid, really mature as a group. You don't want to lose the entire race in July, but you can finish second or third in that important mountain stage and then go, okay, I'm still right there, and then we're flying come the final stage. The penultimate, isn't it? The final one.
The Champs-Élysées.
Just to cruise on in.
Well, that's grand final day when you win by 70 points. Correct. If you're the Cats.
Exactly right. But yeah, it's a big month, and the mature teams who just get it and handle it with a calmness, they set up everything for September.
One team who is going flat out for the here and now is Stuart Dew and the Gold Coast Suns, because they've had a couple of poor losses, 2 into their last 3. Both on the big stage for them too. They play a lot of games off Broadway, but they come down to Melbourne. They play Carlton at the MCG. They were heavily beaten by a team that was out of form to that point. Had a win in between against Hawthorn, and then last week they were non-competitive for really large periods, unfortunately, against Collingwood. Caroline Wilson, our colleague on Offside, as Cal reported at the start of the week on Channel 9, it's my firm belief that Stuart Dew's days are numbered. He could be gone as early as the end of this month if there's no improvement, and that his relationship with CEO Mark Evans had soured. She went on to say that it's also my firm belief that Damien Hardwick will be the coach of the Gold Coast Suns from 2024 and beyond. It's an extremely difficult environment that Dew's got to navigate. He's been there 6 seasons, and now they've got 9 weeks. Basically, it feels like he's coaching for his job, starting with Port Adelaide in Adelaide tomorrow night.
Yeah, and they're not going to win that. Let's just put that on the table. Port Adelaide will win that. But forget about that. Forget about the really short-term 1-week result there. I think Stuart Dew's doing a good job. He's yet to prove a great job, but he's doing a good job because he was employed and given that, first and foremost, to build a culture at the Gold Coast Suns and build a football department and a football environment where players wanted to stay, they learnt to train and be at their very best, and that doesn't happen after 1 or 2 years. We can say, bring in there was talk Alistair Clarkson was going to go there, and now there's talk Damien Hardwick's going to go there. Those calibre of coaches aren't going to come in and just turn it on and go, here's a great culture, here's a great environment, now we start winning. It takes time. Stewie Dew's taking that time. I think it would be a mistake to then jump again and make another change, even to a coach as good as what Damien Hardwick is and could be at the Gold Coast Suns.
So if you could get Damien Hardwick, you still wouldn't do it.
I'm sticking with Stuart Dew. I believe in the culture that he's building and the environment that he's building at the Gold Coast Suns. Now, all of that might not matter because the AFL calls the shots when it comes to the Gold Coast Suns. But I think that Stuart Dew is the one to see them through. Some consistency and some culture building about what they do is what the Suns needed, and it's what they're getting.
So 2 sides to this. I feel for Stuart Dew, who sat there all last year and had to listen to Alistair Clarkson linked to his job. And obviously a former player under Alistair Clarkson, and I don't think he heard anything from Clarko during the whole year, so he just was so anxious and clearly, not insecure is probably the wrong word, but thought that that was really unfair. And now it's happening again this year with a former premiership teammate. So I think that's where he's just been outspoken and had enough. But if you're Mark Evans and you have worked your butt off to secure the likes on 4-year deals of, when it didn't work initially, but this is the second time around, you got Matt Rao, you got King, who's bought at Burleigh Head, so he's invested for the next 3 to 4 years. Obviously Anderson and these likes. He's thinking, I've got them for 3 or 4 years. We need success in 3 or 4 years, otherwise they're gone again.
But Kel, tell me why they signed for 3 or 4 years. As a player, you believe in the coach. That is first and foremost. At the heart of every decision you're making is...
Who's the coach?
I believe in the coach. I believe in the direction he's taking us in. I want to play for him, and I love my teammates and what we're trying to do here. Those 3 or 4 year deals have been signed because Stuart Dew has started to finally build, and it's not the second time around. I reckon it's the third or fourth crack at this, and they have butchered every other crack at it.
Yeah.
And
so
Stuart Dew is doing it, though.
Yeah.
He's the reason they've signed those 3 or 4 year deals.
Totally agree.
But they haven't got the wins on the board as yet, have they?
No, as yet. No, I understand in our
so
competition, that brings the heat.
That's where the board's going. Yep. We've got 3 or 4 years. We've stuffed it up so many times. We have to make a big decision here. Damien Hardwick is willing to come here. Would he take players with him? You just don't know. There's rumours that maybe Dusty Martin might follow him, Dimmer Hardwick, wherever he goes. So that's what the board and the CEO is weighing up right at this point in time.
And that's their job, to discuss that, to get to the heart of all those. Is it going to be better to go there or go there? But I hope they don't lose sight of the fact that culture and those players have signed those deals because of what Stuart Dew has finally implemented at the Gold Coast Suns.
The other thing is they're so live in the season. They're a game outside the 8. They cause an upset and beat Port Adelaide tomorrow night.
But I know, how many players have been ripped off them? Now, I know that the salary cap didn't allow everyone to be there, but they were ripped off them, and they find themselves in all sorts of clubs that have been successful. This is stuff. I am so totally with Lingy. I am that annoyed at what I hear, because being a coach, you just know you don't need... You have enough pressure on you every day of the week. Every day of the week. Make no mistake. If you're winning, you still got to... you didn't win by enough, or you've got to win next week too to make it 2 in a row or 3 in a row, whatever it is. And if you're losing, of course, you know what that is. So you could not be more correct, Lingy. Players want to know who the coach is. And it's going to be Stewie Dew. Oh, I love him the way things are. Now, I can say categorically here, I know a player very, very well that plays up there, has been playing basically seconds. And you think, I don't know what blokes playing seconds are like, especially when they're senior players that are playing seconds. Loves him. Loves the club, loves him, loves his teammates, just wants to be there. That is a great sign. It's easy to get your top 5 or 6 players going, we love you because we get in the game, and you're good us on the match committee, and you ride us around for barbecues and good. It's the 23rd player to your 44th player. They're the ones. 1, you've got to talk to them. 2, you've got to improve them. 3 is what you get back from them. And from what I can gather, Lingy's spot on.
And you're spot on. They do love him. You're right. And he is a great guy. And I feel for what he's gone through over the last couple of years with first Clarkson, wakes up after every loss. Clarkson's going to go to the Gold Coast. Now he's getting it after every loss. Hardwick's going to the Gold Coast.
The other thing with the progression, we talk about, improvement. They've gone 4 wins, 3 wins, 5 wins, 7, 10 and 7. Still got 9 games to go, so they're on 7 wins at the moment. There's no reason to suggest, not that progression has to be linear, but there's no reason to suggest they won't get 10, 11 wins again.
That's right. And go through the players who've improved. Jack Lukosius.
Well, every player just about on that list.
Yeah, Anderson and Rowell. And I know they're all top draft picks. I get all that. But they're making the jumps that you want them to make.
So the media story is clearly Damien Hardwick. When you've got a high-calibre coach like that, as it was, Mick, when you were available on the market. So obviously there's a fascination in that. Do you see Damien Hardwick coaching in the league next year?
Oh, I think he's given every sign that he wants to. It was a quick turnaround from being burnt out and struggling to, I want back in. So that adds to everything that we're talking about.
I think he's probably resigned to the fact he'll coach interstate next year.
Right. Is that in South Australia or is that in Queensland?
I said interstate.
Right.
Perth?
Surely South Australia's not available. I would have thought the only ones available would be one in Western Australia and, unfortunately, the one we're also discussing, which shouldn't be...
What if Port Adelaide go out in straight sets?
They might have already made the decision by then if they keep saying August.
What else do you want a coach to do?
Which is a
12 in a row, 13 in a row, 14 in a row.
Why haven't they done it now, Port Adelaide?
That's stubbornness, I think, because they said it was August even if they were losing. They're going to do it in August, now they're winning.
The West Coast are fast. I'd love to talk to Mick more about the Eagles. I read your article last week in the News Corp papers, and they obviously got a response last week, and they were very competitive, and now they face the long trip across the country without Hearn and without Shuey tomorrow, and they've had some grim results in recent times, and maybe that's one for the post-game if we get a chance to focus a little bit on the Eagles ahead of, obviously, that date with the Brisbane Lions tomorrow. This is Grandstand AFL Friday night footy between the Western Bulldogs and Collingwood. The banner teams are out on the ground. Both banners are laying on the turf at the moment. They're about to be lifted as the two teams are about to make their way out onto Docklands. There is no late change tonight. Anthony Scott is the sub for the Western Bulldogs, and for Collingwood it is Trent Bianco. Friday night footy, a sellout at Docklands. Scott Pendlebury too, closing in on the all-time disposals record for the most number of disposals by any player in VFL, AFL history. He needs 13 tonight to be able to break that record. Full game preview next.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect,
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
He launches an absolute rocket under the bright lights of Friday night footy.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It is a sellout underneath the roof at Docklands. The Friday night lights are on. It is Collingwood and the Western Bulldogs. The Pies with Jordan De Goey returning, but no Maynard and no Myercheck. Can they defend top spot on the table up against the Western Bulldogs? Their chief executive, Amit Bain, says they've got a top four list. They're targeting a top four finish. Let's see if they can move inside the four tonight with a couple of teams vulnerable around them. The Dogs have a soft run home hereafter as well, with just one team currently in the top eight in their remaining 2 months of footy. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, our grandstand AFL experts, and Tim Hodges is on the boundary tonight, awaiting the arrival of both teams. There's no late change. Anthony Scott, the sub for the Western Bulldogs, and Trent Bianco in for his first game of the year for the Magpies. Before the full game preview, the Sunday teams have dropped. For Adelaide, just the two, the Adelaide-Essendon game, just the one player listed as out, so the other 22 remain the same. Dylan Shield was the sub last week, and he's been omitted. But as an emergency, could very well be the sub again. Jordan Butts is concussed. Meanwhile, for Fremantle, Nat Fyfe is the only confirmed out at this stage, obviously injured. For Carlton, Cottrell comes in. Ed Curnow and Hewitt out. There's no Tom De Koning, which means it'll be Jack Silvani to lead the ruck against Jackson and Darcy.
Well, good luck, because Darcy's one of the best ruckmen in the competition.
That can't
be right. That can't be right.
They haven't got another ruck. There's no Pitternet. There's no De Koning.
What is De Koning injured? Clearly,
he's injured. So they got huge problems.
Where my tips went, I was throwing that one up. Now I'm feeling more confident.
For Geelong, the two Irishmen are in, so Mullen and O'Connor come back. No Isaac Smith, no Kolodjasny, no Buse.
That's nice to celebrate Zach Tui breaking Jimmy Steins' record.
For the three Irishmen.
He's a good bloke.
Yeah.
He's a ripping bloke.
He's a ripping bloke.
He is, isn't he?
I wonder
you would have had him at Carlton.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. And I couldn't. When I left, I couldn't believe how they didn't want him.
No.
I just thought. We could not believe it that he was, because he wanted to stay there.
Just on those Sunday teams too, Tristan Sherry, Lockie Young, Flynn Perez and Cooper Harvey into the North Melbourne team. So Boomer's son. So even though he's a Gen Z, I think that makes him a baby boomer as well, as he comes in for North Melbourne. Zeebel's been omitted. He's been listed as emergency, and the club says he's going to be the tactical sub. So Zeebel omitted, but the player's the sub. Todd Goldstein's been omitted and not playing. So he's out of the North Melbourne team.
Omitted?
No Goldstein.
Dropped. Oh,
Bergman, Phillips and Shields, the other out. Shields is injured, so a bit of experience going out of North Melbourne's team.
Any chance, any possibility the coach would say to Zach Tui, for this special game, you're breaking the record, do you want your two Irish mates to play? Would a coach ever do that, Nick?
Yeah.
Yes. Just repeating too, Toby Nankervis sent straight to the tribunal, so graded as severe. He'll miss a minimum of 3 games, but will have to try and defend his case after that late bump. It's sort of very much an old act in Aussie rules footy, and yet we talk about how far we've come as a game. I think 100 out of 100 people that saw that last night would have gone, yep, you can't do that anymore.
Correct.
Lloyd concussed, you're going to miss a period of footy, and the co-captain is now out for at least 3 weeks.
Great ruckman too.
Yep.
Really is I mean, he is just a brutal ruckman.
Grant O'Brien was named the inaugural chair of Tasmania's AFL team earlier today. So he's the former Woolworths chief, Tasmanian-born. Al Nicholson, our colleague, Cal, would be very pleased to know that he also played in Penguin's 1980 premiership team.
Wow.
So there we go.
See, they just keep coming from Penguin, don't they?
They just keep taking over Aussie Australian rules footy, and now Grant O'Brien is the chair of Tasmania. Their new AFL team. So they've got a 5-person nomination committee together to try and appoint 4 more board members. That panel includes Andrew Dillon and Peggy O'Neill as part of it. So Peter Gutwin, who was widely tipped to be the inaugural chair, is expected to be part of the board, still at a later date as part of that board to be constructed.
The way I read it too, the other 4 spots, 2 of them are going to be appointed by the AFL and 2 of them appointed by government. Is that the way you saw it as well?
I think so, yep. So there'll be strong, given that that's, as they say in Mad Men, that's where the money's from, or that's what the money's for. I think basically that they're the ones putting in all the money, so they're going to have their personnel making up the board of this team.
This would be interesting. It's supposed to eventually be an independent football club as its own little entity.
We are in the AFL league. Let's not kid ourselves. Since when has it ever been independent?
So I think it's a 5-person board until they start, and then when they start playing, it's going to 7. So basically their influence will be less.
3 too many.
The longer that the board continues.
The more board people you got, the crazier it becomes, honestly.
We're getting towards the concluding stages of NAIDOC Week, and we've seen sort of some tremendous theatre here already, obviously, with the Welcome to Country a few moments ago, and now a sequence of cultural dancers are actually leading the Western Bulldogs out onto the ground. The stadium is pitch black with some cell phone lights lighting up the stadium. And the Western Bulldogs wearing their Indigenous jumper led out by Marcus Bontempelli as the dancers form the Guard of Honour.
Doesn't it look wonderful, Corbin? All the lights are off and everyone's got their phones on.
It's a great way to do it.
And they're breaking through the banner, the Bulldogs banner that says, let's flatbread those pies and wrap up this game.
The Western Bulldogs, the first team out onto the ground. Anthony Scott was in the 22 last week. He's the tactical sub tonight. Mitch Hannon's out injured, and Ed Richards makes his return. It's also a special game as well. It is the Robert Rose Cup. Of course, the former Collingwood and Footscray footballer who was sadly made a quadriplegic after a car accident back in 1974. He's also the son of Bob Rose, arguably Collingwood's greatest ever footballer, Charlie Sutton, as well, of course, the premiership captain of that 1954 Footscray team. So the best player on the ground tonight is awarded the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton medal, and the winning team will get the Robert Rose Cup. So they've long played for this trophy. It's voted on by a series of people, including our own Mick Moldhouse, who's going to cast some votes tonight. So he often handballs the ABC Footballer of the Year votes to you, Lingy. So we'll be able to compare both notes tonight to see which way you guys go for the best of field.
I thought this is perfect. I think if he's doing that set of votes, he might be able to do the ABC one.
Well, I'm looking for the sheet that Benny handed me. I don't know why he handed me before the game, because I'll tell you what, it'll be lost in... you've just handed it back to me. This is the second time it's been handed back to me.
Benny wants it back, Mick. He's not going to trust you.
Thank you, Benny. Can you give it to me with 5 minutes to go? So then I'll know.
Hey, Mick, before we do the game preview for this one, what are we, about 12 minutes away from the opening bounce Friday night footy under the closed roof here at Docklands?
Yep.
Scott Pendlebury breaks another record today, or is set to break another record tonight. So someone has added this up. Can you believe this is someone's job out there? He has 9,644 disposals in his 18 seasons so far. He needs 13 disposals tonight to break Robert Harvey's all-time record of the most disposals in VFL AFL history, which stands at 956.
And I'll tell you what, Kel, most of them were good.
Okay.
Really good ones.
Is there one disposal that Scott Pendlebury had and your time coaching him that stands out?
Yep. Actually, no. I'll clarify it. It's not a disposal. It's not a kick. It's not a hand pass. It's a grab at the ball that pulls the ball into a position that can't be used. There is 3 seconds left in a grand final. We're level. Boundaries throwing. And I knew that Del Santo would go left underneath the ruckman and Hayes would come underneath, and we wanted to fill that gap. Guess who filled it? Scotty Pendlebury. They did get the tap. It went down. he just flicked the ball, siren goes, and we live to next week. So that stays with me forever.
Yeah, it seemed to go okay the week after as well. Mick,
He
from,
was very
from
good the week after. He was actually very, very sick, very ill that game.
Oh, right. The Norm Smith medal day.
No, the previous day.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Right. The grand final week, he was really, unknown to me, but the way he played, I thought there was something wrong because he was really lethargic and quite ill. And of course, come back and won the medal next week. But he's a professional in everything he does.
The Pies are out on the ground. They're wearing their Indigenous jumper, which is designed by Tani Jarvis. So Collingwood out there with Jordan De Goey returning, hasn't played since being suspended against the West Coast Eagles. After the game against the West Coast Eagles back in round 12, so missed the last 3 matches plus the bye. No Maynard, no Myercheck tonight, which is a couple of big outs. Just quickly on Pendlebury. So I mentioned Bob Rose a few moments ago, widely regarded as one of, if not the greatest Collingwood footballer. Is he in that category? Are we talking about him in terms of the very best to have ever played for the club?
Well, I was a young fella looking at Bobby Rose play, and let me tell you, Bobby Rose, one of the nicest gentlemen you ever meet. I reckon, see, if you go back, Corby, and find out about Bob Rose's career, Collingwood were all on 10 shillings. Every player, no matter how good you were. He got offered, he wanted more money because he was good. He went to the bush and coached in the bush, I think at 24, 25. So he missed 5 or 6 years that he could have been playing with the Collingwood Football Club. What I can remember of very briefly, he was a magnificent player. I would put Scott Pendlebury in the top echelon. If there's got to be 2 or 3 players, he's got to be in that 2 or 3 players. Must be.
Is he the best Collingwood footballer you've come across, Lingy?
He is in my watching time, obviously. I wasn't around when Gordon Coventry was there. I probably missed Peter Dacos. I caught the very, very tail end as a kid. It's Nathan Buckley and Scott Pendlebury in my time of both watching and playing. Throw in a Dane Swan at times. But
yes,
I think,
Dane Swan for sure.
I think out of all of that, Pendlebury sits just that tiny, tiny bit above Buckley and Swan in my time.
Have you thought about it, Mick? Could you name the top 3 in order?
No, I probably couldn't, and I think it wouldn't be just to do so because I rate the players differently in regard to, I love Paul Lucuria because of the jobs he did for me.
Sure.
And I loved Anthony Rocker because he was the heart and soul, I thought, of the side.
So there's no best ever.
Jimmy Clement was outstanding. No, I don't think there is. Even I rue the fact that I put down the best side I coached.
Okay.
Someone asked me some years ago and I put it down, I don't know why. I really do now because there are players now that would be, you'd challenge it.
Yeah,
there's some fantastic players, and I just think what we've got to be very careful about doing is try to mix the eras up because the game changed. There's one umpire, now there's 4 centre bouncers. We have ruckmen that run 20 metres to crash into each other. Now they've only got, 2 or 3 metres.
There was one-on-one footy through the midfield
very much
then,
so.
And now it's you just run around in the midfield.
You've got to find your way through traffic now. Yeah. Whereas before it would have been Billy Goggin on say Thurl Merritt. Not that he played on a wing, I think, Thurl.
Love when we get a Thurl Merritt reference. Absolutely.
It's such a great name, isn't it?
It's excellent. I think I saw at the railway in Port Melbourne. He's got his photo on the wall. I sent Mick a picture. Whenever I say Thurl Merritt, the first person I think of is Mick Malthouse all the time. Collingwood have won 25 of their last 28 regular season games. They've been arguably the best team in footy during that period. The Western Bulldogs get a chance to try and take them down tonight. The full preview from Mick and Lingy. Just repeating, no late change, Bianco and Scott, the 2 subs.
I was thinking during the week I had a little bit of a trip away with the family and a quiet moment just sitting there while the kids are playing and kids are enjoying the beach and that.
You got a quiet moment?
I did get a quiet moment, yes. They were few and far between, but I just started thinking about tonight's game. And I started thinking about Collingwood. And I thought how they've put this team together that is sitting on top of the ladder, best team in the comp. We went, myself included, absolutely bananas with their list management stuff a few years back.
Yep.
When Treloar, they're going to get rid of it, let Adam Treloar go, they're going to pay his salary, this is ridiculous. Brodie Grundy, they're going to let go. All these decisions that just completely blew my mind. I thought, what the hell are they doing? I think now, certainly I want it on record, I've got to acknowledge the outstanding foresight they had. They knew what they had coming down the line with some of their father-son picks. They obviously backed in the fact that Josh had maybe got to the club, Josh Dacos, and was going to turn out pretty damn good. They knew that there was this other kid coming named Nick Dacos. But their list management decisions to take that hit and that hurt and that ridicule during that time to now have this list together has just been outstanding.
Not to mention the lessons in list management where you look at Carlton, for example, where their salary cap's bursting and they've got all these name brand players and they're a get-off-the-bus type team, Carlton. You look at them and you think, wow, we've got to play that guy and that guy and that guy today. And yet for Collingwood, they're playing with less of a salary cap than most other teams because they're still paying Treloar, they're still paying Grundy, so they don't even have 100% of the pie to be able to work with, and yet the pieces that they've got and the way that they're coached and the fact that they're more than the sum of their parts for what they're getting out of this machine.
Derek Hine is an outstanding. There's 10 players from other clubs in that side. And I know the way Derek operates. It's not a matter of picking up who's free. It's picking up someone who's free that can fit into the squad where there might be a minor... Again, certainly nothing against Josh Fraser. We just needed a bigger, stronger body ruckman. And that was the last bit of the jigsaw, I thought. Darren Jolie.
But this has to be one of the most inexpensive forward lines in the comp. So it's usually led by Myercheck, but they wouldn't be paying Myercheck what most teams pay their centre-half forward or their full forward.
Well, he was a rookie up until last year for about 4 or 5 years.
And who do you go to? How do you plan against this Collingwood forward line for that very reason? Corb's exactly right. Talk about getting a need. Tom Mitchell wasn't picked up by Collingwood just because, oh, cool, he's a Brownlow medalist, let's grab him.
That's right.
It was Taylor Adams is our in and under, just ball in the middle. He can't do it all. We need to use him outside at times. We need to. His body maybe won't hold up for 22 games plus finals. Let's have Mitchell and Taylor Adams being able to just go bang, bang, bang in there. They were smart too that when they moved out players, they knew who they had to keep a hold of. Braden Maynard wasn't going anywhere. Darcy Moore, obviously, that's pretty clear, wasn't going anywhere. It was key players who were probably better than what a lot of us would appreciate. I think Maynard crept up on a few people going back 3 or 4 years about how good he was.
Lingy, I'm going to ask you this question. How many players, more experienced players, have improved their footy in the last 2 years?
At Collingwood?
Yeah. Well, you've got to go Cox for a start off.
Yes, definitely. Degoe's gone to another level. I wasn't a big Degoe fan. I thought he just flashed in out. He's got better. Jamie Elliott's body is right and now playing brilliant footy. Tom Mitchell's a better player than he was at Hawthorn.
Yes.
Josh Dacos isn't so much.
Cameron's a better player.
Cameron's much better.
He's been there for a while, Cameron, but I mean, he's a better player than what he was at Sydney.
Bobby Hill's a much better player than he was at the Giants.
Jack
Crisp was just a superb footballer.
I'm not sure about Hoskin Elliott. He's sort of plateaued a bit.
He does a lot of work on the outside.
Markov, definitely, they like Markov because of his run.
And I was as critical as anyone on Mason Cox.
Yeah.
He plays an important role and he doesn't have to be the best player and he's not.
Oh, he thinks he is, so.
Yes, he certainly does do that.
That's the only thing you have to get right.
Yeah, the other ones, I mean, Jeremy Howe being able to come back into the team.
Yeah.
Missed a huge chunk. You lose such a good defender. They mixed and matched through a real tough period where they didn't have Darcy Cameron for a bit and they didn't have Jeremy Howe. And
Frampton comes in and does the job.
Yeah, they make it work. If Frampton's another targeted recruit to bring in for a specific purpose, I just wanted to get that on record.
No,
those decisions.
It's a great call out. And it wasn't that long ago. I mean, it's the start of last year. And I think when McRae was appointed and when Voss was appointed, I think a lot of people would have thought, Carlton have a better list than what Collingwood do. And Collingwood are in real short. Yeah. And yet you look at them two now, and I'm not sure too many people would be rushing to go and coach Carlton compared to what McRae's getting out of these Magpies. What about the guys tonight, though? So we say it all the time, and they plug in different guys, and they're still the same team. But it feels like Myercheck's can be hard to replace. He's sort of an undervalued key forward, maybe by the broader competition, certainly not by Collingwood. And Maynard's your heart and soul kind of guy that when the going gets tough and you look around, he's not out there.
Yeah. Can we just... I know there's not much time, but we spent a lot of time on Collingwood. The side that aims for fourth in the top four, and I still reckon that they haven't crossed the Rubicon yet, but this is their Waterloo. I honestly believe tonight they've really got to make. I think they've got to make something happen tonight. They're going to make something happen tonight.
Did you just mix George Washington with Napoleon?
No, Rubicon would have been Caesar.
Was it Caesar? Was it
Augustus? Caesar Augustus.
I appreciate the history lesson.
I'm adding that into my list. There's no doubt about it. Tim Hodges is with us as he is every Friday night on the Boundary. Good evening, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. G'day, team. Nice to be with you. A win for Darcy Moore at the toss of the coin. The Magpies will kick to the Footscray end of the stadium. That's left of screen if you're at home watching on the TV, listening to us. The crowd is a monster, a fully sold out Docklands. They're up in the back row of the top deck. It's all occupied, looks fantastic. I will say the Dogs and the stadium have both told me that they're expecting only 48,000. They just say it's almost impossible in the current day to get 50,000 with Medallion Club tickets and sponsors and season ticket holders and the like. The roof is closed, thankfully. A very chilly Melbourne Friday. Currently 12, it feels like 9. No late changes. The subs for the Dogs, Anthony Scott. For the Pies, Trent Bianco gets his chance. With this size crowd, with the roof closed, it will be deafening tonight. A simply electric atmosphere. Looking forward to this game so much.
Thanks, Hodgie. We're ready to go. Can the Dogs make the leap and be the top 4 team they think they are? And can Collingwood defend top spot without 2 of their key pieces? It's the Bulldogs and the Pies on Friday night of round 17. You're with Kelly Underwood.
De Goey's gone to Bontempelli. It's Cameron that wins the tap. Pendlebury tries to get after it. Treloar's holding him. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle initially, and then he does and says we'll have a secondary ball up here. Noble got his hands to it. Hands it back. This time, English. Handball out to McRae. It's bunted down by Josh Dacos, who gives it over to Lipinski. First inside 50 to the Pies. Man in front is Keith on Frampton. And Alex Keith takes the defensive mark. Northern side, northern end of this stadium.
Keith with a long kick. Out to Bailey Williams, who marks defensive side of the City wing. Kicks the Western Bulldogs up over halfway. Norton flies at the footy. No mark. Spills down to Waitman. Tackled by Noble. Taken high.
Free pick up who's playing on the key forwards, both ends.
Murphy's on Ugle-Hagan.
Got him.
Howes on lob.
I really wish Cody Waitman would cut that out of his game.
Waitman trying to hit up English. Murphy leads his man, breaks it up. Now lays the tackle on English, takes him to ground and the ball up. 60 out from the Bulldogs goal. 5 in from the boundary line City side. Scores level, a minute in. Sell out Friday night footy. Anthony Scott, Trent Bianco, the 2 subs. No late change.
Flick down by Cameron on the outer side. This is the City side. McRae set upon. Can't get a clean handball away. It was De Goey with the tackle.
So Collingwood must have the extra at the ball because the Dogs have got someone behind.
English straight down the throat of Nick Dacos. Throws it on the boot. Down the line he goes. City side wing. Thumped down by Elliott on the wing. Pushed off it was Vandermeer. Well done by Adams. Keeps it in play. Handball in there, hard from the Dogs. Bontempelli just taps it to the advantage of English and then gives it off to Duray. Taken high, surely umpire he was. He was taken high by Josh Dacos. So Duray pops up, just wedges the kick, barely goes the required distance. McRae's got it uncontested and he's a couple of kicks out from home. He pokes that kick into the pocket, looking for and finding Waitman, who had separation on his opponent. And I think that opponent was John Noble. And Waitman's going to have the first set shot here tonight after 2 minutes of play.
Well, I hope it's not his opponent because he played 10 yards in front. Well, it probably is, but he played 10 yards in front of him. Really gave him no body contact whatsoever.
So Cody Waitman, who kicked a career best 6 goals here a couple of weeks ago against North Melbourne. It was tough against the boundary, but easier on the right side. And he curls it through for the opener. Dogs lead early. 1 straight 6. The Pies yet to score. We've played 2 minutes on Friday night footy.
And Mick, I think what happened, again, we see the example of the Collingwood defenders playing almost that zone type defence.
Yeah.
And Noble takes the front position to stop the leader. Well, you're so trusting of your defenders who are behind you to come over the top and make that spoil. But I think it was the movement of the other Dogs forwards left Waitman almost by himself.
Well, what happened was Noble got caught trapped underneath Norton.
Yes.
So I don't know what he was doing there, quite frankly. Quaino was doing nothing at the time.
Darcy Moore's gone to Norton early here. It's a headband off.
Waitman with the first goal of the night, back in the middle. English reaching over the back, wins the tap, but straight to Nick Dacos. What a hand pass, releases Chris, kicks inside 50, Elliott spills it. No mark, centre-half forward, ball bubbles out, Pat Form's behind him. Nick Dacos with a clean look-away hand pass over his shoulder, set Chris flying through the middle of Docklands. Results in a stoppage, centre-half forward for the Pies. English wins it down to McRae. Floats a high bomb down the wing. Lob runs underneath it. And Quaynor takes the intercept mark for Collingwood.
Yeah, good mark. Good contested mark.
Quaynor goes off on a bit of a trot out to the right with those pink boots. He drives it deep to the top of the goal square. Cameron reaching over the back, no mark. Cox lays the tackle on Richards.
I don't mind that from the Pies. It was Cox and Cameron both down there, just testing out what the Bulldogs defenders are going to do, trying to stretch them.
Cameron in the ruck, straight down the throat of De Goey. He slips over, was taken high. Umpire said play on. Picked up by Treloar, hacked out of there, but Noble's able to chop it off.
Yeah, that's that line up outside the back 50. Collingwood got a perfect. Dogs were really lazy.
Taylor Adams on inside forward 50.
Noble's got it at half forward. He's kicking to the northern end. He's driving long to the heart of the 50. Frampton set himself, got his hands to it. Now it hits the deck, and there's dogs everywhere. The clearing kick from Duray. It's gone straight down to McRae. He takes the mark. Off to Bailey Smith. Kick missed the target over the head of Ugle-Hagan. Swooping on it is Crisp. He doesn't quite keep it in play. It'll be a boundary throw in right in front of the Pies bench. Yeah, there's a couple of quick changes on the bench. Tom Mitchell looking to get back on.
Bumper crowd sold out a couple of days ago. Collingwood in their Indigenous jumper. The white shorts on, still with predominantly the black and white stripes, and the Dogs also in their Indigenous kit as NAIDOC week comes to an end, predominantly in blue. Comes down to Treloar, hand pass away to Liberatore. Dogs from the boundary throw in. English to Poulter. He's running the wrong way. He doesn't play for Collingwood anymore as he turns and kicks it back the right way for the Bulldogs. And Cameron takes the intercept mark. And Caleb Poulter, in his second game for his new club, is running towards the Collingwood goal. Here's Cameron who kicks to centre half forward for the Pies. Cox competes in the air. Spills down to Dale. Hand pass to Duray. Handball ends up with Daniel. Short kick up over halfway. Waitman attacks it. Hits it at speed. Got a hand pass back to Daniel. Dogs through the middle of the ground. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Kicks inside 50. Bailey Smith. Went one-handed. No mark. Falls the Dogs' way. Crunching tackle. Murphy lays it front on with a hand from Hoskin Elliott. Will have a ball up as Williams is locked up. 55 out from the Dogs' goal at half forward.
That was unusual for Bontempelli because he missed the later target, who was totally clear. I think it was Ugle-Hagan.
So a tangle of arms and legs. At the end of this stoppage, it'll be another ball up on the edge of the 50.
It was unusual from Caleb Poulter as well. We don't say that too often.
Oh, the poor guy. He'd want the ground to just swallow him up right now. Open up.
Kevin Sheedy actually kicked it.
Holding the ball against Liberatore, is it? So it'll be a free kick here for Nick Dacos.
You see it a bit at junior footy, trust me. As the under-9s coach, I do a lot of yelling about which way they're going to kick the ball.
So at half-back, he delivers to the ruckman in Cameron. On the City wing, he's got it defensive side of that wing. Wants to use the boundary. He's touched by the man on the mark. Eventually gets the intended target of Hoskin Elliott to centre half forward. Gardner, the key defender. The Tasmanian chops it off and then he squares the kick to Poulter. Here he is. He's worn more black and white than he has the dog strip, but he's wearing the dog strip tonight. He goes safely to Richards, who goes long down the line towards Murphy, was there, and Jamari Ugle-Hagan is the matchup. And we'll give it to Murphy this time. He doesn't take the mark, but he rolls over the boundary line. And it'll be a boundary throw in at half forward here for the Dogs. It's a hot start for them. They lead at one straight goal to the Pies yet to score.
He's a good player, Murphy. He's an improved player. He just backs up more beautifully.
Just 23 years of age. It's the key back for the Pies from the boundary throwing. It's Nick Dacos again from the stoppage. Hand pass to Crisp. Kicks for Frampton. Playing up front. Keith spoils. Loose footy middle of Docklands. Keith soccers it forward. Ricochets off De Goey. Still a live footy. De Goey wins it. Rides the bump. Hand pass forward. Ends up with Poulter. Centre half back for the Bulldogs. Sweeping hand pass to Vandermeer. Back flank for the Dogs. Hand pass away to Richards. Short kick out wide. Finds Williams. He's holding his width out there on that City wing. Takes the mark, goes short to Vandermeer. Just forward of halfway. Can pump the Dogs inside the forward arc. Looks for Jamara. Hands to it. No mark. Opposed to Moore. Falls down to Norton. Taps it to Waitman. Waitman's got a couple. He's kicked the first two of the night. And the Bulldogs are ready to work. 2 straight 12. Collingwood yet to score. And Cody Waitman's hot streak continues. You can make that 13 goals in his last 4 starts. 9 minutes into the opening term, Dogs by 2 goals.
Wasn't a good ball movement by the Dogs there, Mick. They took the wide, they took the space out wide, and then got it in quick. And the kick inside forward 50 was actually, it was to Jamari Ugle-Hagan, but there were 3 Dogs versus 1 Collingwood player because it had got there so quickly.
Yeah, that's right. And Collingwood are very aggressive defensively, so I always play 10, 15 metres in front to help keep the ball in their forward line. But if you can get that over the head into that running style, you will always catch Collingwood out. They don't get caught out too often, but it's the movement that gets them.
So he's got 2 goals already, Waitman. Pies have got none. He kicked 2 goals last week here. He kicked 6 the week before that. Here's Nick Dacos taking it out of the centre. Going one way, then the other, driving it long. And Gardner, again, the defensive mark. Pies fans thought there might have been some sort of interference in that pack. And it was a downfield.
It's 50 metres, but it played on.
It's 50 because Ash Johnson was running to where the mark was, but it was inside the 9 metre of the goal square length that you've got to come out.
So Gardner went sideways to Richards, and that's why it's brought Richards to the centre of the ground. Couple of short, sharp kicks, and they work it now through Bailey Williams. He drives it long. Norton comes in from the side.
Well, they've done it again, Leggy. That's that ball movement again. Your call, Kel, when you said that they're spreading it wide, that's been so noticeable. What they're doing, they're dragging Collingwood right across the ground.
A little bit of Air Norton, 2022 version. He's been quiet for the last 6 weeks, this big Bulldogs forward. He's taken the mark 30 metres out, 45-degree angle. He adjusts the headband, 3 steps on the left. He's got it. Their razor sharp, the Bulldogs. 3 straight 18, the Pies yet to score after 10 minutes of play here at Docklands. And Norton with an opener that could set up a night for him because he hasn't been the main man in recent weeks, Cameron Ling. He's only kicked, has he gone 2-2-2-1-1-1 the last 6 weeks?
He's often gets the best defender, and this is what he can do when he can just run and jump at it. That's him at his absolute best, but he's got to be consistent for the whole game.
Yeah, you're right.
Not saying that Mick and I were distracted at all because this footy game has started scintillating.
Don't mention the C word.
We did.
Don't mention the cricket.
Get a wicket on the second ball of the day, Cal.
Can I also say about Norton? I was here a few weeks ago watching. He kicked the first goal and didn't look like kicking one for the rest of the game. What Lingy's saying there is absolutely spot on. It's the consistency. That's what he's got to do.
Joe Root out for 19. Cummins the wicket. England 4 for 68. Back in the middle. The Dogs have it, but going in the wrong direction. Back edge of the centre square. Vandermeer to Liberatore. Hand pass to Lobb. Short kick down the wing and a mark taken by McNeil just in front of the logo. Broadcast side of the ground. Puts it out in front of Bailey Smith. Forward pocket. Little nudge on the Noble. Trying to scoop it up. Can't collect. Bowled over. Moore wins it for Collingwood. Hand pass back to Noble, trying to run it out of defence. Sweeping hand pass out wide. Crisp kicks down the other wing, Dockside, over the head of Johnson, spills through to Keith. He turns back on his inside, hand pass to Lobb. Handball to O'Donnell. He's crunched as he kicks across the ground. Dale leading in the chase of the footy. Bobby Hill right on his tail. Dale slips over, lost the ball. There's a free for a push. It's coming back to Dale. The Collingwood fans won't like that, but free kick for the Bulldogs. City wing, they kicked the first 3 of the game, the Dogs. They lead it by 18.
Jamie Elliott with a hip and shoulder on O'Donnell behind play, and he's sore and winded. Meanwhile, the Dogs are with entry inside 50. Bontempelli, beautiful to Norton. He got a little bit of separation on Darcy Moore, and in the pocket, the left footer has taken a mark right in front of his eyes.
So for the best fullback, supposed, and I'm going to say supposed, they don't get beaten like this, but Darcy does give some ground.
Waitman kicked the first 2. Norton for the next 2. Can he curl it back enough? No, he can't. He's missing. Missing to the near side, and it's the first blemish of the night. 3-1-19. Collingwood, zilch.
That separation you're talking about, Mick, with Darcy Moore, he can make it up with athleticism when the kick's a bit looped, under a bit of pressure, but right now the Dogs' ball movement is just superb.
Moore to Noble in the back pocket, long down the line. It's thumped out of play as Richards gets across to put his fist through it. A boundary throw-in between wing and half forward for the Bulldogs.
He's a player they've missed too, is Richards. He's got speed. He can play on the smaller players like the Bobby Hills of this world and do a pretty good job.
Good ball user too.
First game back since round 12 after missing with the hamstring from the boundary throw-in. Adams there for Collingwood. Hand pass to Noble. West on him straight away. Lays the tackle. And we'll have another stoppage between wing and half forward for the Dogs. 3-1 to yet to score. Bulldogs all over Collingwood through the first 14 minutes. Up it goes. Cox wins it down to Pendlebury. Shoots a hand pass to Degoe. Met by Bontempelli. Second attempt to Josh Dacos. Bontempelli never gave up on it. Lays the tackle. Forces the ball out. McRae to Daniel. Kicks inside 50. Jamara to target. Spills to Tom Mitchell. He's taken high. And a free kick for the Pies. Their fans are now involved. 3-1 to yet to score. Bulldogs by 19, 14 minutes in, Collingwood yet to score.
Great spoil from Howe on Jamara Ugle-Hagan as well. So the Pies share it around now. Quaynor, short. Josh Dacos, handballs over the top to go. He's fumbled it. He's dropped it cold right in front of the Bulldogs fans on the City side wing.
Scratchy is how I would describe Jordan DeGoey at the moment. That's not the only fumble he's had, and the Dogs have been all over him. And talk about knowing that they're up for this one tonight, Mick. You said before the game they need to take a big scalp. Well, they know that.
Boundary throw in, it's Cox who thumps it down, straight down to Daniel from a standing start, launches it. Here go the two headbands again, 33 and 30. It's fascinating. Norton doesn't win it. It's a spoil down by Darcy Moore, and now the Pies are able to grab it. And a quick, sharp kick, and Bobby Hill marks on the City wing. This one started at a frenetic speed. Hill down the line to Johnson on the end of a long lead. Marks in front of Keith. Still an awful way out from goal. Spears the pass out of bounds on the full. The target was Jamie Elliott, who'd led into that right forward pocket, but the kick was offline. The kick was out of sorts. The Pies are out of sorts. 19 plays 0 after 15 minutes gone here under the closed roof at Docklands.
He didn't play well in the VFL last week either, Ash Johnson, but given the personnel out, got a recall and not the start he probably would have wanted as Dale goes short to Richards. Richards long kick down the wing for the Dogs. Hands on it for Darcy Moore and he takes the intercept mark. Wants to go immediately, trying to get Collingwood's game up and going. Hand pass to Quaynor. Handball to Noble. Back flank. Kicks across the ground and Crisp marks. Defensive side of the wing. Broadcast side. Crisp goes long to half forward. Keat in the pack with the spoil. Still alive for Geray. Shoved out of bounds by McCreary. And the boundary throw-in, 45 out from the Pies goal.
And that's the challenge for the Pies tonight. So that one there, Frampton, great contest, terrific contest. And Johnson over the other side of the ground. Some of those Brody Mychek takes.
Yep.
He just relieve the pressure, all that work the midfielders are doing, he marks a few of those. Can Frampton or Johnson take enough of those marks in place of Mychek?
Shallow boundary throw in. Cox couldn't control it, neither could Pendlebury. It rolls off his leg and out of bounds. So another boundary throw in. Half forward for the Pies. They're yet to break through for any score so far tonight. We've gone nearly 17 minutes, Mick.
Yeah, Kel, 7-6 inside 50s, remarkably 7-6, given the 59 to 39 possession rates in favour of the Dogs.
Cox and English tussle it out in the ruck, and once it hits the deck, it's a jump ball between Taylor Adams and Liberatore.
So what we're saying, they're getting, both sides are getting it in there. One is much cleaner at this stage.
English, it bobbles around to Lipinski, throws it on the boot. Right place, right time, almost Frampton. Well done by the Dogs defenders. Keith gets it down to Bailey Williams. Draws the defender off to Treloar, trying to dance around an opponent. And now back to Williams, who's nailed in a tackle. He's been absolutely nailed in a tackle by Oleg Markov.
A silly double hand pass there. Once you clear, Treloar really at fault there.
So Markov, short to Pendlebury. What position is this, Corbs? We've got to keep count.
Number 3.
Okay, number 14, and we celebrate for Scott Pendlebury, the most ever touches in VFL AFL history. He goes short with this one back to Markov, who puts his finger up and says, I'm going long from 70 out to the top of the goal square. It's all Dogs. Treloar to Richards. He steps back inside. It's risky. Oh, it's chopped off by Adams. Tries the handball to Lipinski. Heaves the handball straight to the face of Callum Daniel. Lucky he was wearing a helmet. And then it's Bailey Dale. Ricochets back to him. Throws it on the boot. Kicks it out of bounds on the fall.
Well, I'll just ask this question. If Treloar's fit, why is he kicking the football? He's had 2 opportunities to kick the ball forward. He's elected to go back into traffic and hand pass it.
Here's Pendlebury. Possession 4 is a good one. Straight on the chest of Jamie Elliott. He marks on a 45-degree angle, 30 out. How's that for placement?
Just beautiful.
And 373 games of experience there. He put that there before Elliott had made the move.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I just had a go at Trelaw before. He just watched it go over his head. If you're going to go into the back line, know what you do have to do in the back line. So no matter of going in there and seeing what you look like, you've got to fill up a position.
I thought you were going to say 9,648 disposals worth of experience. Well on his way to the record tonight. Pendlebury now has a goal assist. Elliott doesn't let him down. Pies are in business. 19 minutes in. Collingwood 1 straight. The Western Bulldogs 3-1-19 with the hot start. The Dogs by 13 points. 19 minutes gone to the opening turn. Mick Bolthouse, Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Mick, you spoke about it before. Collingwood are generating the inside 50s. I think 9 to 7. But that was the first good entry probably for the Pies. A superb kick by Scott Pendlebury. Other end of the ground, the Dogs are looking super dangerous. But Collingwood are actually getting their chances inside forward 50.
And that's why this game's... It might be 3 goals to 1, but it's a long way short of any sort of conclusion.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Kel, just an observation. Fascinating watching Jeremy Howe. He came to the bench while Jamie Elliott was lining up that goal. Craig McRae, who was coaching from the sidelines, almost picked his brain for about a minute and a half during that stoppage, just to almost ask him what to do down back to stop the Dog goals.
Dogs by 13. They're breaking out of the centre here through Daniel, who started in that midfield. It's unable to be controlled and falls the Pies' way. Quaynor, beautiful kick. Hits up McCreary right in front of the interchange gates, and he's off. He has a dash. He looks into the pocket. There's a couple of Pies players launching there in Johnson and Hill, and in the end they spoil each other. A 2-on-2 contest, and it's the Dogs by 13. It'll be a boundary throw in deep in Collingwood's forward 50.
Did you have players like that, Mick, that you'd ask, hey, what's going on?
Well, when you're out there, there's just subtle things take place, and you just like to know from the more experienced players.
Dogs by 13, forward 50, stoppage, bursting onto it for Collingwood is Adams. Hooks a kick deep forward. Cox competes, it's whacked through. Gardner does well, rush behind. So 3-1 to 1-1. Collingwood starting to settle. 21 minutes in the opening term. The Dogs, the first 19 points of the game, they now lead by 12.
So Geray's taking all the time he has on his kicking duties from the northern end. He goes round the city side. Sees something he likes. Waitman launches right in front, but not paid the mark, and the ball dribbles over the boundary.
Just watching behind the ball now, or forward for Bulldogs, they're sending a forward of the play each time. So it was 2 Bulldogs against Darcy Moore. There, so and the ball doesn't get there, so it's not a problem, and Collingwood will fix it up. But they're just trying to test that Collingwood defence by always spitting a player
extra number
forward.
Out. Yes, yeah.
And there's a spinning ball back into play here at half forward for the Pies, but a pile of players grab it at the same time. So we throw it up. English launches, beautiful leap up over the top. Is it to advantage? No, it's not. Nick Dacus has got it. Oh, De Goey with the beautiful tap over to Adams, who had to really hack it. It was under the pump, and it's gone straight down the throat of Vandermeer for the Dogs. And here they go, running out of defence. Keith tried to give it back to Vandermeer. It's another turnover. Johnson handballs to Pendlebury. He's got it right smack bang in the centre of the ground. He looks for Jamie Elliott, who launches. And Elliott takes the mark in the left forward pocket for the Pies. And he's going to go back and line up for his second. There's only been 1 goal kicker tonight for the Pies, and it has been Jamie Elliott. In fact, it's Bobby Hill, rather. It's the orange boots that got me, Corby.
Well, it was the side of Pendlebury, but again, it was a muck-up by the Dogs coming out of defence. 1 hand pass too many, not a target in front. Pendlebury will make you pay every day of the week.
So, Bobby Hill, what a recruit he has been. 20 goals from his 15 games in black and white, but he never gives that one a chance. It's too skinny to the near side through for a behind. Dogs lead it by 11 points. They kicked the first 3, and it was Elliott with the only goal tonight for the Pies. Still,
doesn't it make a difference when you get a player just to get his eyes up and look down the field? Too many just think, I've got to give it to the person who's straight there in front of me. Pendlebury, and this comes with experience, eyes go up, he sees up the field, finds a free player inside forward 50.
Seen some trademark disposals from Scott Pendlebury tonight on a record-breaking night for him as Richards kicks the halfback. Geray, the target, had a collision in the air with Elliott, who was running back with the flight, and Elliott gives away the free. By the way, Bobby Hill, not just with the orange boots, also rivaling Jamie Elliott now for a few of those tattoos too, as he feels like every week we watch him, he's got a bit of extra work done, almost both sleeves covered. A long kick down the wing by Duray. Pack forms on the wing, and it spills out of bounds as English just gives a shove to Cameron. Boundary throw-in in front of the interchange gates. Dogs by 11. The cricket, by the way, through the ABC Listen app. If you want to find it, look out for the red cricket ball. Our first half hour of play on day 2. England 4 for 80. Joe Root, the man out for 19, dismissed by Pat Cummins.
English chaps it down. Well controlled by Crisp. Off to Noble. Quick hands to Adams. Ball slides off the side of his boot, but it might land favourably here. Lipinski had to really go back with the flight and get on his bike. He's marked it, and then he wedges the kick over the top. This is Jamie Elliott, and he's got it.
Well, Lingy, the last 7 or 8 minutes, Collingwood have just absolutely carved the Dogs apart with quick ball movement, but less numbers that can get you into trouble, whereas the Dogs have done the reverse, overuse, and lost it.
Correct. The Collingwood have created that turnover off the back of that overuse, haven't they?
That's it, totally. And they sweat on it.
Elliott on the City side, just a couple of steps in from the boundary. He crosses the 50. He's in good goal-kicking form. 5 last week against the Suns, and I've mozzed him on that kick. So he's got 1 goal, 1 for the night. He's the only goal kicker for the Pies. 1-3-9 now, Collingwood. The Dogs 3-1-19. It's a lead of 10 points.
Well, it's more of 10 points. 13 to 7 inside 50s, which is just remarkable how that's turned around.
Hurried kick back in from Dale to Duray. Pokes it down the boundary line. Gee, almost certain to go out. And somehow the Dogs keep it alive. West to Williams. A long kick up into the front half for the Bulldogs. Lob the target. Doesn't fly in the pack. Spills down towards Waitman. Sockers it out of mid-air inside the forward 50. Quaynor spills it. Live footy half forward for the Dogs. Waitman throws his body at it. Ricochets out to lob. He's tackled, dispossessed. Murphy off his knees. Extracts it for Collingwood. Hand pass to Quaynor. Short kick is chopped off. Here's Williams again between wing and half forward. Retreats by hand to Gardner. Surge kick inside 50. Noble underneath it. Juggled effort, no mark. Or then coat hammered by Jamara. And a free kick for John Noble, half-back for Collingwood. Dogs by 10 points, time on opening turn.
And watch them run and spread now. He kicks sideways to Mark, off he goes short to Moore. Mark's uncontested, the skipper. Brings it back inboard to Noble. Still in the defensive 50, they've got at the Pies. Trail by 10 points. 2 minutes to go before quarter time. Goes all the way back to Quaynor. Now they've got it on the City side. Handballs over the top to Mitchell. Wants to give it back to the run of Quaynor. Does, over-possessing it. Nick Dacos gets involved. Handballs to Mitchell. And now Murphy, Nathan Murphy. Running along the wing on the City side and delivering to Cameron. Too big and strong for English on that occasion.
Got the distance here too, Kel, if you want to.
Yes, right. Well, English is the man on the mark. He's about 50 and a half out. Instead, Cameron goes short to Jordan to go. He's got it further out in a tighter angle. He's a step in from the boundary. He's just going to wedge it into the air and ask Mason Cox to run and leap. He does. Got his hands to it. Treloar's able to mop up. Puts it on his left and has kicked it straight down the throat of Nathan Murphy. He was looking for Waitman, so another turnover here for the Pies. Can they make the Dogs pay? He goes short to Mitchell.
What a year he's having. His first year in the black and white stripes. Tom Mitchell. And a lefty just lays it up. Framped it in the pack, no mark, spills down to Elliott, took on the tackler, hand pass went to Williams. He's tackled, met hard by Adams. Hump says, I'll have it. Ball up, 25 out from the Collingwood goal. Tom Mitchell leads Collingwood in clearances, contested possessions and tackles. The 2018 Brownlow medalist. His new colours this year, ball up in front of the Pies goal, and would do it all again as the pack forms at the feet of the ruckman. Another ball up, 20 out from the Collingwood goal at the Lockett end.
In the final minute of play before quarter time, Bontempelli clears it. Treloar, who was tackled by Nick Dacos. Hill comes in and helps out the young champ. And Nick Dacos gets up. It'll be another ball up, time ticking down.
Another hand pass that just wasn't necessary.
English thumps it straight to Mitchell. Handballs behind him to Bobby Hill. Goes one way, then the other. It'll land here in the goal square. It's thumped through from Gardner. And it'll be a Dogs ball. Margin now 9 points. Dogs lead it.
Luke Beveridge hits the bench. Having a chat with Lockie McNeil as the first player he sees. Still 30 seconds to go before the end of this opening turn. Dale takes a while to step out of the goal square. He's off now. takes some ground and then looks for the boundary line city side. Hand on it from Crisp. Stays alive though. Ugle-Hagan, a little fumble, puts himself under the pump. Gang tackled. Says I'll have it.
Well, that's the first touch he's had, so at least he knows what it feels like. He didn't kick it or hand pass it, but he just hasn't been near it.
No.
Coming off such a game last week, Ugle-Hagan, arguably best of field in the win over Freo. From the restart, comes to Bontempelli, hurried kick forward. Quaynor gets rid of Waitman, takes the intercept mark. 10 seconds for Collingwood to make something of it. Kicks into the middle of Docklands. Noble marks, sweeping hand pass to Howe. Looks inside the forward 50, carries a little longer, chips it short, too late. Got it, Lipinski at centre half forward, but the siren beat him. Trying to shake the tackle of Norton, and that'll do us. At quarter time, it is the Western Bulldogs by 9 points. 3-1-19, they lead Collingwood 1-4-10. The Dogs scored the first 19 points of the game, and then Collingwood have had the 5 scoring shots since. So 3-1 to 1-4. Interesting start. 2 goals to Waitman. He kicked the first 2 of the match. 1 to Aaron Norton, and Jamie Elliott has the only goal for Collingwood. The thoughts of Nick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. Mark in Mentone says Collingwood and Premiership, isn't it all about timing? Are they peaking too early? Hawthorn and Geelong, they didn't mind losing a game or two in July and August. Brian in Fitzroy, the Friday foursome is a terrific team. I think we're really a fivesome with Tim Hodges, of course, maybe he forgot me. Maybe he's talking about you four, and I'm the 5th member. 2 fast and accurate callers, 2 really insightful special comments, guys. But is there any way we can sync the TV with the pictures? Well, if you've got a smart TV, you can pause it. You're a bit conflicted. I can't ask you, Cal, for advice on changing the television commentary, but you can sync up with the ABC Listen app if you just click on the AFL button. Match it with your TV, put that on pause, wait for them to match up, and you can enjoy our commentary while watching the pictures. Keep them coming. That's the SMS line, the thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. Dogs by 9 points on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and through the Listen app. This is Grandstand, AFL.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
So Cody Wakeman, who kicked a career best 6 goals here a couple of weeks ago against North Melbourne, and he curls it through for the opener. Dogs lead early.
Just forward of halfway, can pump the Dogs inside the forward arc. Looks for Jamara, hands to it, no mark, opposed to Moore. Falls down to Norton, taps it to Wakeman. Wakeman's got a couple.
Bailey Williams, he drives it long. Norton comes in from the side. He's taken the mark 30 metres out, 45-degree angle. He adjusts the headband, 3 steps on the left. He's got it.
He's Pendlebury. Possession 4 is a good one. Straight on the chest of Jamie Elliott. He marks on a 45-degree angle, 30 out. Well on his way to the record tonight. Pendlebury now has a goal assist. Elliott doesn't let him down.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Exciting game call, team. The effervescence emanating from the commentary box is palpable from Jazz in Kingston. The SMS line 0437 774 774. The cricket, you can hear it through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball. We're 20 minutes into play on day 2. England 4 for 87. That's our number, 4 for 87. Bairstow and Stokes at the crease. England trailing by 176. And I did get a message direct from our Grandstand AFL colleague, Chris Rowbottom. We're talking pre-game about Grant O'Brien, who's been appointed as the inaugural chair of the Tasmanian AFL team. I said, look, he played for a premiership at Penguin. Our former colleague, Al Nicholson, of course, is from Penguin. He's basically the mayor of Penguin nowadays. This from Chris. Al and Grant grew up on the same street.
There was only one street there.
You've been there, haven't you? Yeah, Al dragged you down there one day and you gave a
I loved it.
chat.
Yeah. They've got the new ground And this is it. This is remarkable. They've got a brand new ground with, like training grounds and sheds and halls and everything like that. The locals are saying, not going there. I said, well, when you go there? We used to walk to the other ground. This one means we have to get in the car and drive there. They don't really have to. It's only probably about a kilometre. But the other ground's at the back of right at the back of the town, which has only got one street. So no wonder they were born on the same street.
So it's not as much of a statistical anomaly as what I thought it would be. It's amazing they've come from the same place.
I've got a bit of licence there. Bit of licence. But no, it's a lovely little place.
Let me know what you thought of that opening quarter. Dogs by 9 points. Felt like the Dogs hot early and Collingwood found themselves as the quarter went on.
I'm going to steal a bit of your thunder here. The major difference, I know the Dogs are in front, but if we're going to look at the game in entirety, there's a bloke called Nick Dacos who'd used the ball very well. He's had 6 clearances. He's had 6 clearances. If he gets the ball from clearances, generally he's going to knock someone over with it. So it's only a matter of time, and the Dogs, if they don't do some work on him at particularly centre bounces, they're going to come unstuck. Right now, 15 to 9 inside 50s. And I think one call I said to you, Cal, was 9-7, and that's now gone to 9-13. So Collingwood have now starting to roll along. I'm not saying the game's when they're trailing, but the Dogs, if they've got to clear up the clearances, and they've got to make sure that they don't overhand pass the football to give Collingwood a chance to turn it over.
Because Collingwood, they bring that frontal pressure straight onto you. And you handball backwards, onto you again. And then handball backwards again because you're under the pressure, onto you again.
And you're in the goal square.
Exactly right. And at worst, you think, I've just got to get it out of here. So I quick kick it out. They turn up. And that's what happened in the second half of the first quarter.
Yep.
It did completely flip around. Territory battle, inside 50s, went all Collingwood's way. They didn't quite capitalise. 1 goal, 4. You're right about Nick Dacos, Mick. His movement at the stoppages is just superb to watch. And he ends up not only in the right spot, but he takes it so cleanly and comes out the other side. It really is impressive to watch. So, Dogs, you're right. They're scoring when they go forward. Their challenge is don't overuse the ball. Absolutely. Get it into your forwards.
Yeah, I'm just watching LeBont and Dacos go together.
Bulldogs by 9 points, start of the second term. 1 down in front of Pendlebury, soccers it off the deck, out to half forward. McCreary inadvertently knocks it closer to the boundary line, now becomes tackler on Poulter, his former teammate, and takes him out of bounds. A throw in. High half forward for Collingwood.
That was impressive by McCreary. That's a situation where you can tackle somebody and with momentum, head hits the ground.
Yes.
He ran along with him, keeping him up. A really clever way of tackling and protecting the opposition player.
Flick back in by the boundary umpire. Daniel. Handballs into space. Kind bounce for Josh Dacos. Goes with Markov, a little give and go, and then they try to overpossess it. Howe can't control it, and they concede over the boundary line. So boundary throw in half forward now for the Dogs. They're going to the northern end. Jamara Ugle-Hagan is standing in the goal square, and Nathan Murphy alongside him. Darcy Moore still standing alongside Aaron Norton. Twirling ball. Cameron assumes front position, dabs it down into space. Mitchell gets there first. Liberatore tackles in. Bontempelli picks it up. Over to Josh Dacos. Brilliant tackle. Absolutely brilliant by the Bont on Josh Dacos.
That was a great tackle.
It was, wasn't it? He's had a couple of moments already, the Bont.
Yeah.
Boundary throw in. Only about 25 around from the Dogs' goal.
He's had 5 tackles already in the game.
Wow.
And big ones. Yeah. Really stay stuck.
It's a game high. Bulldogs by 9 points. Boundary throw in here. Forward pocket for the Dogs. Kicking to the locket end. Both rucks with a hold of each other. They miss it completely. Crisp leaps up, knocks it down. English, hand pass to Jamara. Good tackle. Noble's got him. Ball held in.
Sorry, we're just waiting to see how many Collingwood players actually go into the back 50. Not many.
Cameron trying to hook it down. Passes Bontempelli. Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Handball to Crisp. Hand pass out wide for Noble. It was excellent last week against the Suns. Handball to halfback for Lipinski. Rolls onto his right boot. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Frampton up on the wing. No mark. Spoil from Gardner. Spills to Mitchell. Collingwood maintain possession. Hand pass back to Frampton. Wanted to give it by hand. Decides to kick it further afield. There's no one there. And Keith should get there first for the Dogs. Hands it away to Gardner and kicks a high ball down the wing, City side.
So high, in fact, it's hard to control. Waitman and Howard there. Waitman called for that to be out of bounds on the 4, and it was.
Did it come off a heel?
It must have, actually, off Noble. because the Dogs have emerged with the footy. The kick came from Gardner, and he's given it off to West. West takes off. Ugle-Hagan juggles the mark in the right forward pocket.
That's a great mark, given whatever kick that goes in there, because somehow or another, Collingwood player got caught up in that play on, and he was running next to
Riley West. And
Riley West.
And I'm not normally an advocate for the protected area being 50 immediately, but that is as clear as day. 50.
On Riley West.
In the right forward pocket, he's about 40 metres out. Ugle-Hagan's in goal kicking form. Set, shot, snap, 6 points. Turns to the Bulldogs fans, grabs hold of his jumper and shakes it in their direction. He's on the board tonight, and the Doggies have got 4. 4-1-25 to 1-4-10, the Pies. The margin is 15 points.
Well, this is why they started early too, Lingy. So it'll be interesting to see what's been learnt from that first quarter. The stoppages at the moment they've seemed to have cleared it up a little bit. Now, it's early days, so we'll have to see what does take place.
That's my worry. They are good at what they do at stoppages, the Bulldogs, but can they sustain it for an entire quarter when Libera and Bont might need a little rest? Can Bailey Smith or Jack McRae and that jump in there?
Well, they've got to be able to. They've done it in the past.
Exactly right.
They've got to stand up. They've got to get numbers. Collingwood have got numbers everywhere.
Western Bulldogs by 15 back in the middle. English wins the hit out down to Liberatore. Another centre clearance for the Dogs. Floats a kick to half forward. McNeil can't trap the half volley. Bailey Smith, clever, paddles it in the out of the air, or taps it out of the air down to Ugle-Hagan. His hand pass and turnover. Nick Dacos under pressure, kicks it forward to English. Turnover City at the moment here, gives it straight back. McCreary floats a hand pass down the wing to Cox. Sharp hands back to McCreary, can't handle it out of play. And a throw in between the wing and half forward for Collingwood.
Cool, we could just look up Cox's stats so far for the game. It'd be interesting to see.
He's had one handball and that was it.
Yeah.
So him and Frampton both didn't have a touch in that opening term.
They're key forward. Well, they're basically key forwards.
And Keith's going with him. He's got the job on Mason Cox tonight. English wins it at ground level, gives it to Treloar, off to Poulter, the former Pie. In his second game for the Bulldogs, kicks to a pack. Charging through was Noble, waiting for it at the back. He's had plenty of the Sherrin tonight. Off to Howe, quick hands. Look at this across half-back. Moore's involved. Gives it off to Markov, who's got some speed to burn and then delivers looking for Frampton. Spoiled down. Lipinski was there. Able to mop up. Dubs to a one-on-one in the pocket. Elliott!
Great mark.
Jamie Elliott, too strong in front of Duray. One-on-one, it was classic. Elliott's going to play on. He's going to roll around, and from 40 out, he misses to the near side. So Elliott now 1 goal 2 for the night. And Collingwood 1 goal 5 for the night. 1-5-11, trailing the Dogs 4-1-25.
Sharp kick out from Dale, finds Daniel still deep in defensive 50. Swings his kick out wide from McRae on the boundary line. His brother Finlay, an emergency again for Collingwood tonight. Jack out there for the Dogs. But what is his 113th consecutive game for Jack McRae? Finds Jamara, still defensive side of the wing. Superb kick, inboard finds English, who marks alongside the centre circles. He continues the shift on the diagonal out to the city side to West. Marks 60 from home, right half forward, kicks into the pocket. Norton! Up on the shoulders of Murphy, takes a hanger. Right forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
And well done, Jamar. That kick into the middle of the ground opened up everything. It meant that Norton, who'd made a lead this side, could stay on the move back to the open side of the ground, got a good run and jump at it, and used his number one skill, launching at the footy.
Norton across the body, hooks it through. He's got 2. And again, the Dogs start the turn like they've been shot out of a cannon. They move to 5-1-31, Collingwood 1-5-11. The Dogs now by a game-high 20 points. 7 minutes gone, second turn.
Well, we need 3-2 clearances. That's a big shift for a start-off. The clearances, Collingwood dominated the first quarter. And I know it didn't reflect in the scoreboard, but that trend continues. Collingwood win by heaps. That has now shuffled around a little bit. But the thing there, if you're going to transfer that ball's going to be transferred playing chess. You're going to get it across it and bring it back in really quickly. And that's exactly what took place.
The pace of the transfer was the key, wasn't it? Yeah. You think of that goal there, and you think of the goals they kicked in the first quarter. All the same way, aren't they?
Yeah, it is.
I was more fascinated, Mick, what was happening off the ball. There was a bit of a tussle between Mason Cox and Caleb Daniel They look weird.
I wonder who's going to win that, Kel.
Cox is 211 centimetres and just about tallest. Daniel's 171 and just about the smallest. There's 40 centimetres difference between them.
Get in under his reach. Couple to the ribs.
Back underway in the centre. Here is Caleb Daniel because the ball spills his way. He throws it on the boot. Markov juggles what... He couldn't take the mark. He dropped it, but he took off after it. Gave it to Josh Dacos. Delivers down the line beautifully to Johnson. He's got it on the City side. He's spearing it. Is that out of bounds on the full? No, just landed in. But was miles away. So that's a couple of missed kicks for Ash Johnson.
He's doing the hard part. He's actually marking the ball and getting on the move and worked really hard to get that one, but shanked it again.
Did you see his VFL clanger during the week?
No, I missed that one. Was it as bad as that or worse?
It was pretty bad. I'll describe it as one.
It wasn't out of bounds on the full, which means it's a boundary throw-in inside Collingwood's 50, but it's the Dogs that clear it away. Handball from McRae, gives to Bailey Smith, and up and under on the wing. Oh, Hugo Hagen flew. Gee, there were some leapers in that pack. The Bulldogs are just playing reckless here tonight. It's fantastic to watch. They're launching at everything. Norton, he's launched at a couple, he's kicked a couple, but this time he's gone for holding the ball. He picked it up. He's tackled by Darcy Moore, who's trying to wear him like a glove tonight. And the Pies skipper emerges with the footy.
You're spot on too, Kel, with that call, because right now, they're playing on the wing. They're not on the wing as positional, but that's where they are physically.
More short to Howe, keeps it low, getting down on his knees as Mitchell. Attacking side of the City wing. Puts the left arm up and says, I'm going to go into the left forward pocket, which is exactly where he goes. And going to ground was Mason Cox. I think that was the target, which means English is able to get it, kick it. Josh Dacos gets it, and West gets him. How good's this crowd here tonight? We're hoping to crack 50,000 for the first time in a decade, but they're right up in the nosebleed section. It's heaving under the closed roof.
5-1 to 1-5. That's the game at the moment. The Bulldogs by 20 points. Hurried kick forward from the stoppage. Down the wing, it bounces out of play off the boot of Riley West, so we'll have a boundary throw in on halfway. Ash Johnson.
Bit of a worry here for the Dogs. Sorry, Corbs. Looks like, is that Ryan Gardner?
Ryan Gardner just linking off with the trainer. Ash Johnson on the interchange. Got the footy, got a free kick, showed it to the opposition player, so hung the footy out saying, hey, look at me as I run away with it. Ended up slipping, got run down, got dacked, and caught holding the ball in the process.
Okay.
Which wasn't the finest moment out in Frankston for him last week. The Dogs win it from the boundary throw-in. McRae hand pass away to Daniel, running down the boundary line, City side, kicks inside 50, Waitman slips over. And Quaynor with the intercept mark. Oh, dangerous switch. Trying to hit it to half-back. Williams had to break it up for the Dogs. Hits the deck. Hoskin Elliott grabs it. Williams, superb tackle. Holds the footy to him and a ball up half forward for the Dogs. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, Ryan Gardner straight down to the rooms with a left ankle. He could barely put any weight on it as he went down the race, so he'll have it restrapped and hopefully get back into this game.
They'll jab it up, Timmy, let me tell you.
Back underway. We're inside 50 here for the Bulldogs. Quaynor's got up Hoskin Elliott. It's pinballing around in there. Waitman on all fours. Now Daniel comes in and three Pies jump on top of him. And it won't be coming out of there. Just right on the arc. We'll have a ball up. Let's get back to Tim Hodges.
Hey, Kel, the most frustrated I've ever seen Craig McRae probably in his time at Collingwood. It just went through so many points with the runner before. The runner actually had to get notes before he went out to Darcy Moore. So I'm sure Mick's had that in his time.
Handball City here for the Dogs. They're well on top as Liberatore sends to the top of the goal square. It was Waitman that flew. Hugo Hagen tackles Murphy and asks the question right at the top of the goal square. The umpire says nope. So he'll toss it in the air.
As your runner ever said, hang on, Mick, I've just got to get a pen and paper.
It didn't matter, they just made it up. Years later, I found that out.
Ball up, comes down to Quaynor.
30 years of wasted breath.
But chuck it up again. Top of the goal square for the Dogs. English down to Daniel, got a leg free, shoots goalward but misses.
This is Robbie Wiley. I hope he's listening.
Robbie Wiley was the
Bulldogs by 21. 12 gone, second turn.
The Pies move it quickly. They've got it on the City wing. Howe's involved, off to Chris, but now the run of Markov. He has speed to burn. Getting down low is Johnson. How's the kick? Just wedges it safely to Adams. And one of the vice-captains for the Pies is going to line up. He's going to back himself in. Is he? No, he thought about giving it off. Has he stepped off his line?
Surely the bloke on the mark is already restricted. If someone makes a go to play on, they've got to call play.
So lobs the man on the mark. He turned around to the umpire straight away to say, can I go? Can I go? And he said no. So Taylor Adams says, thanks. I'm going to back myself in and have a set shot.
Distance is questionable.
Yeah, it is. Crook groin. Yeah.
Right on 51 metres. He runs around, opens it up. He's got the accuracy. Oh, there's a launch on the line. It's either a goal or an Ash Johnson mark. And it's been paid the mark to Johnson. Corbin told us a few minutes ago he might not be able to kick at the moment, but he's definitely got good, strong hands anywhere he's around those big sticks.
I watched the clip, Corb. Very funny from last week. Let's hope he makes a bit better effort here.
Can he settle here? Top of the goal square. To get him back within 15. He's got it. Right in front of the Pies cheer squad, and he throws both arms up to say, yep, let's go.
There's an injury problem with that Gardner. See, Gardner stays in the he's all over that because he might be the greatest kick, Gardner, but what he can do, he can defend better in the air than what he has done in the last, say, his early 3 or 4 years. He's become very good.
So just their second goal for the night, 2-5-17 Collingwood, trailing by 15. The Dogs 5-2-32, Cameron Ling.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mick, because in that, I reckon they rolled Bailey Dale back just quickly trying to get something there. O'Donnell looks like he's going to take Johnson here, but very, very inexperienced and gets lost in the air. It really only leaves Keith as the one with the height and the size, and he's on Mason Cox.
That's
so
right.
He's undersized to Cox.
Yeah.
Dogs by 15 on the back of the Johnson goal. Lobb doing the ruck work, wins the hit out. Treloar trying to soccer it forward, had a windy, spills to Adams. He kicks it back the other way. To Goey, in the hunt for the footy, puts his head over it, wins it. Hand pass, went to Lobb, he fumbles. Comes out to Liberatores. Bulldogs back with it. Hand pass to Dale, handball out wide to Williams. And quick hand pass back to Lobb. Squeeze the kick wide, Frampton breaks it up, spoils. Dale keeps it inside the boundary line. They threads a hand pass to Treloar, clever. Weaves it through to Williams. Heads to half forward, the kick finds McNeil. Plays on, looks for Ugle Hagan, who marks in the pocket. And Jamara's got it, tight angle. A metre in from the boundary line.
That play on the wing, just superb. Superb play. That's when you can overhand pass to get the ball clear, and they did, the Dogs.
Couple of multiple goal kickers already tonight. Jamara to make it 3. He's hit the post. Behind. Dogs by 16. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, Ryan Gardner straight back from the room, straight back on the ground. So relief for the Dogs. They've got their help down back.
And straight to Ash Johnson. Exactly right. Thanks for that, Hodgie. They've got that height back there they need.
So Jeremy Howe, he's wearing that long sleeve on that left arm that he broke. He kicks it in, looking for Cox. Great handball. Back over his head, although the kick from Hoskin Elliott's because of the tackle has gone straight to O'Donnell, and then O'Donnell's kick inside 50 has been chopped off by Nathan Murphy. Wants to play on quickly. He kicks sideways off to Moore. Moore draws the defender in Jamara. Off to Quaynor, who's got speed. He takes on the speed of Jamara. Moore's getting involved again. Quaynor keeps on running. Could have run into Bailey Smith. He didn't. He's kicked it straight to the opposition instead in Ed Richards.
They've got to hurt him on turnover here, the Dogs. Collingwood are out of position.
Richards used the corridor to Liberatore, back short to Richards. Oh, he thought about the handball, and he does to Lobb, a little indecisive, gives it off to Daniel. Daniel pierces that pass to Waitman, who's 45 out, dabs it into the pocket, and Ugle Hagan's got it again.
Well, Liggy's call was fantastic because the Dogs had +1 in their side, their front 50. It's very hard then for the Collingwood defenders to actually find the most logical target, and they picked the wrong one.
Now, he's had 2 shots for misses, if I'm right, in this right forward pocket at the northern end. And this is the tightest angle of them all. Can he strike through on his third attempt on the left? You bet he can. He's got 2. And the margin's out by 22. 6-3-39 to the Pies, 2-5-17.
Mick, at quarter time, you spoke a lot about the clearances and the fact Nick Dacos was dominant. Collingwood really got the game back on their terms in the second half of the first quarter through the clearances. 10-2, the Bulldogs way this quarter.
Yeah, and that's got to be maintained though, Lingy. We're only halfway through the quarter statistically, 9 minutes to go. When I say statistically, sorry, the full 20 minutes. So halfway through, this is where about the period when when the Pies start to take over the game, because they can maintain it, because they can keep changing that midfield. That's the test of the Dogs, not only the stoppages, but who they can put through there.
What a quarter he's having. Jamari Ugle-Hagan, you also mentioned he was a little quiet in that opening term, and yet he's had it on a string in his second quarter.
Yeah,
4 marks, 2 goals, 1. What a season he's having, just his 3rd year in the big time. Out of the middle, De Goey roped it superbly, drives it forward for Collingwood. Over the top goes Giray, waiting at the back. Johnson into the open goal and whacks it up into the land of the lost. He's kicked 2. Collingwood answers straight back. The Bulldogs by 16, 18 minutes gone in the second term. Collingwood moved to 3-5, the Bulldogs 6-3. And while we're doing score updates, the number 87 struck, by the way. It was 5 for 87, Bairstow out for 12. Stark the wicket, England 5 for 96.
Yeah, well, I just got a quick call that said, could they tell Lingy to bite his tongue, because the Dogs were dominant in the stoppages, but that ball comes straight out of the centre by De Goey. On the move, and every Dog flew for it. Not one stayed down, which is a mistake for start off. And of course, Johnson's out the back, and there's the goal. But that you're right about that. The fact that the stoppage is so crucial. And about this stage, last quarter, Collingwood took over.
So goal for goal. It's a real arm wrestle in this second term after a sharp start from the Dogs. They got out to a 19-0 lead. Now it's 39-23. Taking it out of the centre is the Pies. Chris breaks the tackle. Handballs over to De Goey. Back to Chris. A little give and go. Throws it on his left. Top of the goal square. In front was Gardner. Doesn't take the mark. Gets it down to ground level. Giray tackled to the turf. Is that a dangerous tackle, umpire?
It was in the back.
By Taylor Adams. And the umpire says, no, it'll be a ball up. Came in from the side. Looked like a dumping action. Cameron's got it. In the air and now at ground level, surrounded by Bulldogs. Bontempelli picks it up. His kick runs into Bobby Hill, who kicks it. Now it's in the goal square. Frampton back to Hill. Can he dribble it through from one side to the other? He couldn't get enough curl on that Sharon to get it through. It was the toughest of ankles, only a few metres out. Dogs by 15.
Ed Richards, short kick to Bontempelli. Swings a hand pass back to Richards off the back flank. Kicks wide. Poulter takes the mark just in front of Quaynor, trying to break it up. Hand pass away to Daniel. Kicks up into the front half for the Bulldogs. Ugle-Hagan gets there on the bounce. Fend off to Noble. Kicks deep inside 50. McNeil takes the sprawling mark.
Yeah, it's moving.
Jamari Ugle-Hagan, the collect. The hand straight into the chest of John Noble, and then the delivery to link up with his small forward, Lockie McNeil, and he'll have a shot. 30 out, just left of centre.
Again, that ball movement from the Bulldogs. When they can get through, it works. Jamari Ugle-Hagan, as you guys have called, just having a huge influence this quarter. Great play.
Superb ball movement to back it up. Lachlan McNeil lets him down.
He leant back on that.
Terrible.
Not a nice finish at all for the Dogs. Out to the right and behind. Bulldogs lead it by 17 points on the back of the 16 points on the back of the McNeil behind. 6-4 to 3-6. Time on second term. Dogs by 16.
And Darcy Moore, socks down, orange boots, black headband. He's got it in front of the Bulldogs cheer squad. Drives it long. They fly in the air. It comes down, spills away of Waitman. Throws it on the boot. Lob's going to contest in the air. At ground level, Murphy knocks it down. Treloar gets it. They've got him. Umpire says holding the ball. That was hot. He took them on, and Murphy's going to be rewarded. Having a good go, Nathan Murphy. Uses Noble. Noble gives it back to Murphy and then gets it again and kicks sideways to Markov. Quaynor runs around behind him, calling for it. He's ignored and goes short to Howe instead, who's got it right on the edge of the centre square. Bontempelli, the man on the mark.
Collingwood just trying to set something up on this side of the ground, but the Dogs have covered it really well.
They have, haven't they?
So Howe's got it. He's going to kick to the city wing, where Markov marks in front of Lob. Just slowing it down. Dogs by 16 points. Goes to centre half forward, and English just rises high, and it was really easy pickings for the Bulldogs ruckman.
But that whole system for the Dogs there was excellent. They stopped Collingwood doing what they wanted to do, get the ball to this open side of the ground, covered it, long kick, bit of a nothing kick, English marks it. That was really well played.
English to Keith, to Giray, long kick over halfway, turnover. Murphy takes the intercept mark.
Yeah, it was an amazing kick, but he just didn't seemed to
lace out to Murphy, wasn't
well,
it?
It was. He just seemed to kick it between his two teammates.
At a 5-metre radius from anyone else on the ground, Murphy's. He goes long down to half forward, carries the pack. Giray gets another go. Hurried handball to Richards, hand pass to Treloar. Kicks the Bulldogs back forward. Waitman leaping up, can't quite take the mark. Knocked away by Quaynor. Dogs stay on it. McNeil, hand pass to McRae. Hand pass in the middle of Docklands to Bontempelli. Trying to get back on his left side, can't. Hand pass wanted McNeil. Pack forms behind him, trying to burst his way through. And held up after all that.
He's getting a free kick over the shoulder.
Well, it's coming to Vandermeer. He was tackled front on by Moore. There were two Collingwood players that converged on him in Moore and Crisp with the gang tackle, and in the end, Leith Vandermeer is going to get the kick.
Yeah, that's their
fourth umpire.
I reckon you're right, Mick. It was from someone else, but the arm across was there from Darcy Moore. While Vandermeer was trying to win the ball and go through the ball, we've got to protect that.
He's going to pass it. 55 out at centre half forward. Ugle-Hagan the target.
Wow.
Contested grab in front of Murphy. Bursting out on the lead. Found a bit of grass, led into it and plucks it 30 out right half forward.
Well, that's an amazing one. He's improved out of sight, this kid. There was always this little question, was he going to be hard enough and did he work hard enough?
The work rate was the question, wasn't it? But he's got that now.
Well, he has, but what about his attack on the ball and his sticky hands?
Looks like an accurate drop punt away from being just about the best forward in the game his third year. Jamara Ugle-Hagan moves in, set shot, misses. Near side.
And easily.
What's he got for the year? 26 behinds, 22 goals. What might have been? Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The Pies are a man down at the moment on the bench. Corbin, Will Hoskin-Elliott. It's been about a minute with the doctor, and then the doctor and the physio have both taken Hoskin-Elliott down to the rooms.
There's more on the kick-in. It was beautifully set up for Cameron. Spoiled from behind. Cameron's going to get it again, although he's tackled over the line. And it'll be a boundary throw in, half back for the Pies. So we've got 4 and a bit to play in this opening half. And the Dogs lead it by 17 points. Pies have not been in front at any stage of this contest. Spinning ball back in. English with the arm down to McRae, to Treloar. It's a bouncing ball over the head of West. Crunched in there was McNeil by Quaynor. West doesn't keep it in play. And so it'll be a boundary throw in. 25 around.
The other thing with Jamara too, his draft year was 2020 of the COVID year, so he didn't play underage footy. First year out only played 6 games because of his underdevelopment the year before. So you could argue this is really only his second full year of proper footy.
You're right, spot on.
It's amazing what he's doing at 21 to have 22 goals already and 26 behinds in the year.
2 goals, 2 here tonight. He kicked 4 goals here last week in that win over Fremantle. And the ball's going nowhere. Now we've gone from a boundary throw in to a ball up. Still inside 50 here for the Dogs. Josh Dacos slips over. Bailey Smith handballs, keeps it inboard. And only as far as Noble. Kicks around his body, kicks up towards the Bulldogs bench. Bailey Dale's able to swoop, gather, handball straight to John Noble. So there's another turnover. He goes inboard, uses Lipinski, and now De Goey. Pendlebury off to Nick Dacos, who arches the back on his left. Puts it out in front of his teammate in Johnson. It was a great spoil by Gardner. Spills the way of Vandermeer. Tackles affects the kick. Umpire says it's going back to the Dogs.
It's a push. It's not downfield yet. They've just realised it's got to go back to the point where he's pushed.
Vandermeer takes it by hand to McRae. Hand pass to Dale. Wanted to go. Closed down. Back to McRae. Short kick to Treloar. Between wing and half forward. Lays a hand pass out to Liberatore. He can put it inside 50. Ugle-Hagan flies at the footy. No mark. Traps it at ground level. Tunnel ball out the back to English. Hand pass to McNeil. Handball to Waitman. Waitman throws his arms back. Wanted a free. Not forthcoming. Murphy had it. Lost it in the tackle. And Pendlebury just says, get it out of here as he tumbles a kick along the boundary line. And out of play. And the ump says, spin it in. The boundary throwing. High half forward for the Dogs.
So I was just talking to Lingy about Nick Dacos, and he's had such a great first quarter, but he's hardly been sighted this quarter. Trying to pick up who's actually working on him. It'll be Liberatore.
So it's flicked back in. Ground ball. Socket off the ground by Treloar in the direction of Lobb. He's tackled as he picks it up.
Pendlebury up to 9, by the way, Kel, so we need 13 to break the record, 12 to equal Robert Harvey. So still 2.5 minutes to go in this quarter. It'll probably be the second half now.
Deep in the attacking zone for the Dogs. Tossed up in the air. Cameron does well. Waitman with a big tackle on Noble. Umpire doesn't blow his whistle at all. Darcy Moore's got it. Nick Dacos handballs over the top to Markov. They're going round the city side. Down the wing they go. McCreary's handballed it to himself. And he's continued on. He's scooped it up. He's given it off to Chris. McCreary's kept running. Ash Johnson's got it now. He's going to kick it to Bo McCreary. He closes to 45. He could have gone for goal. It would have been goal of the year. Instead, he's given it off to his teammate and Jamie Elliott, who was off. The umpire says no, he wasn't. Keith throwing his arms up in the air and saying, what's going on? Jamie Elliott says, no, I might have been running back with the flight, but I'm going back and I'm kicking a goal anyway. Coast to coast for the Magpies. How good was Bo McCreary? From down back, he just kept running. Handballed to himself, kept running, got it back, closed inside 50. Could have gone for goal of the year. Got it off for Jamie Elliott. Looked like he played on. That's what the Dogs fans were asking the question for, and they finally stopped him. He went back and went a set snap, and they've closed to within 11.
Yeah, great play. That was as good a play. Well, you don't see that. You don't see people hand pass to themselves and keep running on it because someone's going to be quicker than him when you carry the footy, but no one was quicker.
No, and you love the fact his intent was just, let's keep it alive. Let's keep it, give ourselves a chance. Might not work perfectly. A lot might just take the safety of the boundary line there. Superb work by McCreary. Cal, you were spot on too with the kick. He could have blazed away after all that work. Passed it off nicely to his teammate.
Bulldogs by 11. Quarter follows a similar theme to the first as we close in on quarter time. The Dogs turn early, Collingwood's turn late. Here's Collingwood, here's Pendlebury for Collingwood. His 11th touch of the night to Nick Dacos by hand. Out to Goey, back to Nick Dacos. Hand pass forward to Goey, he overruns it. And now has to lay a tackle on the Dogs player, sliding in behind him, a ball up city wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, the fatigue in this half is amazing. It's just been up and back for an hour and also across from boundary to boundary. Jack McRae just came off after that Elliott goal. As soon as he got over the boundary line, sunk to his knees. Absolutely exhausted, these players.
From the restart, Libba, hand pass to Treloar, Tripolta, who kicks it forward, and Quaynor takes the intercept mark. Half back for Collingwood, hand pass to Noble, swings it across the half back line, and Markov takes it at half back, long kick to Josh Dacos on the wing.
Look at the run and spread, they got loose players everywhere. He goes further down to Bobby Hill. Josh Dacos kept running, receives the handball, delivers to Jamie Elliott. This has been a magical couple of minutes for the Pies.
Started with that great mark from Isaac Quaynor, and then the awareness to know where his teammates were, where his numbers were, and got it out here really fast to the interchange bench side of the ground. And then the forwards had plenty of options to be able to make a few little moves on their opponent. And Jamie Elliott was the one.
Red hot in red time, these Magpies. Slow starts in both quarters. Jamie Elliott right on 50. We're right behind him in the commentary box. He kicks that with purpose. He knew as soon as it struck his red-orange boot. The orange boot is red hot, I should say, and they close within 5 points. Elliott with his third, 5-6-36. The Dogs 6-5-41. Their biggest lead was 22 points earlier this quarter. And Collingwood closing late. We've only got a few seconds to play before half-time.
Well, a superb set shot of goal.
I'm going to be really critical here of Treloar. His teammates nominated him to go to a Collingwood player just to not let him be the next receiver. He didn't go, was the next receiver, and he kicked that receiver then kicked it to Elliott, who kicks the goal. When your time comes, you must push across, and that's the difference between if the Dogs want to be in the top four, that's going to be the difference, first and fourth.
5-point lead now for the Western Bulldogs, as Cal said, what was once 22. Treloar out of the middle, kicks it forward, but Josh Dacos off the wing is back to take the intercept mark. His kick and turnover as well. Daniel intercepts, hand pass to Liberatore, heads to half forward, lob the target, crunched by Moore with the spoil, and that'll do us. Half-time at Docklands. One team playing to defend top spot, the other looking for a place in the top four. And the Bulldogs, who have led from start to the half, they led by 22 points. They led it by just 5 at half-time. It is the Western Bulldogs 6-5-41, Collingwood 5-6-36. The Bulldogs by 5 points. Entertaining tussle, similar theme in both the first and the second terms. Collingwood finishing late The goal kickers has lots of multiples. In fact, every goal kicker in the match has got multiple goals. For the Western Bulldogs, 2 each for Ugle-Hagan, Waitman and Norton. While for Collingwood, Jamie Elliott has 3 and Ash Johnson has the other 2. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
And there's breaking news here as well with Collingwood. We spoke about Will Hoskin-Elliott going down to the rooms. The doctor came back from the rooms without Hoskin-Elliott, and the substitution form has just been put in. So I'd expect Trent Bianco will start the second half in the game, his first game of the year for the Magpies, and it certainly looks like Hoskin-Elliott will be out.
Oh, that's big news on the stroke of half-time. Thanks, Hodgie. So the sub imminent for Collingwood. Half-time at Docklands, the Western Bulldogs by 5 points. They lead at 6-5-41, Collingwood 5-6-36. Pies with the last 3 of the game. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling at half-time on Grandstand AFL.
Again, Mick, we see a quarter where we go, okay, the Western Bulldogs are a good football team. They can play some really good football, and they're good when they're good around the clearances, when they take it forward, and they've got a young forward who's taking a big leap this year. Jamara Ugle-Hagan, he had a big influence. But then we also saw the fact that they can't quite sustain it for an entire quarter against the very best team. Collingwood were under the pump, were struggling because of a good Bulldogs team, and they backed themselves to play all the way to the 30th, 31st minute of that quarter, and they get those goals.
2 late goals, yeah.
That's Collingwood can keep going. But when the Dogs were good, they were very, very good in that quarter.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree with you, Lee. And whether it was by design or not, and I half suspect it was, the Dogs recognised a weakness in that first quarter, and that was certainly their stoppages, and Nick Dacos. That closed up to the point where right now clearances are 22-19, so that goes in favour of the Dogs, and they had such a big quarter in that they had something like...
Well, they were 10-2 up at one stage.
Yeah, they were 10-2. Well, it's still...
I think it ended up 14-8 in that quarter, so Collingwood closed it a bit late.
Again, late. Yeah. Late again. Everything is coming late with Collingwood. That's why I think sides generally at three-quarter time start to worry, and that's made more by... It's like the fish you catch, you know. It's a £3 at the time. You 3 months later, it's £6, and everyone believes you. So I reckon the football world start to think, oh, you know, if we're not 5 in front of Collingwood, we can't beat them. So you almost don't psychologically, and this is where good sides will go, no, we're going to stand up to this, and we've got to put some pressure on. Now I reckon the Dogs certainly did that for a lot of that quarter, albeit they didn't score. They didn't score enough for the possessions they had. Collingwood go down to their forward line only 9 times and they score 4 goals.
And that Western Bulldogs forward line, which has probably been the one over the last few years, you go, okay, really good midfield. Defence, admittedly, a work in progress at times over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
The forward line, can they find enough goals? What's the connection like with that good midfield? We see what it can be, and we see Jamara Ugle-Hagan making that leap, as I said. Cody Waitman kicks 2 goals in the first quarter. Still working really hard and putting a lot of pressure on the ground level. Can't quite find a goal. Aaron Norton got the goal in that quarter with some good movement, good strong grab. Can Aaron Norton now
add on?
Take a bit more of a jump and go, okay, all the focus of Collingwood is now on Jamari Ugle-Hagan because of his influence in that second quarter. Can I bob up and kick 2 goals and set up 3 more for my team for the remainder of the game? Can Cody Waitman find another goal and set up 2 himself?
Yep.
And Jamara maybe only needs to find 1 then, and you get a couple from your midfield. And the good play that they've been doing then gets capitalised on.
The other guy is Rory Lobb.
I've almost written him. I don't rate him full stop.
Rory Lobb now has not had over 6 kicks in a game of footy in 9 weeks. He's their recruit from Fremantle, obviously, last year. He's had 2 kicks in the first half.
Well, you know what he should do? Go and get his hair blonde again, because that's what he wore on last year and seemed to have some impact.
He didn't have an impact last year.
No,
he never has an impact in a game.
No, he has the big days where he kicks 4 or 5 goals, and that's it. But let's go back to that forward line you're talking about there, Corby and Lingy. We've only mentioned really 2 or 3. We only mentioned 3 players that can kick goals, and this is where we've got. And we know that Mychick's not playing, so let's forget who's not playing. Elliott, they've only got 2 goal kickers, but the others look dangerous. Whereas if you looked at the Dogs, several of their other players have had shots and never even looked like it. This is where...
And it's interesting where it has changed. We talked about how many... I think he's been targeted, Jamara, 46 times compared to Norton 26 times.
Yeah.
But previously, when they targeted Norton more, it was the same criticism. It was so predictable going inside 50 that it only looked like one guy was going to kick the goals.
But no one else is putting their hands up.
Yeah.
And I say he's kicking to lob, as Lingy said, because he's just not catching the football.
Yeah.
And he hasn't got. It's not as if he's got some giant on him. He's just got a player who can run and jump on it. But if you lead out, you stop players who run and jump. You take them out of the game by leading onto the football because they can't run and jump at you.
And can I say, as a midfielder, you are just drawn by movement.
Yeah.
When you're under pressure, you're feeling the heat of a good opposition midfield. They're coming at you. You are just immediately, your eyes are, I see a teammate, a forward, moving. He's who I'm kicking the ball to. At the moment, it's Ugle-Hagan who is on the move. So all of those Bulldogs midfielders are just drawn. That's where I want to go. So Lob has to get moving. He has to be that other target that when Ugle-Hagan and Norton are covered, he has to be leading, lead, on the move. And then occasionally, when your teammate's under a whole heap of pressure, and all he's going to do is bang the ball on the boot and kick it high and stand there and compete.
But he's been around football long enough, though, Lingy. So what we're getting with Lob is what, it's probably, that's him.
Yeah.
It's where I'm saying is West, Bontempelli, Smith, they've got to get involved in the scoring. And it's got to be goal scoring. Points are, sometimes they're useful, I suppose, but by and large...
Bailey Smith's the one for me that I remember we together, this team working on a Friday night last year, seeing Bailey Smith just completely take over games and amazing. He's had 5 touches tonight. He obviously hasn't kicked a goal, and he hasn't really looked like kicking a goal.
At 20, at efficiency rate at 20%.
20%, yeah. So is he a little lost in the role he's playing, or is he just simply out of form?
What are they doing with him? Are they trying to play him off a half-forward flank, or what?
I don't know.
Feels like we haven't seen him last year he was eye-catching on the wing, and he sort of played a little bit on the ball a bit more, but...
So the question perhaps is, are they trying to teach him what we've called, because he's been at the best at it, the dusty role?
Yep.
And he doesn't quite get it yet. Jordan De Goey has now become Collingwood's dusty role and doing it really well, but it took him probably 12 or 18 months of understanding exactly what it is, and so maybe that's what they're trying to do. So
it's also the other thing where he hasn't had a great year, so maybe he's out there because he hasn't been playing well, so it's sort of the other way around.
Well, that's more like it. The other thing is it's mix and match. Sometimes you might have all these names, but they can't work together. Like I would be very nervous by having Treloar in the middle with a bloke like Smith if they decide that they're going to go and hunt the football and forget about defence. So that's 2 down. Liberatore's going to be in and under. Bontempelli's made fantastic tackles, but he's not exactly a great chaser because he hasn't got leg speed. So, and Caleb Daniels now gone in there and probably been more creative. So Smith now finds himself, am I a winger, am I a half forward, am I going to go on the ball? Somewhere along the line, I said about standing up. This is the Dogs now. I thought the Dogs are probably in the better side, but they're only just in front. They've lost the last 8 minutes in the first quarter and lost the last 5 minutes in the second quarter. And lost them badly. That's what's got Collingwood back in the game from their kicks, Johnson and Elliott. But I'd be throwing the gauntlet down to Smith and saying, righto, listen, it's got to be you. You've got to make it happen and put him in the middle and put him up against some of these blokes like De Goey or against even Nick Dacos.
Interestingly, Collingwood have had 10 players that have at least a clearance. The clearance number's about even. Yeah. Collingwood, the Western Bulldogs, their 22 clearances have come from 6 players. So it's the same kind of guys with numbers in that area. Dogs by 5 points at half-time. In the cricket, it is drinks. At the halfway stage of the first session on day 2, England 5 for 102, so they trail by 161 on first innings. The 2 men out today, Bairstow for 12, dismissed by Mitch Stark, and Joe Root for 19. Cummins got his wicket. If you want to follow along, you can do so through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball. Second half action around the corner. Bulldogs by 5 points on Friday night footy. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Clive Hunton. The Australian Council of Social Service says the former coalition government failed to recognise the severity of its robo-debt scheme on everyday Australians. Over 4 years, the scheme falsely accused over 500,000 welfare recipients of owing debts. The final report from the Royal Commission into robo-debt has made 57 recommendations, including the referral of unnamed individuals for criminal and civil prosecution. The head of ACOS, Cassandra Goldie, says the harm caused by robo-debt can't be overstated.
This abuse of power hit people at a time when they were facing their hardest reality. They came to government for help, and instead what they faced was the terror of being pursued, in some cases relentlessly, for debts that they clearly did not owe.
Meanwhile, several key figures have released statements in the wake of the robo-debt report. Celissa Siganto has details.
Former Prime Minister Scott Morrison served as Social Services Minister in the early days of the scheme. He's flatly rejected the Commission's findings that he didn't meet his ministerial responsibilities. Mr Morrison says that's wrong, unsubstantiated and contradicted by clear documentary evidence. Former Cabinet Ministers Alan Tudge and Stuart Robert have also defended their involvement. They say they haven't been notified of any inclusion in the report's sealed section for referral for further investigation.
New South Wales Police say 2 men were targeted in a shooting in Sydney. Paramedics treated the men at the hairdressing salon in Marrickville for gunshot wounds before taking them to hospital. Superintendent Despa Fitzgerald says the men are known to police.
One male, 33 years of age, was shot in the buttocks area. The other male, 20 years of age, was shot in the chest.
2 teenage boys are being questioned by police over yesterday's huge fire in Melbourne's CBD. Beth Gibson reports.
A 13-year-old and 15-year-old were arrested at Southern Cross Station this afternoon after a major fire broke out in a vacant building site on Clarendon Street yesterday. Dozens of crews were called to the fire, which sent plumes of smoke over the city and caused traffic to close in both directions. Nobody was injured in the blaze. Investigators are currently talking to the 2 boys and say they aren't looking for anyone else at this stage. A section of Clarendon Street will stay closed until it's deemed safe.
The West Australian government will destroy high-powered firearms obtained through the state's buyback scheme. Guns and ammunition designed to shoot over long ranges and capable of piercing armour plating are outlawed as of this month. So far, 280 guns have been bought back by the government, surrendered, altered or sold outside the state. Police Minister Paul Papalea says the state government spent just over $1 million buying prohibited firearms from their owners.
I did inquire with the federal government as to whether we might be able to send them to Ukraine to be used, because many of them are military-style firearms, sniper rifles. Doesn't look like that'll be able to happen, so they'll be destroyed.
South Korea says Japan's plan to release treated wastewater from the Fukushima power plant into the ocean meets international standards. North Asia correspondent James Oaten has more.
There's concern in South Korea, China and the Pacific about Japan's proposals to soon start releasing treated wastewater from the Fukushima power plant. This week, the International Atomic Energy Agency said the proposals meet international standards and would have a negligible impact on the environment. South Korea says it now agrees with the nuclear watchdog. It also carried out its own scientific analysis of the discharge plan and noted improvements in the filtration system since 2019. The IAEA is now speaking with concerned parties about its findings. James Oaten, ABC News, Tokyo.
Ukraine's military says it's shot down 12 explosive drones in the latest overnight attacks by Russia. Maya Navada reports.
Kyiv says a total of 18 drones were fired in the strike, which targeted the country's east and south. Wreckage from one of those shot down fell on a car driving along a highway in the Dnipropetrovsk region, killing the 2 men inside. Meanwhile, in the western city of Lviv, authorities have halted the rescue operations for victims of a Russian strike on a residential building earlier this week. In total, 10 people died in the attack and 45 were injured, including 3 children. City officials have declared 2 days of mourning in honour of the victims.
Meanwhile, the European Union says it will give more than $820 million to help boost the production of ammunition for Ukraine. And that's ABC News.
The Australian goldfields were a tough place for women.
But for these two sisters,
This is a bloke's toilet.
Well, your objection has been noted.
it's a wealth of opportunity.
So what's the plan?
We're going to find rich, dumb husbands.
Preferably old, so they die soon.
If they can escape their past.
Focus, it's me.
You are mistaken. I am from Paris.
New ABC comedy, Gold Diggers.
Eureka! Just kidding.
Starts Wednesday, July 5 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Because the Dogs have emerged with the footy. The kick came from Gardner, and he's given it off to West. West takes off. Ugle-Hagan juggles the mark. In the right forward pocket, he's about 40 metres out. Ugle-Hagan's in goal kicking form.
Mark 60 from home, right half forward, kicks into the pocket. Norton! Up on the shoulders of Merton, he takes a hanger. Norton across the body, hooks it through. He's got two.
Daniel pierces that pass to Wakeman, who's 45 out, dabs it into the pocket, and Ugle-Hagan's got it again. And he strikes through on his third attempt on the left. You bet he can.
Out of the middle, De Gea, he roped it superbly, drives it forward for Collingwood. Over the top goes Duray, waiting at the back, Johnson into the open goal and whacks it up into the land of the lost.
McCreary's kept running. Ash Johnson's got it now. He's going to kick it to Bo McCreary. He closes to 45. He could have gone for goal. It would have been goal of the year. Instead, he's given it off to his teammate and Jamie Elliott, who was off. The umpire says no, he wasn't. Jamie Elliott says no, I might have been running back with the flight, but I'm going back and I'm kicking a goal anyway. Spread, they got loose players everywhere. He goes further down to Bobby Hill. Josh Dacos kept running. Receives the handball, delivers to Jamie Elliott. He kicks that with purpose. He knew as soon as it struck his red-orange boot.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The Western Bulldogs lead by 5 points. At half-time, they did lead by as many as 22 midway through that second term. Collingwood closed by kicking the last 3 of the half. Jamie Elliott has 3 in the match, so he's only second up, by the way, coming back from that shoulder injury. Kicked 5 against the Suns last week. So in 6 quarters of footy, he's kicked 8 goals.
But he's got that capability. One, he's a deadly kick. 2, he's got fantastic hands. He's not overly tall, but it needs a tall player on him. And then if you're a tall player on him, you need speed to go with him on the lead. So he's a fairly complete player. We're just talking off air about big Mason Cox. Brodie Mychek is not only a good, honest, probably workhorse. What he does is allows other players to be better players.
Yes.
And if he's not playing, you then have to take over responsibility. Now, Johnson's jumped up and kicked a couple of goals, but in his first quarter he was pretty ordinary. But, Cox has only had 1 possession. And this is where I think Collingwood can improve by a better output in their forward line.
Jordan Rapana scored the first try of the night in the NRL. The Canberra Raiders 28-10 leading the St George Illawarra Dragons. So half an hour to go before full time. And one of the better post-try celebrations I think that we've seen in quite a while. Do you want to describe it to us, Lingy?
Great celebration. They recreated the moment from the Lord's Test. Had one of the players bowl the rugby ball. The player, who I believe was an Englishman, pretending to be Johnny Bairstow, missed it, and the keeper threw the stumps down, which was the try pylon.
Yeah.
Brilliantly done.
It was very, very creative, very well planned ahead of time, but well executed. Meanwhile, the cricket score, England 5 for 107 at the moment, so still trailing Australia's first innings total by 156 runs with Stokes and Moeen at the crease.
Mick, I was just going to quickly ask, what did you make of Johnny Bairstow during the week?
Well, he didn't say anything. He needed not to say anything because one is his keeping's been ordinary and he's lazy. You take a step up the ladder, up the wicket, and you get your stumps knocked over. Guess what? You're out.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Will Hoskin Elliott has had a shower. He's got the civvies on. Right hand is strapped. He's going to go to hospital afterwards for scans. They fear it's a broken right hand, so that's why he's been subbed out. Trent Bianco into the game for his first game for the season, starting on the Docklands wing as we speak.
He certainly is. Thank you, Tim Hodges. And it's Cameron straight down to De Goey, off to Pendlebury. There's another possession. So he's up to possession number 12 as he closes in on Robert Harvey's all-time possession record. Kicked it wide to Adams, kicked around the corner. De Goey, right place, right time. He's got it 60 out. De Goey's looking, and Elliott leads. He ignores that. He goes to the top of the goal square. Flying was Johnson. Handballing off to Cameron's. Kick was smothered. The snap was smothered. Treloar's got it. Gives it to Keith, who runs into a brick wall called Mason Cox.
I know it's hard to say this to a ruckman, Mick, but when you've got Nick Dacos running past for a handball inside 25 metres, give it, Darcy.
This time, Darcy Cameron slaps it down. De Goey goes, but goes without it. There's a scramble at ground level. Liberatore on the bottom of the pack and De Goey tackling him. Holding the ball.
Well, he's already on the ground. I'd almost say if you're already on the ground, you're not diving on the ball, eh?
Well, he showed no intent to get it out, I think, Mick.
Well, you know, once you pull it in and you are on the ground, then it doesn't matter if they hold it in.
De Goey's got it in the left forward pocket at the northern end, and he curls that expertly. And for the first time in this match, the Pies open the scoring in a quarter because they've been caught napping in quarter one and quarter two. And they've got the first major on the board to start this second half, and they've closed to within 1 point. It's the closest they've been in the entire match. 6-6-42, the Pies, and it's Western Bulldogs 6-5-41. They've just hit the front.
Some conjecture during the week, I think in preparation for this game with Jordan De Goey coming back, would De Goey coming into the middle mean Nick Dacos go back to the half-back flank? I think what we've seen tonight is Dacos and De Goey both in the midfield can work beautifully together. Yeah. And they've both at times been on the move at stoppages. They've both pushed forward at times to be a threat near goal and showing how potent they can be.
Cameron Leang alongside Mick Moldhouse on grandstand AFL as English wins the head out down to Bontempelli, kicks inside 50. Ugelhagen flying over the top of the pack, can't take the mark, spills down underneath Norton, socket it into a pack of bodies, ricochets to Daniel, his hand pass a turnover, and Murphy can just kick it out of the defensive 50. Tumbling ball to half-back, Adams onto it, great work, holds off Vandermeer, hand pass to Bianco, first kick of his season is right on the boundary line. It is just catching a little bit of turf, so on the line.
How good was Taylor Adams then? He willed himself to win that ball and then still had the strength to give the handball off to Bianco. Superb play.
Pies in front for the first time tonight on the back of the De Goey goal, so Collingwood by one. Early stages, third term from the boundary throw-in comes to Liberatore. He kicks forward, but Quaynor intercepts.
Yeah, Quaynor's got it all over Waitman. That's a good change-up because so good in the air, Waitman. Now he's getting beaten now.
Quaynor to Howe to Noble, and then the long kick across the half-back line to Murphy, and the shift is on out of the city side of the ground. Short kick to Bianca.
Bulldogs were able to slow that switch down really well. They cover it fairly well right now with their setup.
Stabs the pass to Lipinski, the former Bulldog. Fourth game back from that shoulder recon. He goes out wide to Noble. Collingwood by a point. They've kicked the last four in the game after trailing by a game-high 22. Noble goes off on a run on the diagonal. Kicks to centre-half forward. Elliott flying from the back. Lob up in front. Takes the intercept mark.
That's a good mark.
Centre-half back for the Bulldogs. He's been quiet again tonight, Rory Lobb. He's got it across the half-back line.
That kick's... It's a lateral kick, but Collingwood already got the numbers there. It's really a nothing kick.
It hems you into one half of the ground, doesn't it? Then if you can switch it like they're trying to do now...
But slowly, too slow.
Yeah.
All short, sharp, slow kicks, as you heard Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse explain. They've still got it deep in the defensive 50. They're camped down there.
Well, Kel, that's a sixth kick.
Yep. Gardner looking for English, had to tap it down because he felt the pressure from behind to Waitman. Scoops up the handball to Poulter. Offloads to Bontempelli. Wants to go through the centre corridor and does. Gives it to Treloar, who marks. And then, it's not a great kick. It didn't make sweet connection. Darcy Moore's able to pick it off. And give it off to the run of Crisp, who takes off. What about that speed? Keeps running, gets it. Handball. Couldn't find Nick Dacos. Just a little bit too much on the Pies on, and it comes unstuck. Bontempelli's able to scoop it. Gives the kick out wide to Lobb, who gives it off to West. West's kick's gone straight down the throat of Quaynor. He was looking for Ugle-Hagan, who was on the end of a long lead, and Murphy was with him, but Quaynor was able to fill the hole and chop it off. Just keep an eye, Corbin. Pendlebury's got 12 disposals, so one more and he breaks the all-time disposal record.
That's not a good kick from Howe. It's a turnover. Bontempelli takes the intercept mark, heads inside 50, and Ugle-Hagan has it in that channel at right half forward. He'll shoot from right on 50, 45-degree angle.
Oh, Corby, just great call, but let me tell you about Murphy there. He had him, he turned straight to the goals. The player with the ball moved the other way and was left high and dry.
To take back the lead, Jamara Ugle-Hagan with that left boot. His kick misses near side. So put him down for 27 behinds this year. He's got 22 goals to go along with it. And Jamara Ugle-Hagan from long range just to behind. Ties the game, scores level at 42, 6 minutes into the third.
Moore brings it back. Now it's in the hands of Josh Dacos. Delivers long right in front of the interchange gates where Johnson's going to win a free kick. It was holding against O'Donnell. Play on advantage. McCreary's got it. He's weaving through the centre of the ground. He's kicking towards Elliott, who was in front. Richard spoils from behind. Straight down the throat of the Brownlow medal favourite, Nick Dacos. And Dacos buries it. And the Pies fans are up on their feet. Pies out by 6 points. They've made their move early stages of this third term, and listen to the applause for the young gun who comes to the bench. They are literally hanging over tier number 2 here, the fans in front. Warm applause. Craig McRae's even up on his feet right in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Kel, I spoke to the Bulldogs before the game, and they said that they were hoping for 48,000. They said it's just logistically impossible to get 50,000 into this stadium. I tell you, I can barely see an empty seat. This is the biggest crowd I think I've ever seen at the Docklands. If it's not 50,000 tonight, and the roar after that Dacos goal was phenomenal, it will be amazing. So, yeah, hopefully they do hit 50 for the first time in 12 years.
Biggest roar of the night, biggest lead of the night for the Pies by 6 points, 7-6-48. The Dogs 6-6-42.
Cox down to Mitchell, gets the centre break, kicks to centre half forward, thumped away by the Dogs defence, down to Bontempelli, hand pass to Liver, short kick to Daniel, hand pass away to McRae. It's the slick ball movement as the Sharon finds a bit of energy down to half forward, and Bailey Smith marks. He's had a quiet night, kicks inside the forward arc. Jamara in a wrestle with Moore, he's getting a free. Ugle-Hagan will get it. Centre half forward at his jumper tugged in a marking contest. And Ugle-Hagan can shoot from just inside 50, just left of centre.
And it was there, the arm around
absolutely.
the waist dragged him down. And that, Nick, again is the sign of Jamara Ugle-Hagan's
movement,
progression as a player.
Yeah.
Because Darcy Moore is a supreme athlete. He's big and strong, and he still held his position while moving and drew that free kick.
He's left a few out there again tonight. He's got a couple already to make it 3. Ugle-Hagan. It's marked on the goal line. Moore's the only one up. Mark's uncontested for Collingwood. Didn't have the trip, and now Collingwood on the counter-attack. To Noble, to Howe. Long kick down the city wing. Spills to West. Pokes the pass to half forward. Ugle-Hagan involved again.
Well, that's a sin that happened.
Mark 60 from home, kicks inside 50, turns it over, and Markov with the intercept mark on the run.
And he's off through the midfield, handballing to Degoe. Degoe into the centre circle, gives it to Lipinski. Lipinski flares it wide. Here's a chance for Markov to the goal square, over the head of Bobby Hill and through for a rush behind, through for a minor score rather. So they've got the build up, the Pies. They've got plenty of run in their leg, and their confidence is really starting to flow. Collingwood now by 7 points as the Doggies bring it back into play.
It's like a game of basketball at the moment.
Yeah.
Up and down.
Well, both sides can do it, that's the thing. Collingwood can do it. We know the Dogs at their best can do it.
Dogs are working it nicely until the Bontempelli kick on the city wing goes awry. Look for McNeil, and it was Degoe that got involved. And McNeil forced to tackle Jordan. Back in his team for the first time in a month after that 3-week suspension. On track for a maiden All-Australian jumper before that. So there's a ball up just inside the centre square. It hits the deck and Pendlebury jumps on top of McRae. Pendlebury with 12 disposals. He needs one more to make 13 and break the all-time AFL-VFL disposal record.
From the restart, McRae's hand pass out wide for the Bulldogs. Josh Dacos paddling it to the boundary line. He handballed out in front and then was being held, said the umpire, by Williams. So free kick to Josh Dacos. Collingwood by 7. They've kicked the last 5 goals of the game. Short kick to Pendlebury. Here's a moment. The old-timer has now touched the Sharon more than any other footballer in the history of the game. Short kick to Jeremy Howe. And that gets it done. The all-timer now a record breaker. Possession number 9,657.
And how good is the AFL crowd? They just know. They all stood up on their feet and there was plenty of applause from the black and white army.
You can make it number 9,658. The acknowledgement on the big screen. He's got it again. And another neat left footer, Pendlebury out wide for Josh Dacos. And Dacos pokes his pass to Noble. It's broken up. McRae knocks it out of bounds. The PA announcer signals it. It's on the big screen. And the crowd is standing and applauding.
Congratulations to Scott Pendlebury.
It's a standing ovation. Nearly 50,000 fans under the closed roof. And a standing ovation mid-third quarter for Scott Pendlebury. Meanwhile, the doggies trying to fight hard, get themselves back into this contest after they led for the entire opening half. Bailey Smith caught in a tackle, stands up in the tackle, so it'll be a ball up half forward here for the Dogs.
Collingwood kicked the last 5 goals.
Yep, last 5.
Yeah.
Comes out the back to Daniel O'Donnell. Daniel, a fumble, a regather, a hurried kick. Clean bowls a couple of players and goes over the boundary line. So Collingwood by 7 points.
How was that down there, Tim Hodges, with the Scott Pendlebury moment?
It was amazing. Even Craig McRae, Darcy Cameron, Isaac Quainer, Nick Dacos, Taylor Adams all stood up and joined the applause as well. So it just goes to show how much respect they have for the former captain.
Most disposals in VFL AFL history for Scott Pendlebury, breaking Robert Harvey's record tonight in his 3rd term. For the ball up, comes to Chris for Collingwood. He clears it, hand pass to Josh Dacos, feeds it forward to Bobby Hill, has a bounce, has a second and a third, running along the boundary line, City side, short kick to Elliott. Marks right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary.
It's got great speed, Collingwood. Ball movement speed and leg speed.
Short kick to Josh Dacos. He marks, turns, bangs it through. It is a Collingwood avalanche at the moment. 6 in a row, either side of half-time. And Dacos J gets it done. Collingwood by 13, 8-7 to 6-6, 12 gone, 3rd term.
I tell you what, if it wasn't for his brother, Mick, we'd just be jumping up and down about how good Josh is and what sort of season he is having. Scotty Pendlebury comes to the bench to a very warm round of applause. Well deserved. He got high fives from his coach and his teammates. But Josh Dacos, he's worked on a wing. He's worked through the middle of the ground. He's run there. He just stayed aware of the situation there. Got the little short pass from Jamie Elliott and thought, well, I'm not stopping. I'm a good kick on the run. The Bulldogs players, I just assumed he was going to stop and have a set shot and slammed it home. Brilliant play.
3 goals to none in this 3rd term. After 10 minutes of play, they've got all the momentum. Cameron in the ruck. Bontempelli at ground level. Fires out the handball. Lobb had to get down low and reach it. Did well. Off to Dale. Quick hands to Daniel. Now Treloar in a little bit of space. Penetrating kick. It's going to go over the head here of Norton. Jamara sets off after it. He's charging towards the boundary line. He's tackled. He handballs up to West. West goes to the top of the goal square. Norton with the sit. And those extra long arms reach up over that curly mullet. And he takes it right at the top of his head at the top of the goal square.
Well done, Ugelhagen, for his work rate to get across the ground. Then Riley West was the one who got over there and outnumbered as well. Just gave him that support that he needed. And for Riley West there, still a young player, only in game number 30, to not blaze away and have a shot. Just popped it up to the right spot. And Norton was the one who was able to take the mark.
2 goals, 1 tonight for his 3rd on the left, directly in front, and he cashes in. They're not going to surrender easily here, the Dogs. And that puts a stop to 6 consecutive goals from the Pies. That was bracketed by that half-time break. Collingwood by 7, 8-7-55. The Bulldogs 7-6-48.
Lingy, the secret is that when the Dogs move the ball quickly into that line, Collingwood all over the shop because they don't man up. They try to take an area, and there was 3 Dogs that could have marked that. So the secret is to move the ball in there quickly. Conversely, when Collingwood move in there, it's dynamite because you know they're going to score. And so the Dogs, to win it, have to hold the ball up going into like they did in the first quarter, and like the first quarter, get the ball in there quickly like for that goal.
7-point game once more. Collingwood lead it. Lobb and Cameron in the right. Cameron outpoints Lobb, wins the hit out. Daniel's got it. Nick Dacos grabs in. Ball up in the middle of Docklands. He had high hopes tonight, and the game sort of lived up to it so far. Wild swings in momentum. Dogs led by as many as 22. They trail the game here from the restart. Poulter, first clean touch, kicks it long forward. Almost landed on the lap, but Norton spills it. Comes down towards Waitman. Works his way through traffic. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Burst through on the run. He misses.
Real time too. Yeah.
Would have been a moment. Ran straight past a couple of Collingwood would-be tacklers. A minor score. 7-6 to, or in fact 7-7 to 8-7. Collingwood by a goal. 16 gone, third term.
So the quick kick in to Bianco, the sub. He's kicked it straight down the throat of Poulter, who was his former teammate. Problem is he's wearing Bulldogs colours tonight. Kicks towards in the Jamara direction. Waiting at the back is Bontempelli. Does he get boot to ball in the Darcy Moore tackle?
They've caught him holding the ball.
He's kicked the ball.
Darcy Moore with a goal-saving tackle in the goal square. The 2 captains going toe-to-toe. It does not get any better than that.
Did he touch the ball with his boot? Because if he has, that should be a goal.
Well, it wasn't a clear touch if it was. He just threw the ball onto that boot as Moore tackled him around the waist, and it was deemed holding the ball.
Could have been a 7-point play. Not to be. The kick from Lobb smothered. Ricochets out towards the Pies, and Bianco floats a kick down the wing. Gee, Bobby Hill wanted a free, not forthcoming.
One of the other umpires from out of areas spotted it.
Here we go. These are the 2 umpires again. He was looking at one umpire who wasn't controlling play. The other guy stepped in, gave him the free. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks for Cox. No mark at half forward. Spills to Richards of the Bulldogs. Hand pass to Traw. Still at half back. Handball away to Poulter. Kicks in hope to Jamara Ugle-Hagan. 1-on-1 with Howe. Ugle-Hagan reaches overhead and takes it. Wins his 1-on-1 Cole. Looks inside the forward 50. Sets it up on the head of Norton. It carries over the back. Quaynors onto it, back pocket for Collingwood. Pies by 6. Sweeping hand pass to Bianco. Drops at the knees. Tackled out of play. Says spin it in. Boundary throw in. 40 out from the Dogs goal.
Well, that mark against Jeremy Howe, he's a class player, Jeremy Howe, and has been for a number of years. To beat him 1-on-1, that was an extraordinary mark.
Not many times he would have been outmarked 1-on-1, Jeremy Howe. Flick back in. We're in the attacking 50 here for the Dogs. We were until Nick Dacos plucked it. Kick towards the interchange gates. And the umpire said it'll be boundary throwing right between the 2 benches here. Jamie Elliott and Johnson up on their feet, keen to get back on. So too is McRae, who comes on for Williams, who has a breather. It's Collingwood by 6 points. Dogs by 9 at quarter time, by 5 at half time. Boundary throwing right in front of us, in front of the benches. Mitchell, quick hands, off to Nick Dacos. Almost too hot for Adams. Had to thump it clear in the end. Bailey Smith's got the Cities. Tackled by McCreary. It spills away of Treloar. He's tackled by Josh Dacos. And the 2 number 7s. And then I'll hold it up here, right in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Just keep an eye on Tom Liberatore, Kelly. He's had the left thigh, a corky, heavily strapped. He's got a bit of padding underneath it as well. He's struggling to get into a run.
Oh, Cameron down to Mitchell, who put it in the Cox direction. He's taken a one-hander with his big 1 mitt. In a wrestle with Keith, he was in front. And he's got his left hand to it, and he's just juggled it right to his midriff.
Yeah, he worked hard there to hold front position, Cox. Keith, a very strong player, and just nicely fell into his lap. He had the awareness and the strength to take it on the 3rd grab.
Hasn't had too many touches here tonight. 45 degrees angle, 45 metres out. And he's missing to the left. Just. Pies by 7. 8-8-56. The Dogs 7-7-49.
Bailey Smith's just come up onto the ball, I reckon, for the Dogs. Just trying anything to get him into the game. 5 touches to half-time. I think he had the 1 in this 3rd quarter.
Richards in the defensive 50. Kicks to centre half back. Turnover. Nick Dacos intercepts. Floats in front of Caleb Daniel and has got it. True centre half forward for Collingwood.
Just a terrible kick, Nick, wasn't it?
I just don't get that kick.
Yeah.
In traffic, you do not kick into traffic and want your teammate to mark. You want him to mark it, but he's got company.
Oh, and almost the one where you're kicking sort of across your body a little bit. Yeah. It's a difficult kick to make.
Nick Dacos for his second of the night. The drop punt, of course, is pure. We've never seen a second year quite like it. Nick Dacos doubles up with his second of the night. And it's also his second in this third term. Collingwood by 13 points. 9-8-62. The Western Bulldogs 7-7-49. Time on third term.
It is simply remarkable. I know there's been so much spoken about him and the superlatives are all out there, but this is game number 41.
Yeah.
It's just a remarkable...
Can I just remind you, I did pick him as a Brownlow earlier this year.
I had a look. I think Chris Judd was 20 and won his Brownlow in his third year.
Third season, yeah.
Third year, was it? Yeah, right.
So it's been a while since the players won it in his second.
I think also, Kel, we've got to be careful about this because Brownlows doesn't mean in the umpire's eyes you're the best player, but universally we're looking at probably a player that's had such an unbelievable start to his career.
So Collingwood by 13 points. Here he goes again, Nick Dacos. What a quarter he's having in this third term. Oh, beautiful handball. Releases the run of De Goey. He's put it towards Frampton and Billy Frampton marks in front of Gardner. Now Billy Boy is getting on the action. He's going to go back and line up to make it 8 from the last 9 goals for the Pies after they trailed by as much as 22 points early stages of the second quarter.
Gee, I love that from Darcy Cameron. The big handball from the ruckman forward to De Goey. Just set him loose. He could have kept running. Jordan De Goey, but instead kicked it inside forward 50.
Well,
great play.
Jamie Elliott's kicked 3 tonight. If it's not little Billy, it's big Billy doing the damage. 19 points the margin, the Pies lead. And the Bulldogs are on the verge of coming unstuck here as we close towards three-quarter time. 10-8-68, the Dogs, 7-7-49.
Yeah, they've just worn the Dogs down. Speed off the half-back line. At early days in a match, everyone's up around the mark. They've got the fitness up, the enthusiasm up. But as the game unfolds, quicker players rarely get slower. Slower players, you start to lose a little bit of momentum, a little bit of touch. And the Pies' run off the half-back line has been extraordinary. They're getting it through the centre much quicker and hence into their forward line. This quarter they've gone, it's still 10-9, but they've scored 4 goals to 1. So that's the big difference.
As Kel said, 8 of the last 9 in the game now for the Magpies. English wins the hit out down to Liberatore, tumbles a kick out of the centre square. Markov gets rid of McNeil, hand pass to Noble under the pump, just got it out to Josh Dacos. Hand pass to Moore at half-back. Kicks out in space. Nick Dacos happy to run into it. Collect the Sharon just inside the boundary line. Short kick back inboard to De Goey.
This is 8th disposal for the quarter, Nick Dacos, and he's kicked 2 goals.
De Goey pokes the pass down that City wing. Crisp the target. Over his outstretched fingertips through to Vandermeer. Kicks it back in the other direction. Norton the target. And Moore spoils it out of play. So a throw-in on the City wing. Interestingly, you saw shots of Peter Dacos in the aisles after Nick's goal moments ago. The double fist bump and the double cobra going as he was celebrating his son's second goal of the term. In fact, for him, it's his son's third goal of the quarter because Josh kicked one and Nick got the other 2.
When Josh kicked his earlier in the third term, Nick was on the bench and he got up and did the double fist as well. So they're all celebrating the Dacos family. Still a little bit of time, though, to play in this ball game. There's a boundary throw in. It ends up in the hands of Tom Mitchell from a free kick. He's got it on the City wing. The Brownlow medalist puts it on his left to a big pack. Frampton in front. Roving it well was Elliott. Handballs back behind him to Adams. Duray gets involved. And it's held up. So a ball up just a step or 2 in from the arc.
They've got to watch the feed out the back here for probably one of the Dacos boys. But they just get outside 50, get the feed to them.
Cameron straight down to Bontempelli. He kicks and will land on the edge of the centre circle where Quaynor got on his bike in those hot pink shoes and takes the mark and then flares it wide to the dock side wing where Hill marks.
Yeah. the Dogs' forward line really hasn't helped the back line by not coming up the ground, assisting him out.
Bobby Hill looking for Cameron. It comes to Nick Dacos. Handball's behind him. Back to Cameron. Had to get down low, but he's tackled. And now to Bianco. Into the pocket. Johnson almost held on to it.
Chopped arms.
Oh, it's a chopped arms. So Ash Johnson has got the free in the left forward pocket. He's right on the boundary line.
I would like to see how Cameron got rid of the football. I thought that was a little bit of a
throw, you reckon?
It was a dead set throw.
To blow it out to a 25-point margin as we close in on three-quarter time. The Sherrans in the hands of Ash Johnson. Left forward pocket at the northern end. Off a step. It's a high ball. It's high and it's accurate. It's a Pies avalanche in the third term. Johnson's got 3. The margin is 25. 11-8-74. The Dogs 7-7-49 with 2 and a bit to play before the last change.
Well, the ball is just living in that forward half of Collingwood, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
Second quarter, first half of the second quarter, Dogs dominate the clearances. 10-2. Balls down the other end of the ground. Since then, it's not like Collingwood have dominated the clearance since then.
That's how they've done it, though.
Yeah, they've broken even, but they've got really good ones. And then when it's in there, it's now Collingwood able to defend it and not let it come back out quickly. They pump it in there again, they get another shot at goal.
Yeah, well, that's what I called Lingy, was that when the ball was in there, the Dogs' forwards were too far back. They couldn't defend the ball that came out. And if they had been able to be a bit closer, they would have been able to defend that ball.
Cameron at the restart wins the hit out, gets to Nick Dacos, weighted hand pass in front of De Goey, centre break, Collingwood hits up Adams. Luke Beveridge hits the bench, still with 2.5 minutes left on the game clock before three-quarter time, and immediately grabs the board.
Far side of the ground, Collingwood got something on.
8-goal swing in the game, from 22 up to 25 down the Bulldogs, kicks inside 50, and Adams' kick is intercepted. English top of the defensive goal square.
Well, they can't even get it out now, the Dogs. If you ever look closely, they really have to go very wide without any then movement.
Goes wide to Dale. Dale long to Ugle-Hagan, who's had to work all the way up into the defensive half to get the footy here.
I like that from Ugle-Hagan. Just provide an outlet, get something going.
45 kick trying to find Liberatore. Got a hand on it, couldn't complete the mark. Quaynor knocks it back into the corridor. Cameron can't collect. Bailey Smith fights through. Hand pass turnover. Oh, Nick Dacos steals it off his own teammate. Plucks it from Howe. Hand pass wanted Quaynor. Couldn't quite connect with him. Dogs work it out. Vandermeer, hand pass back to Nick Dacos. He's taken high. He's getting it again, Nick. This will be his 10th touch for the quarter.
Yeah, slow, very ordinary, what I'd say, second quarter. He's just dominated this quarter.
He goes wide to Scott Pendlebury, and those two have got such a way about them, and they link up so often. Pendlebury and Nick Dacos, he shares it with Lipinski, and Pendlebury having every disposal cheered at the moment. As the former captain Pendlebury goes back to the current one, and Darcy Moore at centre-half back for Collingwood. Pies by 25.
This is just a communication from the Collingwood bench, Collingwood leaders. Just play some kick mark. Just wind down the last minute. Almost trying to keep possession of the ball. We don't have to score in this situation. We played a big quarter. It's really mature footy.
You don't have to be a Pies fan to appreciate the warm applause every time Pendlebury touches it tonight. Now the kick down the line. Keith in front. Cameron collected him. Keith hasn't moved. He's stayed down. He on high to the head, a little slow to get up. The doctor's out to him.
He does it a fair bit.
And it rolls over right in front of the Dogs bench. So a boundary throw in.
So my son tells me. He's a Dog supporter.
Seconds ticking down to three-quarter time. They have owned this, the Pies. Nick Dacos, another possession, weaving through congestion, bombing it long. Frampton was there, he was outnumbered. Duray takes the defensive mark. And they're on the back foot, these Dogs, in this third term. They're on the back foot in the contest. And watch these Pies fans, they're going to stand up and they are going to applaud that third term, which included 6 goals, because they lead it by 25 points, 11-8-74 to the Dogs, 7-7-49. They've kicked 9 of the last 10 goals in the contest. Nick Dacos had 11 disposals in that third term for 2 goals. It means that he's had 8 goals in his last 5 games, and that topped off that quarter by Scott Pendlebury breaking surpassing Robert Harvey's most touches in history of VFL AFL. So disposal number 9,657, can you believe, to get there. And there was an announcement on the PA service and the giant screen flashed up and all the Pies fans stood in unison. A standing ovation for Scott Pendlebury. But the big point is that Collingwood have absolutely smashed them in this third term to take a 25-point lead at the last change. 11-8-74. The Dogs, Corbin, 7-7-49.
A 25-point lead for Collingwood. The SMS number 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. John of Coburg, regarding the best second-year players ever, John Coleman kicked 100 goals in his first year from 21 games. He kicked 120 goals from 19 games in his second season. He was also on the winning grand final team in both years. I love talking about John Coleman history. I did couch it by saying it's the best second year that we've seen. Unfortunately, we weren't around it, but it is always nice to pay homage to the greats.
Yes, we can't forget about history, can we? What a couple of seasons from the great John Coleman.
And one of the tragic stories cut short by injury. Yeah. And if he had been playing 70 years later, he would have had it repaired, and who knows what he could have become. And
Peter Hudson's the same.
Yeah. He could have done.
His knee only played 5 or 6. They still they were going. Well, he kicked 150 one year.
Yeah.
So when you say 150, going, oh yeah, 150. That takes
in shorter seasons than we're playing now.
The top 3 players playing around today at this level. What are we? So I don't know who's. It's around about 150. In fact, it mightn't even be 150.
Yep.
So, but then you look at the actual percentage missed. I've written an article. I think I'm allowed to say that, which will appear tomorrow on Sunday. I think Lockett is around about 70%. 70%. I thought Josh Kennedy was very, very good. He's 65 or 66%. Luke Bruce is one. But when you start to come down to players who just at 50, and I say players that should be better, but just don't. We look at so many points they score.
More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. Collingwood complete turnaround in this game. They trailed by 22 points approaching time on in the second term. They lead it by 25 at three-quarter time. Moeen Ali's out, by the way, so England are 6 down, 6 for 132 in their first innings. So Australia on top. Morning session, day 2 at Headingley. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. Three-quarter time at Docklands. Collingwood by 25. This is Grandstand AFL.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
There's always 2 parts to every story.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC Of.
You can't afford to show weakness.
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
Music was always my way out.
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
This is like art as a detective novel.
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
McCreary's got it. He's weaving through the centre of the ground. He's kicking towards Elliott, who was in front. Richard spoils from behind. Straight down the throat of the Brownlow medal favourite, Nick Dacos. And Dacos buries it. And the Pies fans are up on their feet.
Collingwood by 7. They kicked the last 5 goals in the game. Short kick to Pendlebury. Here's a moment. The old-timer has now touched the Sharon more than any other footballer in the history of the game. Hand pass to Josh Dacos, feeds it forward to Bobby Hill, has a bounce, has a second and a third, running along the boundary line, City side, short kick to Elliott. Short kick to Josh Dacos, he marks, turns, bangs it through.
West goes to the top of the goal square, Norton with the sit, and those extra long arms reach up over that curly mullet, and he takes it right at the top of his head, at the top of the goal square. 2 goals, 1 tonight. Chris Third on the left, directly in front, and it catches in.
Nick Dacos for his second of the night. The drop punt, of course, is pure.
Oh, beautiful handball, releases the runner De Goey. He's put it towards Frampton, and Billy Frampton marks in front of Gardner. Jamie Elliott's kicked 3 tonight. If it's not little Billy, it's Big Billy doing the damage. The Sharon's in the hands of Ash Johnson. Left forward pocket at the northern end. Off a step. It's a high ball. It's high and it's accurate.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the third term. It is Collingwood by 25. A complete flip in the game from 22 down. They're now 25 in front as we turn for home. Mick Bolthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, I think it's been just flipped on its head, hasn't it, really?
And it's how impressively, though, they have flipped it on its head. I mean, it's been superb by Collingwood in that third quarter.
Yeah.
We were saying at half-time, Bulldogs played some good footy in the first half, and
Yep.
then Collingwood were able to sustain it for longer, and they got themselves back in the game. That whole third quarter was just a dominant Collingwood display.
Yeah, it was.
Nick Dacos. What a quarter.
Yeah.
What an
Incredible.
amazing
What's he up to?
quarter.
He's had 24 disposals to go with his couple of goals. So
Yeah, and he didn't have a lot in the second quarter, Kel. You know, that's the thing. He's just dominated first and third so far, which has put Collingwood in a terrific position.
All of a sudden, we're back underway. It's Collingwood by 25 points. As we start this third term, start this final term, huge third quarter from Nick Dacos. From the restart, DeGoey knocks it out to Mitchell, high up and under the centre half forward, and Lipinski takes the mark. He's 3 steps inside the 50. He'll shoot from straight in front.
Oh, that was not good. Was it Vandermeer? Yeah.
I'd be watching Vandermeer I'd be saying to him, why didn't you go? You just got to commit yourself. And what he did, I don't say he pulled out. What I'm saying is what he did, he stopped and allowed the mark. Too easy.
Take a good kick. He'll unleash from outside the 50. Pat Lipinski, he's got it in him. It's a goal. And Collingwood pick up where they left off. There was a heap of bodies on the goal line. The ball came through around head height.
Where was the jumper on the line, Corbs?
That's the second time that's happened, though.
And somehow the ball carries through for full points. Collingwood by 31, new game high. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
No one was actually coming off the fence
to jump up there.
To jump up at the line. Yeah. It was as though they all just watched it go. We're watching the replay of Vandermeer just had to go with Lipinski. Vandermeer had his face front onto the game.
He could have gone to the ball.
Yeah, exactly right. Instead, he takes the mark, and then a bit of a mess on the goal line. Just no one from the Bulldogs ready to launch at the ball and get a hand on that when they should have.
Yeah.
So 10 of the last 11 to the Pies after the Dogs led at quarter time and at half time. Bontempelli applying a tackle on Darcy Cameron. Reset and go in the middle. Dacos standing alongside Treloar here. Reaching up over the top was English down to Liberatore, off to Bontempelli with a little give. And then he throws it on that left boot towards Norton. It clears the pack. Howe with the scoop up, off to Quainer. Look at the run they've got and carry. There's so much confidence in their play. Markov has just slotted into this team nicely. Hits up Josh Dacos out wide at half back.
Look at the numbers there, Kel. That's the big difference. You always win with numbers.
Josh Dacos kicked a crucial goal in that third term. He goes down the city wing. DeGoey went without it. Liberatore's able to get it. Daniels handball in the direction of Bontempelli, who goes to ground. Taylor Adams kept his feet. Gathers it. Short kick to Chris. Wouldn't go the intended distance. Gives it back to Adams. Off to Nick Dacos. DeGoey from 55. Jamie Elliott is there. Elliott marks on the line.
And great work, Bobby Hill. Knew that his teammate had that. Probably had the right to maybe go for that, but just great awareness. Let Elliott take the mark. Again, the power through the middle of the ground by the Pies.
This would be his 9th goal in less than 2 games. The sharpest shooter of all. Jamie Elliott backs up his handful against the Suns last week with 4 tonight. And there's still 18 minutes to play. And the Pies lead it by 37 points. They did not have a lead at all in the opening half. It was the Bulldogs out of the blocks with the first 3. They led 19-zip, led by 9 at quarter time, by 5 at half time. And now it's Collingwood by 37 points, 13-8-86.
Didn't you call 26 points, Kel?
The Dogs, 7-7-49. The biggest lead was 22 points.
22, yeah. Out of what it is now. It's a 10-goal turnaround.
But this, unfortunately, isn't uncommon for the Bulldogs.
No, it's not uncommon, but that bit of play there is horrible football.
Yep.
Horrible football. One is the ease of which Collingwood got it, and then no defenders on the back line with 2 players raffling who wants to mark it.
They've had a real problem, even going back to the 2021 decider, of stopping runs when teams get A bit of momentum up, and the same thing's happening here to the Bulldogs. Collingwood out of the centre. Sequence of handballs. Cameron to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Chris. Kicks inside 50. Elliott crashes the pack. Few bodies hit the deck. Held down for the Magpies, close to the boundary line, and in the end it's Caleb Daniel who sees it out of play.
Who are those down? There's a Dogs player really sore. Is that Gardner again with that ankle?
Yeah, and he's up hobbling too.
Yeah.
Boundary throwing here, half forward for Collingwood.
They're trying to get out to him. He can hardly put weight on that leg.
He's not in any position to defend anyone at the moment in that back 50. Boundary throw-in. He desperately needs a Dogs win at the stoppage. He gets it. Liberatore to Daniel. Hand pass to West. Handball to McRae. Centre half back. Hand pass in the middle of the ground for Bontempelli. Shares it with Poulter. Hand pass out to Giray, and he swings it further wide to Keith. Trainer out to Gardner, but still struggling to move through centre half back. Keith's kick, dangerous. He's about to see the footy. Chris takes the intercept mark at half back.
They're swarming them, the Pies. They are all over them. Chris uses Josh Dacos, and the switch is on. They've gone to the city wing where Adams has got it. Short to DeGoey. Gains about 20 metres. DeGoey puts his hand up and says, let's just slow it down for a bit.
Gardner forced to stay out there, trying to defend Jamie Elliott at the moment. He'll just keep leading on him, keep him moving. Test that ankle out.
DeGoey with a short kick to Adams. Lingy, have you seen DeGoey's night back in this side for the first time in a month?
Scratchy first quarter, very good after quarter time.
Adams long for Cox. He's got it. Mason's been paid the mark. Ash Johnson with a leaper almost took it out of his hands. And it's a tough angle for the big American.
Question of how Collingwood could get better after the start to the season they've had, Cal. DeGoey and Nick Dacos in the midfield together, working so superbly. After quarter time, that's been a real highlight of the night.
Yep.
Pies by 37. The American wants to get involved. Off a couple of steps on the run-up. He's offline tonight. And he can't quite nail his first major. Couple of behinds for Mason Cox. It's 38 points.
Amazing. Just a 10-goal swing in the game from 22 points down to 38 in front, Collingwood. Oh, now Taylor Giray marks at half-back, went on a stroll, closed down. He ran one way, ran back the other way, and then the umpire said, look, you've gone too far without a bounce, and a turnover. Collingwood to get it high half forward. Ash Johnson kicks back inboard to go with the target. Bontempelli spoils. Straight down to Crisp. Heads inside 50. Flying Elliott. No mark in the air. Follows up at ground level inside 50. West extracts it back door for the Bulldogs. Hand pass to English. He gives it away to Dale. Long kick out to the wing. Waitman leaps in the air. He's outnumbered. Collingwood win it through Moore. Oh, Waitman follows up. Great tackle. And Moore ping for a throw. Free kick for Cody Waitman. He had 2-on-1 to beat. He was outsized in the air and then follows up to win the ground ball.
Made a sizzling start to this one. Kicked the first 2 goals of the game, Cody Waitman. Now they've moved it through. Liberatore inside 50. Norton going back with the flight. And he's taken a cracking mark. He had Murphy on his left and Noble on his right. Off balance, backing back, outstretched arms, and he's clunked it.
Yeah, it's a good mark. That's good. Again, we emphasised this early and right through. It's more about how quick the Dogs move the ball inside their front 50, and that's the only way they can beat Collingwood is that continual movement inside front 50. We just haven't done it enough, and the Pies have got in behind the ball.
Hasn't kicked more than 2 goals since round 8 against the Giants, Norton. He's lining up here for his 4th, and he's converted. That's been a positive for the Dogs to get their big key forward back in form. And they trail still by 32 points. The Dogs 8-7-55 to Collingwood 13-9-87. Hodgie on the boundary.
Kel, I'm not sure why the Dogs waited so long to activate their sub, but they've finally done it. Anthony Scott into the game. The unlucky dog, James O'Donnell, who has been sitting on the pine since the start of the final term and has finally been tapped on the shoulder and given the subs T-shirt.
It's a bit stiff, isn't it? You come off at 3/4 time, you never make your way back on the ground, you're sitting on the bench thinking you're about to go on, and then someone says, actually, mate, it's hit the showers, you're done.
You might be stiff, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah,
he's just. I think through necessity he's had to play.
Yeah.
Where he would probably be better served finding that form and his craft in the VFL for a couple of games before getting another shot at it.
Back in the middle, Lobb wins the hit out down to Treloar, kick smothered. Frampton got it to Nick Dacos, hand pass to DeGoey. Started to get going here. He kicks across the ground to Bianco, the sub. Kicks to centre half forward over the head of Adams. Picked up by Vandermeer, half-back for the Bulldogs. Hand pass away to Richards, through the corridor. Handball to Daniel, links up with Bontempelli, away to West. Hand pass to Waitman, back to West. Through centre half forward, kicks to an unguarded goal square. Ugle-Hagan back, hands to it. No mark, no free. And it trickles through for a behind. So Murphy did very well to break it up.
Great spoil.
Yeah, superb defence, wasn't it?
Yeah. Didn't faced him, but didn't interfere with the player. So, yeah, very good call.
31 points, Collingwood's lead, 10 gone, final turn.
And the captain in Darcy Moore's got it. He's kicking to the big boys. Cameron was there, so too was Frampton. But Ryan Gardner got on his bike and swooshed across in front of the pack. Took the mark, drives it into the left forward pocket where Norton is the target. Doesn't take it cleanly in the air. He's socketed off the turf from the boundary line and it's landed in the arms of Jeremy Howell, who was the goalkeeper back there. It was an all-or-nothing soccer kick. So he uses Josh Dacos and then Lipinski, and it goes back to Josh Dacos.
I have to say, for what's been a pretty impressive Collingwood performance, Darcy Moore's just been a bit off with his decisions and his positioning. And again, Norton almost again got the footy.
Well, he gets goals kicked on him, Darcy.
Yeah, when he gets like this, I reckon when he plays more the one-on-one, he thinks he can outread Norton.
Oh no, Bianco's kicked it straight into the man of the mark, who was Norton. He breaks the tackle, he kicks to the top of the goal square, and Waitman's got it. What a passage of play from Aaron Norton, and I think he might have let the young Pie know all about it afterwards as well. As Trent Bianco's teammates come running over to him, ruffle his hair, they tap his bottom and just say it's okay.
Well, this one is definitely not on Darcy Moore. That was all on Trent Bianco, but awful moment. I love seeing his teammates get across and...
Shouldn't be a problem for Waitman. It is. Slews off the side of the boot, only 30 metres out, pretty much directly in front.
That's what happens when you're at 30 metres out, Cal. You lean back, you don't go through with the kick, and you play a penalty.
And that means Collingwood leads by 30 points, with 12 and a bit to play in this one.
Jeremy Howe, third game back. He's got that shooter's sleeve on again today on that surgically repaired left arm. Long kick at the halfback. Gardner. Hand pass away to Treloar for the Dogs. Gives it to Liberatore. Away to Daniel. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Here's Norton. Back pedals. Hand pass to Ugle-Hagan. Turns onto his left side. Kicks outside of the boot. Puts it out on the full.
Even that again then. Great effort to actually force the free kick by Oleg Markov. But Norton gave the handball and then tried to get it back, and Darcy Moore just watched him go. The handball should have been back inboard to Norton, who probably would have run into an open goal.
Could have.
Oh, they've done it again.
Noble kicks into the man of the mark, and Ugle-Hagan spills to Norton. Norton snaps goalward, doesn't have enough bend on it. Misses near side.
He thought he did. He raised both arms.
He's kicked 4 goals, 2 tonight. Jamara has kicked 2 goals, 3.
And one in the goal square too that didn't make the distance, Corby.
6-5 between them. Collingwood by 29 points, 12 gone, final turn.
Noble's had a bit of it, and he's going to bring it back into play where it's chopped off by Vandermeer. So they're peppering the Dogs a little too late here, but they're going to send it to the top of the goal square where Ugle-Hagan launches. Here's Bontempelli, gives it off to Waitman, a quick snap and a goal. He's got 3, Waitman. And the margin is 23 points. The Dogs 9-10-64. Collingwood 13-9-87. They just got hope the way they celebrated with that. There's still a long way to go in this ball game.
Well, they are actually dominating the last, 4 minutes? 5 minutes
4 or
of
5
play.
minutes. Yep.
And they just have not capitalised at all. And finally now, nice finish from Cody Waitman, but it's just trapped it in there. Timmy Hodges on the boundary. Is that Nathan Murphy in a bit of trouble?
Yeah, he's come off his... I don't know whether he's scratching his backside or it's a hamstring, but he's gone straight for the physio. So fingers crossed for the Magpie fans that that's nothing serious for Murphy.
Yeah, they need him because he and his sidekick Moore both together, they generally control that back line. So Jeremy Howe's more the floater.
But Scott Pendlebury's rolled back there, Mick, which he does sometimes.
Yep. 23-point lead. The umpire's fallen over in the middle, which is always vaguely humorous. Comes down to Bontempelli. Hand pass to McRae. Kicks inside 50. Gee, the Dogs with a bit of pep in their step. Here's Waitman. Tackled by Quaynor. Lost it. Falls to Darcy Moore. He's pushed As he gets his kick away, bounces along the boundary line and upsets deliberate.
Oh, of course it is.
Travelled 40 metres with players chasing after it. In the end, they didn't quite get there, and the Dogs have it coming back inside the forward arc. McRae kicks to the hot spot. English leaping from the back. Spills down to Waitman. Shoots goal when he's offline. Behind. Collingwood by 22. 14 gone final turn.
He's bringing some energy, Cody Waitman.
They've only got 3 goal kickers, the Dogs, and there lies a great problem because they need that 4th, 5th and 6th. No, Collingwood got 8 goal kickers or 7 goal kickers.
And they just need to find a couple from midfielders too.
And they're not. That's exactly right. They're getting their kicks so deep.
Waitman with 3, Norton with 4, Ugle-Hagan with 2. Pies work their way up in front of the Dogs bench where Frampton frees holding call. And it's going to go against the Dogs against Keith. It'll be a free kick here to Jack Crisp across half-back. It's got Darcy Cameronoff and Murray at the moment, both getting work by the physios on the bench downstairs. As Crisp looks for Johnson. He mistimed the leap. Liberatore's got the handball off to Caleb Daniel. Handball to English, a give and go back to Daniel, and he's usually good with disposal, and that under pressure is fantastic to Keith. And he marks defensive side of the dock wing. There's no player standing the mark. Just bangs it on the left, puts a bit of air in it. He's asking Ugle-Hagan to launch. Darcy Moore got right into his back. Noble picks it up to Markov. Squeezed in against the boundary line. Johnson, 2 grabs, not paid. Daniel goes to ground. McCreary's got him, and so too has Jack Crisp. And little Caleb Daniel's going nowhere. So it'll be a ball up, just a metre in from the Dogs bench. And it's Collingwood by 22 with 10 minutes to play.
They led by 38 earlier in the quarter, so Dogs with a bit of momentum here. Can they capitalise on it and keep this game alive from the stoppage? Bontempelli, desperate. Hand pass didn't quite get to English, and bursting through traffic to Goey. Vintage stuff. Hand pass out to Quaynor. Links up with Crisp. Kicks inside the forward 50, and Bobby Hill marks.
Just a wave of Collingwood players. There was 4 players running together. It's almost, you can't stop that thing. If you don't control the ball and give that ball off, you're in real trouble.
And that...
Bobby Hill wants Mason Cox. Hits him in the pocket. Marks against the boundary line, about 25 metres out, left forward pocket.
Well constructed by the Pies. Created that space and just got it on the lead to Mason Cox. How good was DeGoey though, Mick? That's impact midfield footy, isn't
exactly.
it? Go from a contest, congestion, into space by using his power and then bringing other teammates into the game, and away they go in that wave that you were talking about.
Big Mason snapping across the body. Oh, he's hit the post. He would have loved that. And the Collingwood fans were trying to will it through. 23 points, the Pies lead. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Better news for Collingwood. Nathan Murphy back on the ground. I don't think he's completely comfortable. I think it's a high corky, but he's back out on the field.
So the Dogs had to bring it back into play. There was a big tackle on the outer side, and the umpire said there'll be no free there. It'll be tossed up in the edge on Noble, brought to ground. So he hands the Sherrin back. Treloar and Nick Dacos tangle on the outside of this one. Thrown up. English slaps it down. Daniel gets it off to Treloar. Some interesting looking kick. He wobbles it really up and down, and West does well to mark it. Brings it back inboard. Bontempelli slips over. He's given it straight to Chris. A little handball to Adams. Adams thought about going by hand. Then he has a bounce. Through the bullseye goes to DeGoey. DeGoey sends it out wide. McCreary's got it. There are players darting left and right. Some leads ignored, including one from Billy Frampton. McCreary, he's 2 goals out. He's just going to go long. Looking for Cox. Launching is Johnson right up the top. He had a wonderful leap. Got his hands to it and then dropped it at the critical moment, and it'll be a ball up.
Good decision by McCreary to get that in long then, because Treloar was the spare and he wasn't there to stand under the ball and defend. He was back there just hoping to get a touch.
Edge of the goal square. Frampton into the right forward pocket. Adams, can he keep it in play? Kicks to Mason Cox in the goal square. DeGoey spinning, and DeGoey hitting the post. He was spinning and pirouetting, the brute. Looking very delicate on his feet, right in the goal square, but a hurried little kick hit the woodwork.
Dogs bring it in. Dale a couple of touches in the chain already. Hands it to Bailey Smith. Kicks to McRae, marks, hand pass away to Treloar. Dogs got to go. Bailey Smith flying down that wing, receives it again, kicks inside 50. Not a great kick for Ugle-Hagan, and Murphy in the end spoils it out of play. A throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs. As all the players swarm inside the Dogs' front half as we get a stoppage inside 50. Collingwood by 24.
Bailey Smith with the 11 disposals tonight. He's had a couple of quiet weeks, hasn't cracked 20.
Had a quiet year.
Just looks lost with the way he's playing.
A lob wins it down to Smith. He's gang tackled, taken to ground by Bianco and Noble.
That bit of play that he was involved in just then, that's what we come to expect, that hard running with the ball. Didn't use the ball well though at the end.
Up it goes again. Another forward 50 stoppage for the Bulldogs and another ball up.
So he's averaging 29 last year. He's averaging 25 coming in this year, but he had 19 last week, 16 the week before, and he's had 11 so far.
Lob down to Nick Dacos, kicks out of a defensive arc, superb kick. Finds Bobby Hill, who takes the mark, defensive side of that City wing. Collingwood by 4 goals as we tick into time on in this final term. It's also lunch at the cricket. So you're missing nothing there, lunch on day 2. England 7 for 142. Still trailing the Aussies' first inning score by 121. The ABC Listen App, the place to find it. For the second session, look out for the red cricket ball.
Just over 6 minutes to play in this one, and Sappai's in possession. They've got it on the City wing until English takes a mark over Mason Cox.
And Kel, to answer your question, Bailey Smith's that missing piece of the midfield too. So peak Bailey Smith, what we pictured last year, added to Libba and Bontempelli and these types of players, that's a different type of player, and just can't get him going at all this season.
Dogs have got it. They've worked it from the City side to the Dock side, where Poulter delivers, looking for Norton. He was run underneath and pushing the back against Quaynor. It'll be a free kick to Aaron Norton. He's got it at half forward. He's still a couple of kicks out from home. Sees something on short, and that is McRae, and then he gives it to Poulter from right on 50. The left footer lines it up, and he's going to enjoy that one against his former team in just his second game for the Doggies. Poulter puts it through, and it's back to 18 points with 5 minutes and 56 on the clock. 10-11-71 the Dogs, Collingwood 13-11-89. They have kicked the last 3 majors in this contest.
Yeah, and they've given themselves chances. They haven't taken them at times, but at the moment it feels like Collingwood are trying to go into a different style of play from what they normally want to play, and I know it can't be all-out pace at all times, but they're trying to go really slow, and the Bulldogs now are pretty happy with that. Yeah. Tim English gets back, take an intercept mark, and then the Dogs are putting some speed back on.
I know this might be a bit of a mix of term here, but I call it Baz ball. It's McRae ball they play, but against a side that can run the ball as well, sometimes it just they need to stop a bit and think about it.
Dogs last 3 of the game. They're going forward again. Bailey Smith hands it to Treloar, kicks inside 50, and Quaynor stands in the hole. Takes the intercept mark, centre half back for Collingwood. He comes wide to McCreary. And John Noble screaming at him, saying, mate, pump the brakes. There's 5.5 minutes left on the game clock. Dogs are coming. They've kicked the last 3. And they're back within 18 points. Short kick to Mitchell, short back to McCreary. And got out as wide as 38 points Collingwood's way earlier in this final term. McCreary is going to go long to Darcy Cameron. Hands to it, no mark. Spills to Poulter, the goal kicker. Hand pass a little too hot for Lobb. Scrapping forward, Adams goes to ground. Libba keeps his feet, kicks it forward. McNeil takes the mark. Right on halfway, so a chance to look forward again. McNeil takes a while and in the end honours the lead of Ugle-Hagan. High half forward for the Bulldogs. 70 out, 23 gone final term. Collingwood by 18. Crowded forward 50. Ugle-Hagan puts it inside. English down there. Cameron stands in front, takes the intercept mark. Has it for Collingwood in the defensive 50. 23 gone final term. Collingwood by 3 goals.
So from this position here, Collingwood just this quarter have tried to go slow, kick mark, just control the ball, which I get. They're just trying to run the clock. They know they've got the game in hand. But if the Dogs can somehow squeeze on them, create a turnover and go quick back through them, just give themselves a little tiny glimpse.
They're trying to save this already. They're going backwards and sideways, and Quaynor in the back pocket to Pendlebury and back to Quaynor. Is it too early, Lingy?
Well, no. to defend them, it's probably them trying a style of play for finals, about just when they want to take some heat off the game, when they've got it in hand. But Dogs have got to be thinking, hey, let's get back through them. Let's give ourselves the tiniest of chances.
So Quaynor to a contest on the City wing. And that's exactly what it was, a contest, 50-50 before it was dabbed over the boundary line. So boundary throw in, 4 minutes to play, and the Dogs need 3 goals. They led by 9 points at quarter time, by 5 at half time. And then it was something like 10 of 11 goals the Pies rattled off, led by as much as 38 points. And the Dogs have kicked the last 3. Ball in dispute on the outer side.
Bailey Smith's had a 3 or 4 minute patch where he's just been around the ball. And I'm not saying he's been perfect, but just busier around the ball.
Alongside De Goey at this contest. Cameron straight down to De Goey, but it ricochets the way of the Dogs, and a hurried kick right on the arc it lands. It's Pendlebury there. Handballs over the top to Bianco, and Mitchell back to Pendlebury with a fumble because of pressure from behind. West did really well. Now here's a chance for Smith. He goes to fend off on Bianco. He's a couple of kicks out. He just throws it on the boot. Darcy Moore charges out with intent and takes a strong defensive mark. And that makes life tough for the Dogs now.
Short to Noble, and Noble just pokes his pass along the boundary line to Lipinski. Pies by 3 goals, 3 minutes left. And Lipinski, the former Bulldog, kicks it down the line, and English floats in front of Cox to take the intercept mark. Dogs keep it in the front half. Short kick to Treloar, marks just in front of Lipinski. His opposite number, the two that obviously swapped clubs. Treloar kicks to centre half forward over the head of Ugle-Hagan, spills through to Pendlebury. A record breaker tonight, the most disposals in the history of the game, goes back to Noble. Hand pass away to Crisp, hand pass to Lipinski, still at half back, gives it to Mitchell, to the run of Quaynor. Hand pass in front of the bench to McCreary. He takes on the Bond, got the speed wobbles up, fell over. Dogs with the numbers. Cox tries to tackle Vandermeer. Bontempelli wins it for the Bulldogs. Away to Williams, to McRae. Sold him into trouble. Hit hard in the tackle and locked up on the wing. A ball up, dockside. 26 gone final term. Collingwood by 3 goals, but the Bulldogs the last 3 in the match.
It's been a game played at a frenetic speed. Nick Dacos desperately trying to come back on for these last couple of minutes. Nick Moldhouse has got the job of picking the medalists tonight. Who will get the best on ground? Poulter slides as he gets a kick away to Quaynor. Hits it at speed. Right in front of Mitchell, who gathers it in front of the bench. High ball. Cox, going back with the flight and hurting himself was English. That was brave stuff. Dale's got it. Now Bontempelli on the edge of the centre square. Kicks sideways where Girat's got plenty of space. Less than 2 minutes to play. It's Collingwood by 18 points. Dogs mucking around with it. On the outer side, Vandermeer. It bounces up to West. West tries to go back to Girat, rather. They're mucking around with it, but they might have a chance. Here's the sub for the Dogs. Getting it into the goal square. Ugle-Hagan, one way then the other for Waitman. He's got it. Cody Waitman's got his 4th. And it's back to 12 points with just over a minute to play. Collingwood 13-11-89. The Western Bulldogs 11-11-77. And the crowd has been posted. We thought we might be able to crack 50,000 tonight, Corby, for the first time in a decade. They said it was an official sellout. 43,482 in the end.
43? Where's the... Yeah. I reckon there's 5,000 hidden in the toilet somewhere. It's snuck in the back door.
I think Hodgie said earlier with the Medallion Club memberships and everything, it's sort of the 50,000's gone, but it feels like there was more than 43 here.
Absolutely. Felt like a full house.
This is turning into what might have been night for the Bulldogs. Yeah. They kicked the last 4. They're within 12 points. There's 69 seconds left on the game clock. And they've had a whole lot of opportunities they've left out there. English grabs it out of the ruck, kicks it wide. Scott, the sub, just knocks it forward for the Bulldogs. Noble onto it, half back. Hand pass away to Howe. His kick trickles away to Treloar. His hand pass broken up. Noble wins it back for Collingwood. Hand pass to Pendlebury, floats a kick down the wing. Cameron the target, knocked from his grasp. Mitchell squeezes a kick out. Bontempelli wants it the most. Hand pass away to Williams for the Bulldogs. Handball to Libba in the middle of the ground for Daniel. He's tackled, taken the ground by McCreary. The umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up in the middle of Docklands. 12-point lead for Collingwood. 29 minutes gone, final term.
He's a tackling machine, McCreary.
Yeah.
The chant's gone up. It's a Dogs home game. There's more than 40,000 in the house. But the Magpie Army know that they've got this one in the bank. There'll be a game clear on top as the seconds tick down until full time. The umpire says it'll be a free kick going the way of the Pies. What a night for Collingwood. They've welcomed Jordan De Goey back from suspension. Their former captain, the beloved Scott Pendlebury, broke the all-time record for disposals in VFL AFL history. Nick Dacos put on another clinic. The Pies were tested 22 points down, and they produce a come-from-behind victory to prevail by 12. And most of the players slumped to the ground in what was a frenetic game of footy.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood 13-11-89 defeat the Bulldogs 11-11-77 after the Bulldogs were 19-0 early stages of that opening term. Got out to a 22-point lead, the Doggies. They led by 5 at half-time. And then it was just a Pies avalanche in that third term. They got out by 38 points. In the end, the margin was 12. For the Pies, Elliott with 4, 3 for Johnson and 2 for Nick Dacos. For the Dogs, it was 4 each to Waitman and Norton.
Collingwood forever, they know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
So Collingwood 14-2. It now means they've won 26 of their last 29 regular season fixtures. And for the Western Bulldogs, they showed glimpses of their best footy tonight. There was a stretch in the middle where they couldn't stop the avalanche from the Magpies, and in the end they got within 2 straight kicks at the finish. And there'll be a whole lot to pull apart out of that for the Bulldogs. Nick Dacos shines. Jordan De Goey knocked off some of the rust. Scott Pendlebury breaking another record. 4 goals for Elliott. He's now got 9 in his 2 games back, 4 each for Norton and for Waitman for the Bulldogs, as Cal mentioned. 12 points in full time. Collingwood victorious, a 2-goal win, 13-11 over the Bulldogs, 11-11. The Robert Rose Cup to be presented for the winning team, and there'll also be the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton medal to the player who judged Chesterfield, and Mick Malthouse, you were one of the judges.
Yeah, I was very honoured, really.
Was it an easy decision?
When it's 11 goals to 13, sometimes you get a bit seduced by goal kickers. If someone had kicked 5 or 6, but I tended to stay away from the goal kickers. I looked at more how they got the ball in there.
Let's have a listen.
Which was named after Robert Rose, who played football for both Collingwood and Footscray before his career was cut tragically short by a car accident, which left him a quadriplegic at just 22 years of age. The Cup recognises the Robert Rose Foundation, which supports people and families with spinal cord injuries, and we're very lucky to have Ben Jankowski and Peter Rose from the Foundation here tonight. As part of this match, the player voted best on ground by media experts will take home the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton medal. So presented by Ben Jankowski, Robert Rose Foundation Ambassador, I'd like to call forward the winner of the Bob Rose Charlie Sutton medal from the Collingwood Football Club, Nick Dacos.
29 disposals, 11 clearances, 2 goals. They both came in the third term and 6 score involvements. For the second-year wonder kid from the Collingwood Football Club.
Just like to give big love to the Robert Rose family. It's an honour playing in this game every year. Thanks to everyone that turned out. Huge crowd, great atmosphere, and a big shout out to my idol, Scotty Pendlebury, breaking the record.
I'd now like to call forward the winning captain from the Collingwood Football Club, Darcy Moore, to accept the Robert Rose Cup from Peter Rose on behalf of the winning team.
So Darcy Moore makes his way to the microphone as he grabs the Robert Rose Cup. Here he is.
Firstly, to the Western Bulldogs Football Club, we're really proud to play every year for the Robert Rose Cup, and you guys really brought an incredible fight and work ethic today and put on a great show for the fans, so thank you so much. To Peter Rose and the Rose family who founded the Robert Rose Foundation, helping to raise awareness for people with disabilities all across Australia. There's over 4 million people living with a disability in Australia, and the work that they've done to raise awareness has changed the lives of many, so thank you so much. And then lastly, to Ben, who presented Nick with his medal. We're just really passionate as a club about throwing open our doors so that people of all abilities can play this game that we love. So to Ben and your team, we're really proud to have you as a part of our club, and hopefully it's the start of something bigger going forward. So thank you very much.
Darcy Moore, the first-year skipper of the Collingwood Football Club, collecting the Robert Rose Cup, and Nick Dacos, adjudged best of field by media experts, which also includes a guy who coached more games in VFL AFL footy than anyone else, and Mick Moldhouse. Who did you vote for, Mick? What were your votes? Your 3-2-1.
I gave Nick Dacos 3. Because the way he played, the use of the football, the goals at a very important time too. He doesn't. You can't choose when you're going to kick them, but he kicks the important ones to get them there. I thought Callum Daniel was clearly the best midfielder for the Dogs and kept them in the game. Probably because we don't see him score enough. Sometimes it detracts from his game, but he works from the back half to the front half and rarely loses the football when he's got it. So doesn't get a lot of depth in his kicking, unfortunately, but still clearly one of those players today that kept the Dogs in it. And Jack Griffiths on the half-back flank, I just thought Quano could have been the alternate there. I didn't give it to a goal kicker, but I go to a half-back who just ran. I'd like to see how many times he bounced the football, how many times he broke through that corridor and turned the game on its head when the Dogs had plenty of possessions but couldn't score. He was the player that broke their back in that back line.
I noticed a stat online, Corbs, just in the last few minutes or so about Nick Dacos. He's now had 25 plus disposals against all the other 17 AFL teams.
Wow.
He's only in game number 41.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. And you do have to feel a little bit. We're celebrating Scott Pendlebury. He broke the most disposals ever in AFL, VFL history since that stat's been taken. Wonderful achievement. The only thing you feel for Scotty Pendlebury is he's got to realise he's running around with a guy who's going to break his record one day. The way Nick Dacos is going.
And those two between them, which probably speaks to Nick Dacos' incredibly high footy IQ, how in sync they are on the field.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that you often see the two Dacos boys combined, which is obvious, but Pendlebury, a guy at the back end of his career that's played for 15 years, and Nick Dacos, who's been there in year 2, and yet they just know where each other are and the amount of times they link up.
But the other thing is too, Corby, which is probably a little bit forgotten, he would have been at nearly every game that Scotty played when he wasn't playing himself. So from a very young age, he was watching this kid come through and watching the methodology. And when you come to the end of the football club, he would no doubt have been looking at his professionalism and going, oh, well,
correct.
Is that what we've got to do? And, of course, you've got your father, who is a perfectionist with the football. So then he need a little bit of talent to build on, and he's built it on. And they're both lovely kids, both lovely kids.
Brownlow medal night, just remember, round 16, round 17, Nick Dacos, 3 votes for each game because he tore it up against the Gold Coast Suns last week. I mean, there's going to be a few 3 voters in there.
Early days, he got a heap of them, heap of threes.
I thought, Mick, I know you called it pre-season, Nick Dacos, I thought you and others, but you were going a little early. I thought, okay, this guy's going to be an absolute out-and-out champion. I thought, he cannot win the Brownlow in his second season. But he really can. Not only can he, I think he definitely will.
Yeah.
Just with a number of 3-vote games.
Yeah. He just stands out so much, doesn't he? In traffic, in congestion. I remember Craig McRae saying to me at the start of last season, summer, and he was a teenager then, he hadn't yet played a game, and he said, he's the best decision maker I've ever seen on a football field.
Wow.
And he's yet to play a game.
That's
incredible. And it's almost been glossed over, the step that he's made, which is a huge step to go from fringe All-Australian, maybe top 50 player in the league, to now we're talking about him as the best player in the game in the space of one summer. I mean, I know he had an unbelievable first year, so we said everything about him last year as the Rising Star winner and everything else, and could have been All-Australian in year one, but to go that next level again to now be... We're talking about him in the bracket of maybe the top 3 players in the game, if not the best player in the game.
And his last year was off half back, and there were times where he'd just get the little handball round the back, which is completely fine. He's in his first year of footy. You go, to then step in the midfield and just have monster impact through the middle of the ground and kicking goals. It is superb.
He creates space.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
How on earth do you create space?
Well, because you're clean with the football for a start off. And movement. Secondly, yes, body movement, but secondly, am I going to hand pass? Am I going to kick? Am I going to go? So what you're doing, what you try to do as a coach is to, when your player's got the football, you want your opponent to have multiple things to think about, not one. I just run the ball, so I'm going to get it. Oh, no, could he hand pass? Could he run? Could he jump? Could he whatever?
I'll come back to that. I think we're late in the rooms. Collingwood by 12 points.
Good old Collingwood forever. We know how to play the game. Side by side we stick together to uphold the Magpies and old mountain. See the Americans shouting as old Americans shout. All the premierships cake for the good old Collingwood.
They're a very excited bunch down here, guys. An unbelievable crowd in the rooms. We'll talk to one of Scott Pendlebury's best mates. Jeremy Howe will join us very soon.
Thanks, Hodgie. Paint the picture for us. Sorry, a bit late getting down. We got caught up talking about Nick Dacos, which you can imagine there'd be a few people in that room, I imagine, spending plenty of time talking about the number 35.
There's family, there's friends, there's stacks of people. I'm just trying to find where Jeremy Howe is, just so he can come over and hopefully we can grab him straight away. Although, actually, I think they're going to make a presentation, so I could almost stick the mic in. Gillon McLaughlin is down here with Jeff Brown, and they're making a presentation to Scott Pendlebury. Here we go.
Today, Scott, 9,664 possessions, a record in the AFL. Thanks, Paul.
Here's Gillon McLaughlin, the AFL chief.
I reiterate what Jeff said, and on behalf of Andrew and Laura and the AFL guys here, and on behalf of the league, congratulations. Over 370 games, averaging over 26 disposals. Credit to your talent and your durability. You've been an incredible leader across the league. The whole competition respects you, and to break Robert Harvey's record and something, I don't know, when you think of the number of the games of possessions, it'll be hard to beat. Congratulations, it's a big deal.
And see if Scott Pendlebury says a few words. He's got no interest saying a few words. So there'll be a photo opportunity with Gillon McLaughlin, Jeff Brown, the Collingwood president, Andrew Dillon, the new chief executive. And they've Gillon McLaughlin presented him with the match ball that he broke the record with tonight. And I'll endeavour to find Jeremy Howe after all this before they go into the rooms.
It's great, nice we've been able to pick up some of what's happening down there in the presentation to Scott Pendlebury. I mean, back in the day, it would just be one match ball. You'd be guaranteed to make sure you get the right one that you kicked with. I wonder how they tracked that to make sure that, hang on, that's the exact ball that he's broken the record with. We need to keep eyes on it, and when it goes through for a behind or in the bins out the back, behind the goals, you better go and get it.
Do you reckon it really is?
I think it's just a match ball.
You talked it up. We weren't believing it. And that helped them, didn't it, with Pendlebury breaking that record in that third term? And it's almost like they were emotion charged and waved this wave of momentum when that happened. And it's when you saw the Dacos brothers lift, and it was so good to be here and see the Pies fans lift for that moment.
Let's go back to Tim Hodges in the winners' rooms. Collingwood by 12.
Jeremy Howe has been good enough to come straight over to us, Corbin. We appreciate that. Take us through just the night, and I think that'll be one of the more special nights you have at the footy with one of your great mates, Scott Pendlebury, breaking the all-time stats record.
Absolutely. I think, first and foremost, we wanted to do it justice in the first place was to get the result. But yeah, like Pendles is one that he doesn't like the shine the light on him too often, but it was one that we certainly wanted to celebrate. And certainly the crowd were well aware of how it was tracking along because they were cheering him on every time he got the possession. And then, it was just a great way to contribute to what a fantastic bloke, player, leader that he's been for this footy club for such a long period of time.
Did you know he was close, or were you genuinely surprised? Like the crowd reaction was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I think there was enough people in the crowd to know, because I think he got an uncontested mark and the crowd went ballistic, and that was when he equalled it. And then I've never seen him tick lead so hard in the middle of the ground when I had the ball, and then I kicked him and then they went ballistic again. So I assume that was one where he broke the record. But anything after that, they all got around him, and it was a good way to celebrate him.
What about the night? You just said you were buggered. Look, That was a pretty hard night out there. The ball was pinging around from goal to goal, but also from wing to wing, from boundary line to boundary line. It was a hard night at the office.
Absolutely. I think, we kind of come into the game with an idea that they wanted to chip the ball around a little bit and make us defend for as long as possible. We ideally want to keep the ball live and keep it going and get the ball flowing, and they probably kept it off us a little bit there early, and we struggled to defend. They probably picked us apart there early, but we thought we made an adjustment in the second, come out and played a really strong third. And to the Bulldogs' credit, we always knew they were going to come again in that last. But I said I was just buggered because maybe it's just the third game back, but it's trending around the room that it was a tough win. So,
how are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling. I was pretty tired today, so my rotations have been cut back to normal. So. Back on the ground for the majority of the time, but look, it's great to be out on the ground, enjoying my time, and getting the wins is just a bonus.
It's awesome to have Jeremy for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Jeremy, well done tonight on a really good win. As you guys said, it was a quick pace game and a really good win. How is the arm? Like when are you finding, when you're caught in that really good one-on-one with a good strong forward, is the strength there? Is the power there, like you want it to be?
To be honest, I don't actually think about it till probably after the fact. There's times where I've jumped up for the ball, landed upside down, and then I was just like, oh shit, I think I just did what I did last time, but not as bad. But I'm fully confident within the arm. I think, to the Bulldogs' credit tonight, I think their keys played incredibly well. They were extremely versatile, and we had our hands full for the majority of the game. So, like I said, just really happy to get the result in the end then.
That third quarter, Jeremy, just when you guys lifted as a group, Nick Dacos led, but obviously that's when Scotty Pendlebury broke the record, all that. Just was that you just feeding off each other? Kelly just spoke about it, the fact that it felt like the whole team lifted with what was happening in that third term, or is that just us reading a bit too much into it?
I think you're hitting the mark there. I think, especially when Nick kicked the check side goal, and his influence, especially in that third, was enormous. His brother followed it up with a goal as well. I was a bit worried why he played on, but then I had no issue when he knocked it over. But and then the crowd get on board as well. Like we've always had a focus on bringing the fans along with us throughout the year, and they certainly get us all over the line a lot of the time. And that third quarter was, it's probably one of the better quarters we've played for the year.
Congratulations on getting back, mate. It's a fantastic job to, especially coming straight back into the side. Did you ever doubt yourself that you may have needed a couple of weeks? The faith shown you by the coach was just extraordinary.
Yeah, I guess we had open dialogue along the whole way,
right?
Mick, and then Fly was super supportive around that, and I guess I was lucky enough to put together a fair chunk of training. The fitness probably wasn't going to be the issue, but it was more the contact, aerial tackling, and all that kind of stuff that. I only played the one game in 6 months because it was obviously happened in round one. So. Yeah, to get back and for the club to show incredible faith to let me come straight back in, and I said I was more than happy to go play with Fraser in the twos and earn my spot again. But incredibly grateful to be able to slot back into what's an amazing side.
And as you say, it's the first game in a long time. So do you have a modified program during the week to make sure you come up each week now? Because the danger of, I always thought when a player comes back the second week normally gets it. Well, this is your second week, or is it your second week or third week? Third week, yeah. So you've now got 7 or 8 games to go before the end of the season. So are you on a modified thing, or do you just normal training?
You sound like our high performance manager, Mick. So I was obviously fortunate enough that the game went our way early against Gold Coast, so I was subbed out for pretty much the second half of last week's game, and we had an open conversation with the high performance manager, Wadey, just saying, the next 3 to 4 weeks are going to look a little bit different, whether it's monitored game time, monitored training load throughout the week to make sure that I'm optimal for game day. And yeah, they've been great at managing me throughout that. I'm feeling, like I said today, it was probably the game that I struggled the most in terms of up and back. It was quite transitional, so hopefully the other ones aren't that high running, but it's just nice to be back, so I'll recover well and get going again.
Just one question. I know it might be a strange question. We all know that Nick Dacos, how good he is, and he won the medal tonight. When you're out there, and I'm not trying to pump up one player or the other, are you aware at the end of the game, would you have been able to pick him as best on the ground?
Yeah, I think purely for the factors like you can have a lot of people can be great extractors of the ball, but I think the way that he distributes and his decision making is next level. So he starts a lot of our scoring chains, but what he's doing now is like moving in that midfield. He's getting a lot of clearance work. He's tackling really well. He hits the scoreboard as well, and I think he just gets involved. He knows where to be in the right time at the right spot, and the way that he uses it, especially by foot, he's a massive reason as to why we score really well, especially in transition.
Jeremy, sorry, Nick.
No, that's fine. Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Probably getting sick of Ask Nick Dacos questions. How many times do you get asked about him? He said in his speech that his idol is Scott Pendlebury. Tell us a little bit about both of them. Are they similar personalities, or does he just idolise him like a puppy dog and walk around and eat and follow exactly what Scott Pendlebury does?
Well, there's plenty of conversations about Nick, but I was like he puts the work in, and I suppose he gets drawn towards Pendles because he probably reminds himself of the young Scott Pendlebury as well. I think he's in there for so much times on his day off. He works on his craft, but he's put so much effort into his strength. Like he put on like 7 kilos last off-season, comes back, wins the 2K time trial, but then has influence, being able to move into the midfield now. He goes through his tapes. There's no surprise as to why he does it. And I think players coming in at the highest level, I feel like decision-making is probably the hardest thing to be able to educate. But he's come in and he'd be our best decision-maker on the field, him and Pendle. So they hang around a lot together, certainly work, and then lucky Pendle's around for another year because he can keep helping him out.
It's an amazing achievement, Jeremy. It's Corbin Middlemass here. Scott Pendlebury now most disposals in the history of the game. When you tell your kids about Scott Pendlebury in 10 or 15 years' time, what will you tell them?
Yeah, well, I think I spoke about it when he played his 300th game. It's like there's people come and go in the footy industry. A lot of guys aren't recognised, and they're certainly not remembered either. But yeah, Pendles is one that instantly comes to mind that I'm incredibly grateful to share just a small journey with him. I was like he leads by example on how to play. He's as selfless as anyone throughout his whole career, and I feel like what he gives to others, especially later in his career, he was so heavily invested in himself early, and he got the fruits for it. But what he's been able to do for us as a team, selfless mindset, and we've got an on-field coach. He literally runs the program out on the ground for us and makes everyone better around him. And like I said, I'm grateful to share the field with him, and with any luck, there's a few more games left in him.
That's well spoken, Jeremy. Just before you go, the what I'm calling the shooter's sleeve that you're wearing, obviously I'm sure it's not quite what the NBA players wear, but what's going on underneath there? What kind of a bandage is it, that the actual protective equipment that you've got on?
I can't tell you. No. It's a full metal arm, so that's why I've got to keep it covered up. So. No, there's obviously just a fair bit going on, a fair bit of tape. And then for me, it's like, because I've got really significant scarring that probably can't really afford to open any of them up and do some damage there. So I'll run the sleeve for the remainder of the year, and at the end of the season, get all the metal out and away we go.
We really appreciate your time. It's awesome to see you back out there. Thanks again, Jeremy, and enjoy the win.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Jeremy Howe from the Collingwood Football Club. Great insight, and nice to hear his words, particularly on two of his teammates, Scott Pendlebury and Nick Dacos.
Terrific player, and just from all accounts, a great teammate, and great that he's back out there too. He's always a really good chat. I think he'd love just being back out there and part of this team, knowing that they have just got a great shot at it. They just such a a dangerous team, a potent team. They play with the right balance of attack and defence. I think they tried a few things tonight in the last quarter that they'll still want to work on, about trying to just take pace off the game and own the ball a little bit. I think that's a work in progress. But that was just trying a different style, just to cook a game completely, which I think Craig McRae will get them together and they'll review how they could do it better. But that's part of learning different styles in finals that they might have to shift to at different times of a game.
7 games to go, 5 are at the MCG. So they only travel twice from now to the finals series, and that's Adelaide Oval, where they play Port Adelaide in round 19, top of the table clash.
Sure, it's going to be a game, isn't it?
Isn't it? And then round 23, they host the Lions here at Marvel, at Docklands. When you've got second and third Port Adelaide and Brisbane who struggle to win at the MCG, it's just a massive advantage, and you think they'll play maybe 2, maybe 3 finals at the MCG as well.
You'd think they would, absolutely. So that was Port Adelaide and Brisbane in the last...
Correct.
4 games?
In the last, let me say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6.
Yeah,
well,
so Port
I think they play Brisbane here at the G, don't they?
No. They play Port Adelaide in round 19 and in Adelaide, and in round 23 they play Brisbane here at Docklands.
At Docklands. Okay.
Yeah. That's the only time they stray from the G.
Well, we haven't seen Brisbane play a good game here, have we, really?
Docklands they play, okay.
Yeah, no, they play well.
The MCG, they just can't handle.
They lost one against the Dogs here in round 4.
They'd be hoping that game would have been at the MCG. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, no, they have an issue with the MCG.
Yeah. I don't know why, because I reckon the gap is not dissimilar.
Well, both Port Adelaide and Brisbane have great records here at the Docklands.
Yes, they do.
They're 8-2 in their last 10 here, Brisbane.
Yeah.
Which is after that win against the Dogs a couple of weeks ago.
Yes. So the G seems to find them out. The deep, I think it's the wings seem to find them out because they're such a... Because they've got the 2 big forwards, they tend to try to get the ball to them as quick as they can when they can. When the ball goes to the wing, they're 3 kicks away or 2 big kicks away. And that's... I've got a funny feeling that's why Taylor Walker always struggled at the MCG too, because the time they took the ball out to the wing and brought it back in, he's already covered. So it is, it's unique.
Are you going to do some boats as well, Lingy?
If you'd like me to, Corbs. I'm happy if you want to go with me.
No, I'm happy to take them for the ABC Footballer of the Year to keep it sort of lockstep with what we've done throughout the year.
I will give 3 votes to Dacos and 3 to Pat Cummins at the moment.
Yes, so Pat Cummins has just taken his 9th Test wicket fifer, so 5 for 66. Mark Ward...
I think it's 6 balls for 24, wasn't it?
Yes.
8 balls for 24.
24 and 6 balls. So this is an explosive start after the lunch break. For some of our audience, you'll be headed there in about 10 minutes' time. For everybody else, the best thing I can suggest you do is to download the ABC Listen app. As Raph Epstein always says, you're paying for it anyway, so you may as well download it. Click on the red cricket ball and you'll be able to hear the coverage, uninterrupted, play-by-play action. The TMS team, of course, with Jim Maxwell involved over at Headingley. So the score... couple of minutes after lunch on day 2, England 8 for 168, so they still trail by 95 on the first innings. Stokes on 28, Broad on 1. Just before we get to your votes, Lingy, the Dogs tonight, I mentioned it late in the piece, it sort of all of a sudden developed into a what might have been night where they were sort of close enough, and yet they had this patch in the middle again where they fell asleep and they couldn't stop this onslaught of scoring. So... during this year, they had 6 runs of 4 goals or more against them. So 6 times teams had kicked 4 unanswered goals. Tonight, they had 2 of them in play. They had a run where Collingwood kicked 6 in a row, and then another separate run where they kicked 5 in a row. So that's a concern, and that's something that keeps repeating on Luke Beveridge and his team.
Well, their defence is no good.
You're talking about team's defence?
No, well, I think they relied almost their mechanism is their midfield needs to control the middle of the ground, dominate clearances, and that's a way of protecting.
Because they won today on the contested ball.
They did.
But when the ball went out...
But when the ball got to the outside with some movement, they were gone. That midfield can't sustain
No, I agree.
entire games of football.
But also what it can't do, I don't think it's got the variety. I know you got short, you got Liberatore's just over 6 foot, and you got Daniel is 5'7" or so, and then Bonampelli's 6'3" or whatever. But there's no explosiveness there.
No, Bailey Smith is the explosive one, and he's
not getting the ball.
A shadow of himself at the moment.
And they're not scoring. The midfielders in today's football, because forwards generally get swamped and this sort of stuff. You don't see a lot of forwards kick a lot of goals. You know, I think we were here when Josh Bruce kicked 10, and that was such a rarity. And even tonight, we've had 2 players who kicked 4 each, and they look good.
Had 4 goal kickers.
Three blokes kicked 4 goals. So they look good, but it's not 7, 8, and 9. Look, so therefore, it's what you do in the middle of the ground. And I was having a real close look tonight, and I reckon that's the simple thing was that's where they got annihilated. They couldn't spread because Treloar won't spread, and he's never been able to spread because he works on the theory that it's going to come back to him. So there's a problem. Liberatore hasn't got leg speed. He tries hard, but he hasn't got leg speed. So at some stage they may have to, I reckon, they might have to look at a weightman in there. They really have to look at someone in their little cameos, 5 minutes, a quarter. A quarter only goes 20 minutes. So if he goes 5 minutes, it might work out 7 or 8 in general terms. Yeah. He could be the pinch hitter they need for that speed.
And it's a great point you make. It needs to be something else because they lost Josh Dunkley from there.
That's right.
As that other bigger, stronger midfielder. So I look at the other side, and we spoke pre-game about their targeted recruiting Collingwood. Well, Taylor Adams was the bull, who, like a Libba is for the Dogs. But they thought, he can't do that for every single game and into finals. His body just can't. He works so hard. He's at, red zone revs at all times. Let's help him. Tom Mitchell comes in. So it's now Mitchell and Adams almost playing one midfield role between them, and they can sustain it. It's all Libba in that. Yeah. As the inside hard one. Somebody else has to play that with them and then has to be complemented with... Is it Cody Waitman? Finding some form for Bailey Smith is an obvious one. Yep. But it's other options in there that means they don't just go, Libba and Bont are on top for a bit, and then when they're not, we drop away and we just get heavily scored against. It can't just be that. They have to find other people.
I reckon Melbourne are almost the same because they've got Petrarca, and Oliver now is, how long's Oliver going to be out? So, and you put in there Jack Viney.
Well, Jack Viney's like Libba, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Just go and go and go, but you can't do that for 120 minutes.
No, and I think Brisbane have improved because they've got probably 1 or 2 more that are going in there, particularly young blokes like Fletcher and Ashcroft.
Will Ashcroft.
But they're going to be babies going. They're going to be babies going into a final series. But if they're good enough and their minds set enough, and both those players are. They've actually added through to it. Rayner tends to be the bull, but he's only a 3 or 4 minute player in there.
And the criticism of the Dogs in the past was that they'd over-indexed on midfielders. They've got too many midfielders and not enough key posts up front and down back. So they go and get Jones, who's now injured, on Lob, and they lose Dunkley. And now all of a sudden the midfield doesn't look as dynamic.
No.
Lob's not getting involved. Jones is hurt. And so you sort of go, is it even any better than it was 12 months ago?
And throw in a midfield, though, that isn't as dynamic. But Jack McRae, they're kind of playing on the outside of it. And he's not his All-Australian form. Bailey Smith, we've spoken about him a lot. He's not his All-Australian type form. So it's not even like they can sustain a midfield like they had last couple of years and then tried to add those pieces. They've actually stripped away with Dunkley leaving as well.
I think Waitman was playing a bit of midfield time in the pre-season and they were hoping to do that with him, and then he got the adductor injury.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because he had an injury interrupted, they haven't been able to use him in there.
So 5 of the last 7 for the Dogs are teams that are outside the 8. Starting with the Swans at the SCG next Thursday night. So it sounds like an easier run, Mick. But a lot of these teams that are outside the 8 are going to be tough. Yep. The Swans at the SCG, the Giants in Canberra, the Tigers here. You got Hawthorn in Tassie. The Hawks upset them a couple of years ago when they got that run to the 2021 Grand Final. West Coast back here. But and then the 2 teams that are inside the 8 at the moment is they've got to play Essendon here under the closed roof at Docklands, and their last game in round 24 is the Cats in Geelong.
Yep.
So many have said, easier run, finish 5th, maybe 4 is there for the offering. It's actually a tough run.
When do they get Liam Jones back?
He's listed as still another 6 to 8.
Oh,
so
okay.
Last round of the year, finals at best.
Because some of their forwards have taken jump. Like Jamari Ugle-Hagan is the obvious one. 10 marks tonight, 2 goals, 3. Could have had a monster night if he kicked a little bit better. I know that's a big if, but taken big leaps, some of those players. I think Tim English has continued to get better. There's players that have made leaps, but it's not everyone making a leap at the same time. I still think, obviously, they play finals. They're a threat for top 4. I think they could squeeze into 4th place. I think they can with that run. I think they're better than most of those teams.
You know, the side that could just jump up, I'm going to stick my neck out here, I just think Adelaide have got a really good game structure. And they've got
a game style.
Or what?
Terrific footy,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Game structure style.
Yep.
And they've got speed.
Yeah.
So I think that they honestly had Collingwood twice. Had them both here, MCG and in Adelaide, but got beaten by perhaps an umpire decision last week or the week before. And the first one, they tried to defend something for 20 minutes instead of saying, no, we can win this game. So, and both were beaten. They were beaten twice by under a goal. I'm not saying that they're the threat to Collingwood, but they're the threat to finish in the 8. If someone of these is going to fall out, Adelaide could actually squeeze into the 8 and cause some damage.
Sunday back here against Essendon is
it's
just
going to be awesome.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge game. I mean,
it's season shaping for the 8, really.
And the classic sort of cliches about 8-point games and all that kind of stuff. It is just a huge game of footy Sunday afternoon here at Docklands.
Then 4 of their last 7 are outside of the 8. So they've still got Melbourne, they've still got Port Adelaide, a showdown, they've still got the Brisbane Lions at the Gabba, the Crows. So, again, it's just a challenging run home.
I'm with you, though. I think if you sort of circle in all those teams in the mid-table treadmill, I like Adelaide at their best, just about as much as any of them. The votes, Lingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I am going to give one vote to Caleb Daniel. I'm with Mick. I thought he was excellent all night, creative, tried, 32 disposals. I'm going to give 2 votes, just a little different. And Mick did mention him as a possibility for his votes. Isaac Quainer. I just thought his intercept marking was brilliant. He got a heap of the foot. He ended up with 27 disposals, just bounced off half-back. It could have either been one of Crisp or Quainer because they both just provided that run. But I love the fact that Quainer took those intercept marks. And 3 votes. We're all in unison here. Nick Dacos, just superb. Influence, everything that he's doing. It's simply phenomenal. He's in his 2nd season, his 41st game, and he was clearly the best player on the ground again on his way to an unbelievable Brownlow medal, perhaps.
3 for Nick Dacos, 2 for Isaac Quainer, 1 for Caleb Daniel and the ABC Footballer of the Year. Michael from Wyndham Vale off the SMS, loving the commentary as always, as a very happy Collingwood supporter, and need to say, and I've always wanted to say, Mick, you are an absolute legend. Nathan Murphy is one of the most important players in our side. So that's from Michael in Wyndham Vale. Big fan of yours, Mick.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm looking at being... I'd like to be secondary to Paddy Cummings, but if you pick this week up, and I'd be I'll walk home very happy. Because at the moment they're smashing us.
Some of you are off to the cricket on ABC Radio. Some of you will be heading to regular programming. So if you want to listen to ball-by-ball coverage, head to the ABC Listen app or through ABC Sport Digital on the Listen app. Look out for that big red cricket ball with England 8 for 190, trailing by 73. Grandstand AFL continues tomorrow, the lead from 12 noon Eastern, and your programs from in the respective markets in SA and WA. Signing off from Docklands, Collingwood by a couple of goals.